Duan Mingfeng crosses his arms, with a soft sword wrapped around his waist, and steps back about a yard away from them. With such a skilled person here, Ji Qingwu feels much more at ease. She says, "Your Highness, Chu Chu and Lanji have returned to Ji's house. It's too late now, so I will go back first." King Yong frowns and tries to stop her. "I will send you home." Ji Qingwu is prepared. When he reaches out, she slips out from under his arm, quick and agile like a rabbit. "No need, no need. It's not proper to trouble your highness. My home isn't far. I can go back by myself," she says, stepping back quickly. By the time she finishes speaking, she's already 3 yards away. King Yong keeps glaring at Duan Mingfeng several times. If he hadn't been here blocking her, Ji Qingwu wouldn't have been able to leave so easily. On the way home, Ji Qingwu always feels like someone is secretly watching her from the shadows. She quickens her pace, walking straight ahead. When she finally reaches the brightly lit Ji residence gate, she looks back but sees no one. Maybe she's just scared and overthinking. The guards at the house say, "Miss Wu, the madam is waiting for you." Ji Qingwu first goes to Mrs. Chiao's room to report her safety. The Unja garden is still lit up. Mrs. Chiao hasn't gone to sleep. She's waiting for her. Since she came home so late, she thought she might get a scolding. When Mrs. Chiao sees her come in, she sighs. "Little Five, how can you still be so playful as a mother? Lanterns by the river are beautiful, but not for staying out so late." Ji Qingwu's face is flushed from rushing home in a hurry. Mrs. Chiao thinks she's just excited from the outing. She asks, "Did you watch the river lanterns?" Mrs. Chiao has a servant lay down her bedding and says, "Lord Duan from Imperial City's office sent someone to bring Chu Chu and the others back first. He said you got so absorbed in watching the lanterns that you didn't notice the time, and he will personally you home, so no need to worry." Ji Qingwu nods. So, the person following her on the way was Duan Mingfeng. Xiao was holding her calming soup before bed and asked curiously, "Xiao Wu, is that man?" Duan Mingfeng was a rare, talented young man in linen. Despite his young age, he was already a deputy envoy, though he was a bit gloomy in personality. After the incident with Li Qingxuan, Xiao was very cautious about Xiao Wu's marriage. Ji Qingwu took the empty bowl and helplessly explained, "It's really not, mother. Please don't think too much. I'll tell you more tomorrow morning. You should go to sleep now." Back at Wudong Garden, Jiao was already asleep on the bed. She softly patted Lanji and told her to rest. She sat on a round stool, watching the little girl's peaceful face. Earlier, because of worries in her heart, she had no time to think about anything else and didn't feel tired. Now, she felt exhausted all over, especially her legs, which were sore. Ji Qingwu went to the purification room for a bath. After coming out, her head started to ache again. She went to bed, tossing and turning but couldn't fall asleep. Feeling restless, she couldn't help but get up dressed and walk to the side room's bed, lighting a faint candle. She took out a jade pendant with a koi fish design and looked at it carefully in the candlelight. People say jade nurtures people, but people also nurture jade. This piece of jade was well protected, with no scratches, and its color was even clearer than the one Jiao wore. What was hard to ignore was the broken multicolored thread tied to it. Ji Qingwu looked at it and, on a whim, took out some leftover multicolored silk thread from the drawer of the bedside table. She bent her neck, gently pinched the thread, and wound it around her fingertips. Soon, the thread was connected, but there was a knot at the break, so it could never be restored to its original state. Frowning, Ji Qingwu thought for a while and then moved her fingertips skillfully again. The candle flickered with a bip sound, and the flame danced. She massaged her sore neck from looking down for a long time, looked at her handiwork in her palm, and a satisfied smile appeared on her lips. Glancing at the ground, she suddenly noticed a shadow. It was still a tall, long figure of a man. Her heart suddenly raced. She looked up. Their eyes met, and the man's eyes were filled with a cold, faint glow. "Why are you still awake so late?" His voice was also very cold. She stared in shock at the man leaning against the door of the room. He had entered her house at night and questioned her why she was still awake so late. Ji Qingwu carefully observed his face, quickly slipping the jade pendant under her bottom with her right hand, blinking her eyes and saying, "Your Majesty, you haven't slept either." Emperor Wu Su sneered coldly. Could he sleep? Her small mouth was very stubborn, enough to make even a dead person angry enough to dig out of their grave. Ji Qingwu felt nervous, wondering if His Majesty was so angry that he couldn't sleep and that he came to her house in the middle of the night just to demand her life. Her neck no longer ached but felt cold. She looked at him nervously as he moved closer and closer. Emperor Wu Su straightened the folds on his robe and asked calmly, "What were you doing just now?" Ji Qingwu didn't know when he arrived. She floated her gaze and replied, "I wanted to sleep but couldn't, so I got up to sit for a while." Wu Su Emperor stood right in front of her, blocking most of the candlelight. The shadows on her face were cast by him. He reached out to touch her waist, but Ji Qingwu hurriedly held his hand. She hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, breaking into a woman's private chamber at night and acting so boldly isn't very appropriate." Wu Su Emperor looked down at her smooth face calmly and said, "In this vast land, is this not my territory? Is it wrong for me to visit a subject's home?" His words sounded so natural and justified. Ji Qingwu pressed her lips together and pushed his hand more forcefully, but her little strength couldn't stop him. His hand continued downward, sliding from her slender waist to her hips, then reaching into the cushion she pressed down. Ji Qingwu nervously shifted slightly, trying to completely cover the jade pendant and hide her little secret on the colorful thread. Wu Su Emperor's brow twitched, and his hand was soft and gentle, yet she was sitting so firmly. Feeling guilty, Ji Qingwu pulled his arm, hoping he would withdraw his hand, and politely said, "Your Majesty, please sit first. I will pour you some tea, water." Her lips trembled, and she couldn't speak smoothly. Her eyes suddenly brightened with a mixture of embarrassment and anger. He pinched her bottom. Wu Su Emperor saw her expression and said slowly, "I am only here to take back my things." Ji Qingwu was shocked, her hand still wandering and now reaching her thigh. She gritted her teeth and asked, "Your Majesty, are you sure the thing you want is here?" As soon as she finished speaking, Wu Su Emperor took back the jade pendant. Found it. He gently tugged on the colorful thread, and the koi fish pendant swung in front of Ji Qingwu's eyes. She wanted to take it back, but Emperor Wu Su turned his wrist, causing her to miss. She anxiously explained, "This is clearly." Emperor Wu Su looked into her bright, watery eyes. "Clearly what? Whose is it?" Whenever the question related to this, Ji Qingwu's eyes started to turn red visibly. The emperor sighed inwardly, but it was a sigh about himself. She didn't know what was wrong with her earlier. She kept seeing the broken multicolored thread whenever she opened or closed her eyes. So she stayed up all night working, but was caught by the emperor, who came uninvited. She couldn't understand her strange behavior. Maybe she just couldn't bear to see her work ruined. Seeing her head drooping to her chest, Emperor Wu Su's eyes darkened like ink, and he said directly, "Put it on for me." Ji Qingwu looked up and asked naively, "Your Majesty, do you not want it anymore?" "I never said I didn't want it," he replied. He hadn't explicitly said so, but he showed it through his actions. In the tea house, he tore off the jade pendant and threw it at her, then left angrily. Ji Qingwu still shudders when she remembers how terrifying Emperor Wu Su looked at that moment. Seeing her lost in thought again, the emperor lowered his gaze to her face. He said in a deep voice, "Taking what isn't yours is considered theft." "The theft? Wasn't this jade pendant hers?" Emperor Wu Su made her understand what it means to be unable to speak of her suffering. He didn't argue about the matter but looked sharply at her and said, "Since you've stolen my jade, there must be reciprocation." Ji Qingwu was caught in his words and asked, "How should I reciprocate? What could she possibly offer that the emperor would like?" He spoke coldly, using poetic words about romance. Naturally, stealing jade and stealing fragrance. Ji Qingwu's face instantly turned bright red. The emperor's eyes filled with a smile, and he said thoughtfully, "Seeing you blush is much more pleasing than seeing you cry." Ji Qingwu realized what he was talking about. She thought to herself, the emperor's cold face is frightening, but his smiling face is even more unsettling. Whenever he appears, her heart feels very uneasy. The warm candlelight shone on Emperor Wusu's handsome face, softening his cold features like jade. Her heart trembled, and she hurriedly looked for words. "Your Majesty, aren't you going to wear the jade pendant?" He gently placed the pendant on her lap and leaned closer. He had been waiting at the door for a long time. He didn't seem cold despite the outside chill, and even the scent on his robes had mingled with the incense in her room. Ji Qingwu knelt by the bed, picked up the jade pendant, and leaned slightly forward. Her fingertips accidentally brushed against Emperor Wusu's waist. The feeling was not soft and delicate like a woman's, but strong and firm. Ji Qingwu tried not to touch his body, her whole body tense. Emperor Wusu's gaze was dark and unreadable. From this angle, she was wearing loose sleepwear, leaning forward with her head down, the neckline open. His gaze was naturally drawn to the dazzling white area. Unaware of this, as she tied the jade pendant, her body moved softly, causing her to tremble slightly. Noticing her breathing becoming heavier above, Ji Qingwu quickened her hand movements. Her nose was sweating, and she softly said, "Your Majesty, the jade pendant is tied." Ji Qingwu sat up straight and leaned back. He bent down, pressing his hand on her back, and his large palm moved down to her waist. He was only in his sleepwear, with his outer robe already slipped off. She shivered from the warmth of his palm. His hand continued to go lower, gently pinching her behind. Ji Qingwu's lips parted in a soft cry. She was immediately reminded kindly by the emperor. "Speak softly, the child is still sleeping." Frightened, Ji Qingwu quickly looked into the bed curtain. Juju was sleeping deeply, with no sign of waking. She shyly hit his shoulder. He knew the girl was sleeping but still dared to pinch her. But after she moved her hand, she started to regret it. Who dares to hit the emperor? That would be a serious crime. She immediately turned her head carefully to check his expression for any anger. Emperor Wusuo chuckled softly, his low, charming laugh. She looked like a small beast, suddenly cornered, eyes wide, trying to look fierce with her little claws, but just scratching at his most sensitive spot. Emperor Wusuo softened his heart, but his hand remained firm. He continued to pinch her a few more times, satisfying his urge, then said comfortably, "Am I too easy to get along with? You dare to bully me." Clearly, Ji Qingwu was the one being bullied badly, but she could only endure with a guilty conscience. She bit her lip and stayed silent. He sighed, "This place is like soft tofu, tender and fragile." She looked up blankly, her eyes misty, then heard his deep, gentle whisper. "Hold on tight." "Hold what?" "Be steady." Ji Qingwu quickly realized. Her eyes widened, and she took a deep breath. Emperor Wusuo supported her steadily with one arm, as if weightless, lifting her directly from the bed. Ji Qingwu felt dizzy. To keep her balance, she reached out to hold his broad shoulder. Her breathing was gentle, and her hair softly brushed against his neck, carrying a fresh scent from her bath. Emperor Wusu's arm muscles tensed, then suddenly lifted, as if soothing a child. Ji Qingwu was afraid she might fall, so she immediately wrapped her arms around his neck and pressed her upper body tightly against his firm chest, relying on him. Emperor Wusu felt like he was holding a light, soft cloud. He relaxed his arms and held her even closer. From this position, Ji Qingwu could look down at him. No one had probably seen the emperor from this angle, so she could see all his changing expressions. His gaze happened to fall on her neck, carefully tracing the outline of her collarbone, then moving to the area under her sleeping robe's collar. Wusu's eyes darkened. He lifted his head, his Adam's apple moving, and said in a low, hoarse voice, "Oh, I have more patience for you than I expected." When she heard this, Ji Qingwu's breathing quickened a little, and her chest rose and fell unevenly. Her sleeping robe brushed against his nose. They looked into each other's eyes. She looked away first, lowering her eyelashes, her body trembling slightly, barely noticeable, because his intense, possessive expression was almost as revealing as stripping her clothes off. Wusu carried her straight to the inner room. He gently pushed aside the thin bed curtain and carefully laid her on the bed. Ji Qingwu lay on her back, her black hair spread out on the bed, her skin pale and clear, her eyes shining softly with a gentle light. Just as she thought he might do something, Wu Su's gaze shifted to the side of the bed. Ji Qingwu turned her head, unable to help but smile. The little girl's chubby arms and legs were exposed, but a water-red sash covered her belly. Her face was now sweetly smiling, lost in a pleasant dream. The atmosphere suddenly softened. Wu Su's gaze fell on the little girl's pillow, and his eyebrows raised. Ji Qingwu also noticed what was there and quickly turned her head back. Before sleep, she had a little ritual. She had to touch her jade pendant, which she had worn since she was a child. Sometimes she would even pucker her little bottom and talk softly to her koi-shaped pendant. The evidence was clearly presented right in front of the emperor. Ji Qingwu's secret was unintentionally exposed. Emperor Wu Su cast a meaningful glance at her, then gently flicked the multicolored thread around his waist and the jade pendant identical to the one he wore, causing it to sway before her eyes. Ji Qingwu grabbed a silk quilt nearby, pulled it over her head, and refused to face this awkward scene. With a wave of his hand, Emperor Wu Su tore the quilt aside and threw it to the side. He traced her face with his fingertips and softly said, "If you hide yourself, does that mean nothing happened?" Ji Qingwu decided not to make eye contact and covered her face with her hand. He took her hand and gently held her fragile, delicate hand in his palm. She closed her eyes tightly again. Emperor Wu Su looked at her with amusement, watching her stubbornly keep her eyes shut, her cheeks shy and blushing. Suddenly, outside, a few roosters crowed. Ji Qingwu felt confused. Neither the Wudong garden nor the Ji residence kept chickens, so why was there a rooster's crow? This sound made Emperor Wu Su furrow his brows. "Remember, you still owe me an answer. Patience will run out someday." She was still wondering about the strange noise. He gently touched her lips, reminding her. "Did you hear that?" After she nodded obediently, he straightened up. Still standing by the bed, he looked at her for a moment, then took a jade ring from his sleeve and placed it beside her pillow. His voice sounded much softer and a bit faster. "I bought this on the road tonight. It looks decent, so I'm giving it to you." Before she could reply, the rooster's crow outside grew louder, as if urging something. Emperor Wu Su turned and strode away. Once his tall, heroic figure disappeared, Ji Qingwu sat up under the silk quilt, reaching for the jade ring beside her pillow. Her heart suddenly fluttered. This jade ring was made of jadeite, without any carvings or patterns, but its luster showed it was valuable. It was definitely not something bought from a street stall. A jade ring, a symbol of purity and integrity. The meaning was, using the ring to restore trust, to call back estranged feelings, to restart old friendships. Emperor Wu Su's late-night visit was not to punish her or to tease her. His purpose in lowering himself this time was to show his sincere feelings, which could be reflected in this jade. That night, in the private room of the tea house, his furious expression had frightened her. This jade ring was a silent apology. Ji Qingwu clenched the jade in his hand, still warm from Wu Sudi's embrace. Outside, the sky was no longer dark, but turning gray. Duan Mingfeng had been waiting at the gate of Ji's residence for a long time. When Wu Sudi left, he drove his carriage swiftly to Fenghuang Palace. Wu Sudi changed into his formal robes and went to court. Although he hadn't slept all night, the emperor looked energetic and relaxed. The officials at the morning court also appeared more at ease. After listening to a few ministers' reports, he asked in a deep voice, "Is there anything else, ministers?" Everyone quietly lowered their heads. Li Yuzong raised his duster and said loudly, "If there is something to report, do so now. If not, you may leave." Suddenly, an imperial censor rushed out. Some others tried to stop him, but he ran quickly and forcefully, falling onto the stones of the Golden Throne Hall, shouting loudly, "Your servant is willing to die to speak the truth. Anyone willing to die for honest advice must be involved in a serious matter," causing a stir in the court. Wu Sudi remained calm and said, "Speak." Wang Minduo knelt and said sadly, Former censor Yen Zongrong was brutally murdered a few days ago. No one dares to take on this case. I beg your majesty to find out who is behind this. Yen Zongrong had been demoted to a remote mountain by the emperor some time ago. As a criminal, he shouldn't have been mentioned in court, but Wang Minduo couldn't bear to see his former colleague die unjustly. Wu Sudi remained silent. The court was divided into two factions. One supported a thorough investigation, mostly the honest officials from the censorate and the Dali court. The other, led by Prince Yong, strongly opposed it. They argued that Yen Zongrong was guilty and that this case was no different from an ordinary murder. They believed only the local authorities' branches needed to investigate, and there was no need to involve the three departments. Wu Sudi adjusted his robes and watched their debate calmly. When the atmosphere was lively, he asked, "Minister Li, what do you think?" Li Qingxuan had been assigned to the censorate. He stepped forward in his red official robes. After bowing, he said, "I believe Yen Zongrong's death is a minor matter, but it should not bring shame to the court. There are already rumors on the streets." "What rumors?" Li Qingxuan hesitated and said, "Rumors are just rumors, without any evidence. I fear it may offend your majesty's honor." Wu Sudi's eyes flashed with a stern look. "It is being said that I ordered his death." Hearing that the emperor guessed correctly at once, Li Qingxuan knelt and bowed. "Please, your majesty, calm your anger. These are all false rumors." The Wu Su emperor, sitting high on the throne, observed the expressions of his ministers carefully. He spoke in a deep voice. "Are you willing to take on this case?" Li Qingxuan was startled. Since arriving at the supervisory office, he had been looking for a big case to establish his reputation. He firmly replied, "I will not fail in this mission." The chief of the inner court, Li Yuzong, hurried to summon Lu Wan and Yuqi Lianping to the Hall of Diligent Governance. The two stood in the hall and exchanged a glance. Yuqi Lianping said, "Elder Zong may be stubborn and annoying, but he was a rare, honest official. He was demoted not long ago and then murdered by enemies. Who dares to be so bold?" Luan looked at the dragon pillar in front of him and guessed, "There must be something suspicious behind this case. I think the emperor summoned us because of this matter." After waiting a while, the Wu Su emperor entered the main hall. He had changed into a light-colored robe with dragon cloud patterns, matching the jade ornament hanging at his waist. "Your humble servant greets the emperor. Your servant also greets the emperor." The Wu Su emperor moved quickly and said directly, "No need for formalities. Take a seat." Usually, when discussing state affairs, ministers stand in the hall according to the rules. But when the emperor entered, he granted them seats, indicating this was not about the case of Inspector Yen. What private matter could it be? Palace. Maids entered quietly to serve tea. The Wu Su emperor sat behind the desk and first asked, "Is your family well?" Luan looked slightly surprised but replied respectfully, "Thank you, your majesty. Everything is normal at home, and my mother is in good health." Cui Shi was the emperor's aunt, so he mentioned her specifically. Yuqi Lianping simply said, "The Princess Chong is doing well," since that was the only family member in his household. The Wu Su emperor took a sip of tea and remained silent for a while. Neither he nor the ministers dared to speak. But the emperor's expression seemed normal, not like he was about to get angry. They couldn't understand his intentions. The hall fell into silence. The ministers looked at each other in silence, only hearing the clink of teacups as they were refilled twice by palace maids. Finally, the Wu Su emperor spoke again. "How is your wife? Do you get along well?" Luan thought for a moment and answered immediately, "Like-minded and deeply in love." Yuqi Lianping stroked his chin, reminiscing, "It still feels like newlyweds." Just as everything seemed normal, the emperor suddenly asked about this issue. Lu Jun thought more deeply. Could he be about to be transferred elsewhere? Ji Qingrong was still pregnant. If she was sent away now? Yuqi Lianping frowned deeply. He was going to the northern border and didn't know when he would return. He worried he might come back to find more men in the princess's residence. The more he thought about it, the worse his expression became. The three people in the hall had different thoughts. Emperor Wu Su asked again, "What if she refuses to be close to you?" That question? Even the emperor has such worries? It's better if he isn't transferred. Lu Jun decided to be a good advisor for the emperor. He thought the person the emperor mentioned was Consort Wei. Recently, there were rumors of disagreements between Consort Wei and the emperor. Several noble families secretly wanted to place their women in the harem to gain favor. So that was the real issue. After thinking for a moment, Lu Jun said, "Your Majesty, women are like water. They need to be coaxed." Yuchi Lianping patted his thigh and disagreed. "Some women are like ice. You can't coax them. You have to use force to make her understand who is the boss in this family." Lu Jun shot him a glance, not believing his nonsense. "If the prince consort dares to say that in Princess Huachong's presence, I will respect you as a true man." Yuchi Lianping poured another cup of tea and ignored Lu Jun's teasing. Men outside the palace need to maintain their dignity. He addressed the person at the main seat. "Your Majesty, if any lady in the palace is upset with you, just reward her. Giving money and power. It's that simple." Lu Jun immediately shook his head. "If you reward her when she's upset, she might get spoiled. That would only cause chaos in the harem and affect the previous court." Yuchi Lianping thought Lu Jun was too petty. He believed that if he liked a woman, he should just pamper her. Lu Jun thought the prince consort's ideas were too rough. The two of them argued back and forth in the hall of diligent governance. The Emperor Wu Su felt a headache coming on. He coldly said, "Leave Ji's residence, Shoan Hall." Old Madame Ji was dressed in a plain long robe with symbols of happiness and longevity. She had just woken up from a nap. The younger family members sat below, paying their respects. The old lady opened her drooping eyelids and spoke harshly. "Qinggu, I hear from the guards that you only got home at midnight last night? Which young lady is as wild as you?" Jiqinjuan said. "Grandmother wants to see you, but she can't find anyone. Yesterday, the whole family had lunch with the elderly lady. In the evening, Lady Ji and others waited anxiously for the palace's reward, and she refused to dine with the younger generation. This made Ji Qinggu want to go out for a walk. But admitting fault is always better than arguing with elders." Ji Qinggu gently said, "Grandmother, it's my fault. I don't remember much from when I was young, and I've never seen such a lively lantern festival in Linen. I was so captivated that I stayed outside longer than I should have. It's my mistake, and I made you worry." Mrs. Chiao sighed. "Mother, it's sad that fifth sister has been lost since she was young. She has suffered a lot outside and hasn't seen many things." She then shed tears. "It's all my fault as a mother. I will teach her well when I go back." With this attitude, the elderly lady didn't press further about her late return. "Qinggu, the grandmother asks you, have you seen the emperor recently?" Ji Qingyuan also turned to glare at her. Since the elderly lady asked, she must know something. Ji Qinggu shook her head calmly. "No, I haven't seen him." Lady Ji said, "Have you done anything inappropriate that the emperor might have seen, making the emperor upset and you didn't realize?" Ji Qinggu continued to deny. "No, I haven't done anything wrong." Hearing her straightforward response, the elderly lady frowned, unsure when the emperor's favor was lost. She thought she should go to Sinang Palace to discuss with the Empress Dowager soon. After a while, Lady Ji asked again, "Where did Changyan go?" "I haven't seen him for a few days," Second Madame Wu said. "Mother, Changyan said a few days ago that King Yong assigned him a water conservancy project, so he's probably busy with that and hasn't been home." Ji Qingyuan snorted. "Third brother is probably busy with serious matters. What could he and King Yong be up to?" Ji Qingwu usually didn't interfere with the affairs of the second household. She sat quietly nearby, smiling and peeling lychee to eat. In the afternoon, Ji Qingwu was preparing medicinal powder for making sachets in the courtyard. Suddenly, she heard a call at the gate. "Fifth sister." She looked up and saw Chang Yen, who had been missing for several days. He had never come to her courtyard before. Although she had a neutral impression of her reckless older brother, out of sibling love, she still put down her work. Calmly, she greeted him. "Third brother, why are you standing outside? Come in and talk." Ji Changyan looked uncomfortable, glancing at Lan Ji and the young maids cleaning the yard nearby. He said, "Fifth sister, I have something private to discuss with you alone. Can we go to the pavilion in the garden?" Why does he want to talk to her about private matters? But since they are at home, it doesn't matter where they talk. Ji Qingwu wiped her hands with a handkerchief and followed him to the pavilion. Ji Changyan turned around, looking at her with excitement and a pleading tone. "Fifth sister, you have to help me." His expression was anxious, like an ant on a hot pan, as if he was about to kneel. This sudden action surprised Ji Qingwu. She quickly asked, "Third brother, what exactly happened?" "Fifth sister, dear sister, I made a mistake and offended His Royal Highness the King of Eternal Peace. I wanted to speak on my behalf." Ji Qingwu found Ji Changyan's words ridiculous. She asked, "The King of Eternal Peace has always been friendly with you. I don't know him well. If you can't solve this problem, what can I do?" Ji Changyan firmly said, "As long as you go, it will definitely help." If she goes, it's no different from throwing herself into a tiger's den. Besides, their relationship isn't worth risking herself. Ji Qingwu thought for a moment and suggested, "Why not tell our grandmother? The family can help think of a solution together." "No, that's not possible. If grandmother finds out, she will be furious. This matter is definitely more serious than Ji Changyan described. It's not just a simple mistake." Ji Qingwu calmly pointed out the way. "Third brother, I won't go to plead with the King of Eternal Peace. I know my own worth. If you think the situation is very dangerous, go tell grandmother or find my mother at Anju Garden. Our families are related by marriage and the Qiao family can help you. This can't be told, can't be shared with outsiders. I promised His Royal Highness the King of Eternal Peace. Fifth sister, please help me." Ji Changyan refused to reveal what exactly he had done. Ji Qingwu, losing patience with his persistence, turned to leave. At the moment she turned, the person behind her looked frantic. A sharp pain shot through her neck, and a damp cloth was pressed over her mouth from behind. She didn't know what was on the cloth, but her strength to struggle was fading quickly, and soon she lost consciousness. When she woke up again, she didn't know where she was. A sweet, overwhelming smell filled her nose. She only felt a headache, weakness all over, and her body was swaying as if she might fall. Her eyelids were heavy and weak. She struggled to open them, but couldn't. Still, her mind was clear. It seemed someone was talking at the door, buzzing like a swarm of bees, but she couldn't understand a word. She instinctively called out to the system. Not far away, on a boat by the water, two people stood at the front of the cabin. Recently, Ji Changyan had been refused when he asked to see the King of Eternal Peace. He came here to wait, and today he finally saw him. During the morning court, the king didn't stop the investigation into the death of Yan Zongrang. He was in a bad mood, drinking a lot, and when he saw Ji Changyan, he looked annoyed and signaled his guards to take him away. For guards moved to hold Ji Changyan, who quickly said, "My lord, I brought fifth sister here. She's waiting for you on the next boat." He knew the king well because they often spent time together. He was desperate and decided to use Ji Qingwu to get what he wanted. Fifth sister wasn't a pure noble lady. She was a widow who had a child. Spending a night with the king wouldn't hurt, and if she became a concubine at the palace, she might even thank him. Hearing this, the king paused, twisting his ring on his finger, and a sly smile appeared. He asked deeply, "What do you mean?" "I never said I wanted to see fifth cousin." Ji Changyan broke free from the guards and knelt in front of him. "Please, my lord, save me. I did what I did because of you." Seeing the king's dark expression, he quickly changed his words. "I was angry and I made a big mistake. The king has never forced me. It was all my own choice." The king raised an eyebrow. Last time, he saw Ji Qingwu hiding from him. Why would she agree now? Though he was charming, he still knew his status and had never forced a woman. He asked, "You did it willingly. Did fifth sister also agree?" Ji Changyan nodded quickly. "Of course," fifth sister agreed. "She's waiting for you over there." The king snorted. The Ji family's power now was thanks to the Empress Dowager and him, the prince. Ji Qingwu was not very warm to him. It was just pretend shyness, playing a game of teasing and pushing away. "All right, I understand," said the prince. The Prince of Yong was eager to leave, but Ji Changyan grabbed his boot, wanting to get a clear answer. "Your Highness, you must save me. Otherwise, I really will have no way out." "I understand," said the prince, pulling him up when he saw him kneeling at his feet. He hinted, "I can help you with this, but because of the Ji family, if you say too much about it, our favor will be gone." Ji Changyan's heart eased, and he asked, "What do I need to do?" "Your Highness, just tell me. Go to Jade Green Tower and find Manager Wang. He will arrange a place for you to hide until things settle down." Ji Changyan placed all his last hope on the prince. When he heard him agree, he scrambled to run away. The Prince of Yong left the painted boat and got onto a dragon boat. When he pushed open the second-floor pavilion, he smelled a strange scent. He went to the bed, lifted the pink silk curtain, and saw the woman on the bed sweating and blushing. Her beautiful figure made Yong Wang, a seasoned man of pleasure, feel his heart race. But it was obvious she had been given medicine. He immediately understood what Ji Changyan's voluntary meant. He clapped his hands and called someone outside to come in, giving orders, "Bring the doctor from the painted boat." An old doctor with a beard came to check her pulse. After a long examination, he looked serious and said, "Your Highness, this girl has been poisoned with a powerful drug called One Lifetime of Joy." "What is One Lifetime of Joy?" asked the prince. The doctor explained, "Your Highness, this medicine is very toxic to the nerves. If not treated quickly, it can be fatal. It is called One Lifetime of Joy because it causes the person to live only one lifetime. It also gradually destroys the five senses: sight, hearing, smell, touch, and taste." Yong Wang was shocked. "Is it that serious?" Ji Changyan was quite ruthless, fearing she might resist, so he gave her a strong poison. The doctor continued, "From my examination, she took a large dose. If it isn't treated within 2 hours, she will die. Her pupils are already dilated, and she can't see. She probably can't hear either. Soon, she won't be able to smell, move her hands, or speak. Only the way of yin and yang can be broken. This medicine also has a special feature. After it is used, because the five senses are lost, the person won't remember who they were intimate with." As King Yong predicted, the woman on the bed, her hair soaked with sweat, stuck to her fair forehead. Her red lips parted in quick, shallow breaths, showing her body was in pain. King Yong's gaze grew more eager. He waved his hand and said, "Take the doctor away. Give him his reward. Today's matter will be swallowed and buried with her." The old doctor was right. Ji Qingwu could no longer see, and she couldn't control her body's reactions, but she could still hear their voices. Ji Changyan was truly hateful. She closed her eyes, feeling a hand touch her face. She wanted to dodge, but her whole body was weak. Waves of heat surged through her, and her breathing became hot and rapid. "Fourth cousin, your delicate and weak look is so charming." King Yong sat by the bed, admiring her beautiful face like a lotus flower shedding dew, and gently stroked her cheek with his thumb. "The doctor just said that your poison can only be cured if you cooperate. I will use my body as the medicine to save you this time." Ji Qingwu used all her strength to turn her head away. In King Yong's eyes, it was just a desperate struggle of a dying prey. He smiled arrogantly, waiting for her to completely lose her senses before starting again. King Yong summoned a few beautiful maids to serve her and then left for the next room. Once the room was quiet again, Ji Qingwu struggled to open her eyes, but all she saw was darkness, as if a thick black fog covered her vision. As the old doctor said, her eyes could no longer see, but her body was stronger than most women, so the poison spread more slowly, and her hearing was still intact. She gasped softly, asking, "Peanut, are you okay?" She immediately asked her system to scan her body. However, the system, which was designed for childbirth, was unfamiliar with antidotes. "Host, please stay calm. Currently, the antidote development progress is 3%.
Stay calm."
She was so anxious, she could set the entire linen city on fire. Ji Qingwu couldn't help but curse. "Stay calm? If you don't make the antidote soon, I'll take you with me to the river to find Chu Yuan. Neither of us will survive." "Do you want to activate the acceleration mode? Why didn't you say there was a speed-up passage earlier?" A glimmer of hope rose in Ji Qingwu's heart. She quickly said, Open it to the maximum. This speed-up passage is a paid feature. Would you like to use points to buy it?" Ji Qingwu felt like she was about to melt from the heat, her whole body burning. She weakly said, "How many points?" "Just deduct them directly. Deduct 10,000 points. Your progress has been accelerated."
Ding.
The antidote progress is complete. This broken system. She worked so hard to earn 100 points, but it takes just a snap to deduct 10,000 points. Ji Qingwu was not only hot but also angrier. The system's ability was undeniable. A golden light shone on her, and the medicine's effect was good. A cool sensation seeped into her body, instantly driving away the heat. Her eyelids were no longer so heavy. She opened her eyes and waved her hand in front of her face, only able to see a rough outline. Why was everything still blurry? Ji Qingwu frowned, about to complain to the system about after-sales issues. Suddenly, the door creaked open. The person who entered saw her delicate wrist and immediately grabbed her hand that was waving in the air. Besides her vision problem, her other senses had returned to normal. She withdrew her hand and angrily said, "Stay away from me." But her angry tone sounded like a young animal, not frightening but playful, as if teasing. Wang Yong was only wearing a pair of underwear, still damp with water. He looked at her in surprise and said, "Cousin, you still have the strength to speak?" He looked down at her hand, which was slender and beautiful, like a jade carving, perfect in every way. Holding her fragile hand, he smiled mischievously. "It's good to have strength. Save it for the bed." Several maids waited in the room, looking at the woman on the bed with envy. Wang Yong was flirtatious and passionate, never faithful to just one person. Even the princess of the capital couldn't control him. Moreover, every woman he took as a concubine was given a title. Now, the Wang family had more than 20 concubines. They didn't know the woman's identity. They thought she was a singer offered to the prince by an official. They envied her good luck. After tonight, she could enter the palace and enjoy wealth and honor. Wang Yong held Ji Qingwu's hand and drunkenly leaned in to kiss her. Suddenly, there was a loud, urgent knocking at the door. Ji Qingwu quietly lowered her knees again. Before he could take a bite of the meat near his mouth, King Yong scolded him angrily. "I told you no one is allowed to disturb me. Get out." The person at the door paused briefly, then nervously said, "Your Highness, something bad has happened. Lord Li has brought many people and surrounded Yutsue Tower. Has something happened to Yutsue Tower?" He could tell the difference between a moment of happiness and lasting joy. King Yong's body stiffened. He turned over, strode out quickly, kicked open the door, and grabbed the collar of the messenger. His voice was cold and fierce. "Which noble is this, Li Qingxiu and Lord Li?" King Yong looked upset as he put on his clothes hurriedly and left quickly. Ji Qingwu let out a breath of relief. The news came just in time. Lord Li accidentally did something good, giving her more time to recover. On the upper deck of the dragon boat, in the guest cabin. Outside, waves crashed loudly, mixed with someone's crying and shouting. The old doctor, who had just diagnosed Ji Qingwu, was kneeling on the ground, crying and begging for mercy. "Please spare me, Your Highness. I really didn't do anything corrupt or illegal." Duan Mingfeng's eyes were full of anger. "Stop pretending. Where did you go just now, and whom did you see?" This Duan from the Imperial City office was young but known for being ruthless. He once hanged a suspect at noon at the city gate until he dried out. The old doctor's beard was trembling, and he could only tell the truth. "I saw King Yong. The prince ordered me to diagnose a girl, and she had been drugged." Duan Mingfeng stood at the lower part of the room, looking fierce, and asked, "What poison did she take, and how can it be cured?" The old doctor repeated his diagnosis word for word. "Sir, the poison is called One Life Happiness. It's very toxic to the nerves and will gradually cause loss of sight, hearing, smell, touch, and taste. Only through intimacy can it be cured. If not treated in time, it could be fatal." Duan Mingfeng bowed his head respectfully and whispered to the person beside him. "Master, I've already leaked the information to Lord Li. King Yong is now heading to Yutsue Tower." The man's back was imposing and serious. He turned around, with no obvious anger on his face, but his expression was terrifying. The old doctor looked at him and, trembling with fear, fell to the ground. Leave it to you to handle. After Emperor Wu Su left, Duan Mingfeng's palms were sweaty. Even as a close servant to the emperor, he was often intimidated by this sense of authority. In the afternoon, just as news of military movements arrived from the northern border, the officials discussed matters in the Palace of Diligence for over 2 hours. When the emperor learned that the 5th Miss Ji was in trouble, he turned cold and summoned him, giving instructions. First, he hinted to Lord Li about the clues in the case of Inspector Yen, ordered King Yong to leave, and secretly gathered troops to surround the dragon boat. It seemed the emperor already knew who was behind the scenes. The person controlling this game was the unpredictable emperor himself. On the 2nd floor of the dragon boat's pavilion, after King Yong left, the maids inside went to clean the rooms, avoiding any interaction with Ji Qinggu. She supported herself on the bed, still weak in her waist and knees. She groped her way to the window. When she pushed it open, she heard the rushing sound of water, explaining why she had felt so unsteady. She was on a boat. Although she was good at swimming, her strength was low, and her eyesight hadn't fully recovered. How could she escape? At that moment, footsteps approached the door. Someone was coming straight for the room. Ji Qingwu's heart tightened. She couldn't think too much and had to make a quick decision. When Emperor Wu Su pushed open the door, the room was already empty. The evening breeze blew in through the open window, causing the oil paper on the window to flutter loudly. He looked over and walked to the window, gazing down. A pink bedsheet had been torn into a rope and was hanging down the side of the window frame, swaying in the wind. Below, the river's water was turbulent, rushing with mud and sand, dangerous and unpredictable. He stared for a long time, then tapped the window frame with his long finger. The frame was made of light wood, chosen for its appearance. Turning around, he paced the room. Although the window was open for ventilation, a smell still filled the air. He moved to the bed at the back of the room. He saw a messy, crumpled quilt with a porcelain pillow pushed to the foot of the bed. A flicker of light crossed his eyes. He sat down beside the bed, placing his hand on his lips and coughing softly. The pink quilt trembled slightly. His hand reached out to the edge of the quilt, slowly slipping inside. In that split second, Ji Qinggu had made a decision to fake her jump into the river. The most dangerous place is often the safest. She ran back to the bed, curled up into a ball, and hid under the blanket. The person entering the room, hearing steady footsteps, was heading toward the window. As she suspected, she was misled by the twisted bedsheet. But soon he moved back to the bed. Prince Yong probably wouldn't come back so quickly. Who is this person? The mattress slightly sank as he sat just a few inches from her. Ji Qingwu held her breath, feeling anxious. Why isn't he leaving? What's so interesting about sitting on the bed? Doesn't she have her own home? Suddenly, she froze. She was still caught. A large hand had slipped into the quilt and was holding her foot. Immediately, all the hair on Ji Qingwu's body stood up. She was completely covered by the quilt. She was already having trouble breathing and had to suppress her startled gasp when touched. That hand gently brushed her foot. Ji Qingwu was ticklish and couldn't pretend anymore. She kicked her foot out and quickly pulled back the quilt. According to her plan, she would first cover the person's head with the quilt, then use the hairpin in her right hand to stab him in the neck. 2 moves would be enough to defeat him. But coincidentally, the person had the same idea and moved at the same time. As she lifted the quilt, he grabbed her foot and pulled her sideways. Ji Qingwu quickly adjusted her grip. The quilt successfully covered his head, but now both of them were inside it. Through the small gap, a few rays of light shone in. Ji Qingwu widened her eyes, trying to see who he was, to recognize him. But the darkness hadn't fully lifted. Still, she knew roughly where he was. She clenched her hairpin, using her remaining strength to stab at his chest. He didn't seem to react, still holding her delicate, smooth foot and gently stroking it. Suddenly, her white jade and green plum hairpin slipped from her hand, falling to the ground. Her hand went numb from the shock. A deep, low laugh sounded. Ji Qingwu suddenly felt that this deep voice was very familiar. She froze. How could he be here? Is it really him? The room was filled with a strong scent of powder, which masked his scent. To test her guess, Ji Qingwu tilted her head and leaned her elegant nose close to his neck to smell. His body tensed for a moment. When she detected that deep, sweet aroma, her stiff back immediately relaxed. It's you, truly you. In the past, whenever she saw Emperor Wu Su, she was either scared or timid. Never before did she feel so safe. Fortunately, the person who came was him. It's good that it was him. Just him. The feeling of surviving a disaster was so overwhelming that Ji Qingwu gasped for breath. Luckily, she was on the bed. Otherwise, she might have collapsed to the ground. The quilt was pulled open. Her vision brightened a little, but everything was still blurry. The person in front of her had broad shoulders and a strong build. His calm, steady posture could only belong to the emperor. Before, being wrapped in the quilt gave her a sense of safety. Suddenly exposed to the light, she thought about where she was and what she had experienced today. A strange, hard-to-explain fear rose in Ji Qingwu's heart. She moved slightly and shrank to the corner of the bed. Seeing her reaction, Emperor Wu Su's eyes deepened. He asked, "What's wrong with your eyes?" Her eyes, which sparkled brighter than stars at night, now looked vacant and confused, with no focus. Ji Qingwu hugged her knees, lowered her head, and buried her face between her legs, trying to calm the turbulent, overwhelming sadness. She looked like a hurt little rabbit, wanting only to hide and lick her wounds alone. In the next moment, she was gently held by someone who lifted her knees and back into a warm, firm embrace. She leaned into his arms. He pressed her head against his chest, stroked her messy hair, and gently massaged her thin back. It was just like comforting a child. Listening to his steady, strong heartbeat, all the worries in her heart were covered by a feeling called suffering. Her eyes turned red. She didn't sob or make a sound, only silently shed tears. Pearls of tears rolled down her cheeks. Since returning from the small town of Nanchu to Ji's house in Linen City, her mother's kindness and her older brothers' and sisters' love made her forget the hardships of the world. But who could have guessed that something would still happen at home? Ji Changyan came to Wudong Garden to find her. Whether she agreed or not, he had already decided to send her to Yongwang. She managed to find such a strong medicine, completely ignoring her life or death, and no longer cared about family bonds. Prince Yong, the flirt, touched her face and stroked her hand. If tonight's plan succeeded, she would have no tomorrow or freedom to desire. Someone raised their hand and gently wiped the tears from her face. Being treated so tenderly, Ji Qingwu's eyes filled with tears. She sobbed softly, her crying gentle and full of sorrow. Emperor Wu Sudi closed his eyes. He knew how difficult her situation was today. Despite the urgency, she remained calm, confused the enemy, and protected herself. His voice was hoarse as he said, "You did very well." As his finger brushed a tear, more tears fell, like pearls that couldn't be counted. They kept coming more and more. The warm tears felt like they turned into candle flames, burning his heart. Emperor Wu Sudi held her trembling shoulders and softly asked, "Is there any part of your body besides your eyes that feels uncomfortable?" The more he comforted her, the more intense her emotions became. Tears rolled down her cheeks, like morning dew. Seeing she didn't want to speak, his large hand gently and firmly soothed her back, letting her release her feelings. After an unknown amount of time, Ji Qingwu realized her hands had somehow wrapped around his slim waist. Her pretty face was close to his chest, tears soaking the front of his dark blue embroidered silk robe. A large wet patch was clearly visible on the dark fabric. Dark blue, embroidered with gold threads. Ji Qingwu looked up at him. His jawline was sharp and cold. Her expression changed. After crying so much, she suddenly saw clearly. Wu Sudi's gaze fell on the nearby tea table, stormy and thoughtful, as if pondering something. Ji Qingwu felt she looked too pitiful tonight and didn't want to face him like this. So she pretended her eyes hadn't fully recovered and tried to slip out of his embrace. Wu Suti's voice was cold and deep. Don't move. Let me hold you a little longer. Only by holding her a bit longer could he temporarily suppress the violent feelings in his heart. Jing Qingwu leaned into his embrace to vent her feelings. Her mood improved, but she suddenly felt ashamed. She was an adult, yet she was crying so pitifully, making her clothes wet with tears. Thinking about her appearance now, she looked down and saw that her clothes were disheveled and her hair was messy. Your Majesty, she said softly, with a stuffy voice and a strong nasal tone. The man responded lightly with a hum. Jing Qingwu gently struggled, and Emperor Wu Suo looked down at her. His expression had already lost its anger, like a calm sea after a big wave, quiet but deep, unpredictable when the next storm might come. Her eyes and nose were red, her eyelashes wet, and her eyes cloudy with tears. Clear tear tracks marked her beautiful face. After her tears washed over her, her delicate face looked soft and watery. The emperor's gaze darkened slightly as he asked, "Are you feeling uncomfortable?" Ignoring her slight struggle, he held her tighter and continued, "Do you know what kind of medicine you took?" Jing Qingwu nodded and said, "The doctor brought by the Prince of Eternal Peace told me." "Can you no longer see clearly?" She quickly lowered her head, rubbed her eyes, and mumbled, Yes, I can't see very well." The emperor gently touched the back of her head and said seriously, "You need to detox quickly." Thinking about how to detox. Jing Qingwu's face flushed with embarrassment. She was a little panicked and said, "Your Majesty, I don't feel that bad. Maybe it will pass in a little while. This medicine is very strong. Do you know how to get rid of it?" Her face, already delicate, turned even more pink after crying. When she heard this question, her cheeks blushed deeply. She emphasized, "Your Majesty, I really don't feel bad anymore. Truly. Look, I can still speak, hear, and move. I'll be fine soon. Will this medicine cause you to lose your senses? Are your other senses still normal?" She firmly replied, "Yes, they are." The emperor looked at her for a moment, worried she was just pretending to be strong for her pride. He said, "I want to check myself." He knew her skills, but since the medicine was so strong, a small mistake could be deadly. He couldn't take the risk. Jing Qingwu was confused. Even the old doctor earlier hadn't said anything about her senses being lost. How could he check? The emperor took her hand and placed it on his waist, where a silver pouch with a dragon and phoenix pattern hung. "Let's start by testing your sense of smell." Under Ji Qingwu's gentle palm, there was firm and lively skin. He softly said, "Smell it, then tell me what it is." This way of testing was acceptable to her. Ji Qingwu followed his pressing force, leaning close to his waist and hips, her nose twitching slightly as she sniffed. After a while, she lifted her head from his waist and confidently said, "The main scent is dragon saliva incense, but the aroma is subtle, soft, clear, and elegant. It probably also has seaweed, wood, and moss notes." Emperor Wu Suti's eyes lit up with a fiery passion, and he chuckled softly. "That's right. You guessed correctly. Your sense of smell is fine, but what about your other senses?" He lifted her radiant face with his hand, his fingertips touching her neck and lingering on her collarbone, making her start to tremble. He asked, "Do you feel anything here?" Ji Qingwu nodded firmly. "Yes, I can feel it here." Then, a little shyly, she said, "Have you finished checking?" "Oh, you need to describe exactly what you feel. Otherwise, I won't know if you're pretending, trying to fool me into thinking you're fully recovered." Ji Qingwu found it hard to describe this feeling clearly. She said, "It's just a bit itchy and numb." Seeing the ripples in her eyes, Emperor Wu Suti raised his eyebrows. "Nothing special?" Such a description is too ordinary. Ji Qingwu didn't know how to explain further to satisfy him. His deep gaze fell on her rising and falling chest. Her clothes had become loose from earlier struggles, and his hand traced down along her collarbone. The warm fingers touched her snow-white mountains, causing Ji Qingwu to hum softly, her brows immediately showing a shy, delicate expression. "It seems there is sensation here." This reaction didn't even require her to answer. Emperor Wu Suti already responded for her. His restless palm continued to press and knead her skin without pause. Ji Qingwu hurriedly tried to grab his fingers, but she couldn't stop his strong downward movement. He kept asking, his voice deep like the sound of an ancient zither. "And what about here?" His arm also showed blue veins, and his muscles tensed strongly. The touch was as gentle as white jade, far smoother than fragrant ointments. The faint imprint was silent and unspoken. Even biting her lip and trying to endure, Ji Qingwu's teeth betrayed her, letting out a faint trembling sound. The man who started the fire withdrew his hand and said seriously, "Yes, your senses are fine." A familiar feeling of heat returned, making her wonder if the poison hadn't been fully removed. It seemed even more unbearable than before. Just now, Ji Qingwu had even wanted to hold his hand to stop him from leaving. "There's still one sense left." Wu Sudi lowered his eyes and asked softly, "Oh, do you remember what it is?" Her delicate lips pressed together gently. Ji Qingwu's intuition told her this wasn't a normal test. She quickly suggested, "How about we taste some tea? I can tell the flavor." She looked around the room and saw a set of white tea utensils on the table. Her eyes lit up. "I'll make the tea." After saying that, she happily tried to get up and leave his side. Just as she was about to stand, her foot hadn't touched the ground yet. Ji Qingwu was suddenly pulled into his arms, lifted up, and in a dizzy spin, she was pressed down onto the bed. The soft bedding was comfortable, not painful, but the current position felt very oppressive. She couldn't escape or break free. Ji Qingwu wanted to turn her head away, but he was already prepared. His large hand cupped her face, and his fingertips gently stroked her earlobe. Her clear, bright eyes no longer held any fog or gloom. They were pure and bright. Wu Sudi grabbed her wrists, pinched them lightly, and a faint smile appeared in his eyes. Little liar, his gaze was like moonlight, full of tenderness. She knew she was in the wrong and shouldn't have lied to him about this. She opened her mouth to explain. "I didn't mean to deceive His Majesty. All I want to hear from that mouth of yours is not an apology." Wu Sudi stared intently at her face. Under the thin silk of her dress, her skin was smooth and shining. Her eyes no longer showed panic, but a hint of shyness. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. All her unfinished words were drowned out. His breath overwhelmed her, coming from all directions, leaving nowhere to hide. At first, his touch was gentle, with obvious restraint and care. But soon, it turned into biting and gnawing with a wild force. Her heart fluttered wildly, and her long eyelashes trembled uncontrollably. Being kissed by this person made her feel breathless, almost like drowning. She fully experienced that sensation. Her tongue was numb. She couldn't even taste a bitter gourd, let alone explore her taste buds. The person on her was the opposite of her. Her breathing grew deeper, and his face pressed against her neck, lightly brushing her earlobe. He was burning hot, even more so than when she had experienced a moment of joy earlier. Although she could guess the reason, she had never truly felt it before. Ji Qingwu reached out carefully, gently touching his forehead. Luckily, he didn't have a fever or be overly hot. Seeing her move, Wu Sudi's eyes flickered with a dark current. His supporting arm relaxed, and his body pressed fully against her. Ji Qingwu immediately calmed down, keeping her hands still and her eyes fixed on the bed. He was so heavy, so warm, and she tightened her stomach muscles, trying to avoid touching him. The woman beneath him had a graceful figure, like a delicate rose lying exhausted on a branch at dawn. What else could cause his body to change like this? Wu Sudi's desire was strong, but this was not the right place. If this continued, Ji Qingwu didn't know whether she would die of embarrassment first or be overwhelmed. She pushed him away with her hands, and he didn't make things difficult for her. Using her strength, he rolled onto his side. Ji Qingwu had a question she had always been curious about but never asked. Now was a good time to talk about something serious to ease the overly intense atmosphere. "Why did your majesty come here?" Wu Sudi lazily twirled a strand of her hair around his finger without answering directly. "What do you think?" Ji Qingwu remembered what the young servant said when knocking on the door and asked, Is something serious happening? I heard that something happened at the Jade Green Tower of Prince Yong. The name Li Qingxuan was on her lips, but she quickly swallowed it, remembering the painful lesson from last time. Wu Sudi picked up the fallen pearl hairpin and played with it in his hand. He asked, "Did you come here intending to fight to the death with someone?" Thinking about what might happen if something serious occurred, Wu Sudi's expression grew colder. Ji Qinggu, acting innocent, said, "I didn't know you came, or I wouldn't have behaved like this." Emperor Wu Su lifted his eyelids to look at her and asked, "Knowing that I am the emperor, you still refuse to resist and surrender willingly, letting me do as I please. Well, I wouldn't do that." As they spoke, the atmosphere between them started to feel tense again. Ji Qinggu avoided his gaze and clearly asked, "Your Majesty hasn't explained why you came. What exactly happened at Yutsue Tower? It must be something serious to have summoned the lustful Prince Yong away." Could Ji Changyan's mistake be related to this matter? She really wanted to know the reason behind it. Emperor Wu Su tilted her chin and said, "Ah, just wants to know. Information must be exchanged for something of equal value." Ji Qinggu looked at what he was holding and asked, "If your Majesty likes this pearl hairpin, could we trade?" Emperor Wu Su shook his head. "Not enough. Can I add more next time?" He was non-committal. Perhaps because Emperor Wu Su's gaze was so warm, Ji Qingwu's heart moved, and she reached out to hold his sleeve. She felt a little nervous, knowing that her previous 2 attempts had been rejected without exception. Emperor Wu Su looked at her delicate fingers, as smooth as jade, on the dark blue fabric. He remembered those 2 times. The first time was in the Zhaoyang Palace, when she was asking him about her engagement with Li Qingxuan. The second was by the Lotus Pond, when she hurried to see her brother Ji Chongwen. Both times, she was seeking his help for other men. Ji Qingwu kept watching his expression. Seeing his lips pressed tightly, she knew he was preparing to push her away again. Suddenly, Emperor Wu Su moved. He turned his palm to hold her fingers and press them into his palm. Then he brought her hand to his lips, kissing it softly again and again, not missing a single finger joint. The gentle touch of his warm lips made her feel cherished like never before. Ji Qingwu felt her heart beat a few beats faster. Her fingers were connected to her heart, and her heartbeat seemed to match the rhythm of his tender kisses. Emperor Wu Su threw aside the pearl hairpin, clearly having found something more to his liking. He grasped her fingers tightly, kneading and squeezing them. Ji Qingwu couldn't help but lightly scratch his palm with her fingers. He took one last bite before speaking. The former grand historian, Yan Zong, was attacked and stabbed. This case is very serious and involves many people. I have assigned Li Qingxuan to investigate. Since he's having difficulty, and I have some clues, I handed it over to him. I am here, he said with a serious look, to oversee the investigation of this case. Ji Qingwu's lips curled up uncontrollably. Your Majesty just happened to send the message tonight, happened to be supervising the case on the dragon boat, and happened to walk into the room where Prince Yong usually stays. Her eyes sparkled brightly as she spoke. She smiled and said, Your Majesty's many coincidences show that. My luck is really good. I will go to Han's Han Temple tomorrow to pray and give thanks. Hearing her playful words, Emperor Wu Su also smiled and placed her hand on his chest. Why pray at Han's Han Temple? There are already things in front of us, he said. When you go home, stay in your courtyard. No matter who invites you, do not go out. At that time, Ji Qingwu didn't understand what he meant. The next day, at dawn, 2 imperial edicts arrived at the Ji residence. The first was that Ji Changyan, from the second branch of the Ji family, was detained in the imperial prison for plotting to harm the former censor. The second was that Ji Qingwu, the 5th young lady of the Ji family, had offended the emperor yesterday and was ordered to be confined, not allowed to leave her courtyard without an imperial order, and outsiders were not allowed to enter. Old Madame Ji was too busy to care about the second edict. When she heard that Ji Changyan had been taken to the prison, she almost couldn't stand, and the maid supporting her helped her avoid falling. It turned out that recently, the emperor had shown no favor to the Ji family, and it was Ji Changyan who caused the big trouble. Old Madame Ji quickly reacted and said to the maid beside her, Go deliver a message to the Empress Dowager. I want to go to the palace. When the edict arrived, Ji Qingwu was still sleeping, so no one at the door knew about the 2 additional people. The guards from the Three Rivers Division had been switched from secret guards to visible guards, and Emperor Wu Su even sent an extra one. The 2 guards looked like gate gods, standing at the entrance of Wudong Garden. Birds passing by would be fiercely stared at by them, then flap their wings and quickly fly away. Si-hai pursed his lips and asked, "Brother Chuan, how is your injury?" San Chuan glanced at him and said weakly, "Still alive. Yesterday, because of the incident with Ji Qingwu, San Chuan was punished when he went to report the news. It was a whip punishment unique to the Secret Guard Division. It didn't hurt the skin, but the muscles and fascia underneath would tear, causing pain that would last at least a month before healing." San Chuan did not respond. The 4 Cs were used to his cold attitude and sighed, saying, "Actually, you can't really blame him. The secret guards won't act unless life is at risk. Also, when you go to report, the emperor is usually discussing matters with the generals and no one is allowed to disturb him." Emperor Wu Su was busy handling military reports from the northern border. Such matters had the highest priority. San Chuan whispered, "Don't say that again. Just remember, Miss Ji Wu's matter inside is a huge issue. Any principle can be broken for it." This made the 4 Cs feel scared. Emperor Wu Su was strict and disciplined in the army. Not even a single word or action could be disobeyed. Some troublemakers had tried to provoke him, but were quickly beaten into submission. Those who refused were often beaten to death. The current emperor was a cold and emotionless person, but it was this coldness that allowed him to sit on the throne. The 4 Cs had never met Ji Qingwu. From San Chuan's description, Miss Ji Wu seemed like a cunning fox who could confuse people's minds. He thought, what kind of demon must she be to turn our wise and mighty emperor into a tyrant like Shang? I need to find a chance later to look at her carefully. Ji Qingwu only woke up in the afternoon. Lanji had been sitting by her bed early in the morning, worried and watchful. When she saw the blue curtain move and a delicate white arm stretch out as if to wake up, Lanji quickly whispered to her, Miss Wu. Ji Qingwu regained consciousness. Her body hadn't fully woken up yet, and her eyelids hadn't opened. She let out a soft, sleepy sound. Her voice was still thick with sleep. What's wrong? Lanji had calmed down from her earlier panic and now calmly told her about the shocking news that had frightened everyone in the house this morning. Our house received an imperial decree at dawn. Third young master was involved in an incident and is now in the prison. Wudong Garden is also under guard. No one can go out or come in. Ji Qingwu opened her eyes. Her eyelids were a bit swollen from crying the night before. She squinted uncomfortably. Confused, she asked, Is there still breakfast? I'm hungry. Lanji looked even more confused than her. Faced with such shocking news, her young lady only cared about whether there was breakfast. Even if she didn't care about third young master, she should care about Wudong Garden's situation. Ji Qingwu's lips were dry. She tightly squeezed her throat and said, I want to drink water. Lanji quickly poured a glass of water from the table and handed her a blue porcelain teacup. After a long drought, feeling the sweet relief of water was like a blessing. Ji Qingwu drank slowly, her face flushing uncontrollably. Her lips, now moist from the water, looked a bit swollen. When swallowing, her tongue moved slightly, causing a mild pain. Unwanted images flickered in her mind. Ji Qingwu sipped her water small sip by small sip. Last night, she hadn't eaten a single grain of rice and had overslept the morning meal. Going without food for 2 meals made her stomach feel empty and hungry. After drinking the water, her hunger grew even stronger. For her, nothing was more important than filling her stomach right now. Lanji pulled back the bed curtain, worried, and said, It's so late, and you're still thinking about eating. Ji Qingwu lifted the quilt and sat up calmly, saying, What the imperial decree says, we just follow. Last night, Emperor Wu Su had carried her back and told her again not to let anyone see her when she was placed on the bed. Later, he seemed to doubt she could keep her promise and said he would find a way himself. Unexpectedly, his solution was to surround Wudong Garden. When Ji Qingwu learned that Ji Changyan had been imprisoned, she understood why the emperor wanted her to see no one. Yesterday afternoon, she suddenly disappeared. Ji Changyan probably had other reasons for his absence, but after a night, she returned home safely, while Ji Changyan was thrown into prison. Old Lady Ji and Wu's wife would surely come to ask her about it. Ji Qingwu placed the blue porcelain cup on the shelf beside her bed, looking calm and peaceful. Seeing her so composed, Lanji also felt more confident and less anxious. She said, "It's strange. Our courtyard still has all the food and supplies as usual, just like before. The only issue was that the food boxes needed to be checked by the two big, dark-faced men at the door. As long as the food was fine, that was good enough." Ji Qingwu got up and went to the clean room, asking, "What's for breakfast?" "It's already noon. The breakfast is still warm on the stove in the small kitchen. If you want some, I'll bring the porridge. You can have a bite first and lunch will be ready soon." Ji Qingwu nodded. Even plain porridge was enough for her to drink 2 bowls. After washing up and changing into a light blue, floral waist dress, Lanji pulled back the window curtain. Outside, the sun was shining brightly, reaching its highest point in the sky. Ji Qingwu was lying on the bed in the next room, looking outside. He could see 2 straight shadows standing at the door. These shadows showed the presence of skilled martial artists. Ji Qingwu felt more at ease. He ate winter bamboo shoots, 3-ingredient porridge, and a few crystal shrimp dumplings to fill his stomach. At the entrance of Wudong Garden, everything was quiet all day. After learning that Ji Changyan had been arrested, Old Lady Ji hurriedly took her 2 daughters-in-law to the palace to see the Empress Dowager. Inside Sinang Palace, the atmosphere was heavy. Shirshi and Fanghua, the managing maids, were sent outside to wait. The Empress Dowager looked very upset, staring silently at the black velvet carpet embroidered with symbols of happiness, longevity, and health. Mrs. Wu, worried about her son Ji Changyan, pleaded, "Your Majesty, Changyan is your nephew. Please think of a way to help him." The Empress Dowager frowned deeply, clearly troubled by the matter. "I understand, but he committed a serious mistake. The censorate can oversee officials. Although Minister Yen was demoted, he still has a special status. Killing the current censor is a crime that breaks the law and crosses the line for the officials of the censorate." Old Lady Ji considered carefully and said, "The main investigator in this case is Lord Li. He is Princess Qingyun's husband and should also help the Ji family." The Empress Dowager shook her head slowly. "Even if Li Qingxuan agrees, it's useless. The People I sent reports that this case has been transferred from the censorate to the Imperial City Office for trial." "The Imperial City Office?" Mrs. Wu collapsed onto her chair, almost slipping off. "The Imperial City Office is directly under the Emperor's control, and its staff are all Imperial Guards." Mrs. Wu's face turned pale with fear. She said, trembling, "The Imperial City Office will interrogate prisoners. If they don't die, they'll be crippled. Changyan has always been pampered. How can he endure that? Especially with the deputy officer of the Imperial City Office, Duan Mingfeng, who was as fierce as a demon." She knelt in the hall, crying and begging, "Your Majesty, Mother, please save Changyan. He grew up watching you." Seeing the situation was urgent, Old Lady Ji took a deep breath and asked her own suspicions. "Your Majesty, last night Changyan was taken from Yutsue Tower. Does Crown Prince Yong know anything about this?" Old Lady Ji knew her grandson well. Although Ji Changyan was reckless and impulsive, he wouldn't dare kill a censor. There might be a connection with Crown Prince Yong, who often hung out with him. The Empress Dowager's expression turned displeased. Requesting mercy failed, and now they want to drag King Yong into trouble? Old Lady Ji had already thought of this possibility. But since King Yong is her own son, she knows clearly whom she should protect. The Empress Dowager lightly tapped the armrest of the phoenix seat, her gaze passing through the pearl curtain, appearing more indifferent. "Old lady, you are mistaken. This matter has nothing to do with my son," she said. Hearing her change her way of speaking, the old lady also frowned. With a sad tone, she said, "Xuan died young, leaving only a pair of children and a widow. I will do my best to protect Chongyan's life. If the Empress wants to distance herself from this, then from now on, do not bother the Empress Dowager anymore. Qiao, sitting nearby, watched quietly and shook her head slightly. Her mother-in-law was anxious and speaking recklessly. Trying to blame King Yong was not wise. Whether Ji Chongyan was influenced by King Yong or not, his crimes were already clear and undeniable. Old Lady Ji slowly stood up, her disappointment hidden in her eyes. Her nephew's life was in danger, yet she remained so cold-hearted. She trembled as she bowed deeply to the Empress Dowager. Normally, the Empress Dowager would have gone over to help her up. But this time, the Empress Dowager's heart had to be firm. She understood that her second brother, Ji Xuan, had died young due to illness, so the family took good care of the second branch. Old Lady Ji was especially doting on Ji Chongyan, raising him impulsively and without regard for others. No matter what the truth was, since they are family, the Ji family should also bear this hardship for King Yong. The Empress Dowager twirled her prayer beads, closed her eyes, and sighed softly. Shi, send the old lady and her people back. As soon as she finished speaking, Miao Guangsai, the chief of Sinang Palace, suddenly rushed into the hall, looking panicked and speaking hurriedly. Empress Dowager, something terrible has happened. Shi quickly stopped him. Miao, you must not be rude in front of the Empress Dowager. Miao Guangsai knelt trembling on the ground, his voice shaking. Your Majesty issued an order 15 minutes ago. King Yong has been summoned to the imperial prison. The Empress Dowager's prayer beads fell to the ground, and her wide crimson robe sleeves trembled uncontrollably. I must go to the prison myself, she said. The palace maid in charge, Shi, calmly advised her. Empress Dowager, this is against the law. The harem should not interfere in government affairs. If you go to the prison and the emperor and officials find out, you will face criticism. Please think carefully. When it comes to King Yong, even the wise can become confused. Her concern made her almost lose her clarity. The Empress Dowager walked down the stairs in a hurried and unsteady way, holding old Lady Ji's hand. Her usual calm was gone, replaced by worry. She asked anxiously, Mother, Ming Hong has been taken to the prison. Will he be punished? Old Lady Ji was also shocked. Prince Yong is a prince, and there has never been a case where a prince was sent to prison before. Usually, they are detained in the Ministry of Justice's jail and judged after a review by the 3 departments. The emperor's actions this time made everyone nervous. Qiao, who had been sitting quietly nearby, frowned and asked, Grandpa, do we know why Prince Yong was called away? Miao Guangsai replied, The order didn't say why, only that the prince was summoned. Qiao sighed in relief, saying, Since he was summoned and not detained, it probably isn't too serious. Empress Dowager, the Ji family must stay united. We should think of ways to respond. Wu quickly got up from the ground and said, Yesterday, Chongyan went out with Qing Wu. She must know what happened. Empress Dowager, you should call her over and ask. Old Lady Ji also said, Yes, the second daughter-in-law is right. We need to find out what happened last night before deciding what to do next. When they heard that Xiao Wu might be called, Qiao's expression changed. Yesterday, Ji Chongyan said Xiao Wu wanted to visit Jade Green Tower, a place owned by Prince Yong that sells women's clothes and jewelry. Qiao didn't think it was strange at the time. But it was late, and Ji Qing Wu hadn't come home yet. Xiao asked someone to find out, and her servant reported that Fifth Miss was in a private room at Jade Green Tower, drinking and relaxing. Qiao still didn't know what had happened that night, but the 2 imperial edicts this morning showed that last night's events were not simple. Xiao had suspected something for a while. Now, she thought it was best not to involve Xiao Wu. She pretended to sigh and said, Xiao Wu is under house arrest because she upset the emperor. She can't go out now, and guards are watching the courtyard gate. The Empress Dowager looked despondent and said, The emperor has kept the news tightly sealed. It seems he wants the Ji family to suffer. Before they could come up with a plan, a young in blue appeared at the door. She recognized him as Hu Gizi, who was close to Prince Yong. She quickly let him in. Everyone looked anxiously at the young who came to deliver a message. Hu Gizi was gasping for breath, his face turning pale. Empress Dowager Prince Yong. Because it involved Prince Yong and his expression was so serious, the Empress Dowager hurriedly asked, "Quick, tell me. Don't hesitate. What exactly happened to Ming Hong?" Hu Gizi sobbed and said, "Prince Yong fainted in the prison. Something also happened to Prince Yong." The emperor's actions were so harsh and decisive. The Empress Dowager sank heavily into her throne. Old Lady Ji asked, "Did they use torture on Prince Yong?" "Who was so bold?" Hu Gizi replied, "Your Grace, old lady, no torture was used." The emperor summoned Prince Yong to monitor his punishment. The Empress Dowager slightly relaxed and pointed with her red-painted fingernail at the young, asking, "Who is the person being punished?" "That was third young Master Ji." Mrs. Wu's eyes turned red as she said, "It was Chang Yen. The scene of the punishment was very brutal. Prince Yong couldn't handle it and fainted," Hu Gizi explained. In just a few words, Mrs. Wu and Old Lady Ji were terrified. What kind of terrible punishment could be so frightening that Prince Yong, who was watching nearby, fainted from fear? Old Lady Ji asked again, "What kind of punishment was it?" "It was the golden juice punishment." Everyone present had never heard of this punishment before. Mrs. Wu hurriedly asked, "What is the golden juice punishment?" Hu Gizi, who did not see the punishment himself, only knew that Lord Duan Mingfeng from the Imperial City's office had ordered someone to carry Prince Yong out after he fainted. He then secretly glimpsed the scene inside the prison on the lower level. The man being punished looked unrecognizable, almost no longer human. His clothes were filthy, and he was crying out in pain so loudly that it echoed through the prison. When they carried Prince Yong out, the screams continued, clearly indicating he was suffering immensely and couldn't stop. Hu Gizi was still at the prison gate. When he heard a guard casually mention what method was used inside, he finally understood how they could torment a person so completely in an instant. "It's an extreme method used on the battlefield to defend a city." He took a breath and said, "It involves pouring hot oil mixed with feces onto the person." Feces, hot oil. None of these are things a normal person could endure, let alone a young master raised in luxury and wealth. Wu Shiguang listened and couldn't bear it, crying out sharply. She stepped forward and covered her mouth, frowning. "Madam, please be careful. The palace does not allow loud noises." The Empress Dowager's desire to visit Yongwang in prison faded instantly. She didn't want to see such cruel and dirty scenes with her own eyes. Old Lady Ji thought about her grandson's disfigurement, covered in filth, and felt so sick she almost vomited. Hot oil burned her skin all over, melting her fine clothes onto her body, and she couldn't take them off. The dirty golden water only made the wounds worse, spreading infection. There was no way to save her or treat her. Qiao Shi also felt anxious. She never expected Ji Changyan to face such a harsh punishment. A soldier can be killed, but not humiliated. The cruel methods used to shame him were carried out by Duan Mingfeng from the Imperial Guard, who was very ruthless. He must have received the Emperor's approval to treat the Empress Dowager's nephew this way. Qiao Shi sighed inwardly. What was the point of saving him now? After this punishment, he was alive but no different from being dead, just waiting painfully for death. Using Yongwang to oversee the punishment and kill the chicken to scare the monkey was already a harsh lesson. The Empress Dowager weakly waved her sleeve, telling everyone to leave. Qiao Shi returned home and found her eldest daughter, Ji Qingrong, waiting in the main hall. "Mother, you're back. I heard something happened at home. I came early, and it just so happened that you all went to the palace." Qiao Shi deliberately suppressed her sorrow. As long as her children were safe, she didn't care about others' fates. She looked her over and said, "Qingrong, you're pregnant and still causing trouble. You don't take care of yourself." Ji Qingrong had gained some weight recently, and her face looked rounder. She hurriedly asked, "Mother, tell me what happened. How dare Chang Yen kill the imperial censor? That useless person is also dragging our family into trouble. He's locked up now. And why is fifth sister also confined?" From her words, Qiao Shi understood that Ji Qingrong was worried about fifth sister, so she had come home. The Wudong garden is guarded, and no one can enter or leave. I don't know how fifth sister is doing now. Mother, let's go see her. Just a quick look from the door. Actually, as soon as Ji Qingrong entered the Ji residence, she wanted to see fifth sister. But Chun Xing, her maid, stopped her, reminding her that the young master had warned her to protect her safety. After much persuasion, she agreed to wait until the main lady returned from the palace before going out. Ji Qingwu finished her meal and rested for a while. Outside, the sun was setting and colorful clouds appeared in the sky. "Let's go for a walk," she said. Lanji hesitated and said, "Miss Wu, this might not be good. The emperor has ordered us to stay put and not go outside. We'll just walk in the yard." "It's fine," Ji Qingwu replied. She pushed the door open, and the shadows at the entrance stretched long in the sunset. Lanji was very nervous and stood behind her, shrinking her head. On the right, a tall, thin figure caught Ji Qingwu's eye. He looked familiar, so she walked straight toward the door. Lanji looked up and saw she was already far away, so she hurried after her, saying, "Miss Wu, please don't go outside. The guards at the door are very strict." Sure enough, as Ji Qingwu reached the gate, 2 sharp swords were quickly drawn and held across her chest. She didn't really want to go out. She just wanted to see the guards' faces. Ji Qingwu's cool gaze first fell on the face of the young man on her right. "Are you the person who appeared by the lotus pond last time?" Her voice was gentle and pleasant. The young guard in black bowed slightly and said, "Yes, Miss Wu. My name is Sanchuan." This guard was definitely one of Emperor Wu's men, now assigned to her. But he looked a bit strange. Ji Qingwu looked at his pale lips and stiff back thoughtfully. She noticed a probing look on her and turned her head to the left. The two looked very similar, probably brothers, but their temperaments were very different. One calm and experienced, the other still youthful and spirited. When Sihai saw her face, he looked disappointed. He had been waiting so long for this. This woman's looks were far from the palace's princess way. It was like plain boiled vegetables compared to a full banquet, dull and tasteless. Before she could ask, he proudly raised his head and announced his name. "Sihai. Sanchuan Sihai." Ji Qingwu suddenly smiled, her eyes curved beautifully. Could there be someone called Wu Hu too? Her smile was charming and lively. Sihai was stunned, like a cool breeze that calmed restless feelings instantly. Sanchuan respectfully explained, "This is a name given by the emperor." Ji Qingwu was just joking earlier. She gently said, "The chaos in the northern tribes is like tangled threads, and the southern regions are rushing like a river. Your Majesty must have high hopes for you." Both of them were surprised and looked at each other. This sentence was exactly the same as what was said when Emperor Wu bestowed the name. "Third sister," a distant voice called. Ji Qingwu looked up and saw the figures of Mrs. Qiao and Ji Qingrong walking toward her. The 2 guards immediately became alert. Ji Qingwu suggested, "The imperial decree only said we can't go out or in, but it didn't say we can't talk through the fence, right? I'll stay in the yard and won't step out." "They won't come in either." Ji Qingrong approached and overheard Ji Qingwu bargaining with 2 serious-looking black-clad guards, which meant her situation was not bad. She also agreed. "Yes, yes, yes. We will stay outside the door and not step even a foot further." Ji Qingwu hadn't seen her eldest sister in a long time. She looked healthy, and her gaze fell on her belly. They were a yard apart, about a meter, and Ji Qingrong wanted to hold her hand but couldn't. "Fifth sister, don't worry. I'm Fine. It's hard for you to be confined in the yard," she said with a meaningful tone. "Did you sleep well last night at Yutsue Tower?" "Yutsue Tower?" "She was on a dragon boat last night." Ji Qingwu immediately understood that Ji Changyan must have said something to cover for himself. Since these 2 guards were close to Emperor Wu, there was nothing to hide from them. Ji Qingwu directly said, "Third brother drugged me to make me faint, intending to offer me to Prince Yong." Ji Qingrong confirmed in disbelief. "Third brother drugged you?" Then last night, her eyebrows furrowed as she stepped closer, but was stopped coldly by the guards. Ji Qingwu quickly said, "Elder sister, don't be nervous. I'm not in perfect condition right now." She didn't need to tell them all the details of the trouble. Ji Qingrong, holding Mrs. Qiao, had already learned about Ji Changyan's punishment on the way here. At first, she thought the punishment was too cruel, but now she felt it was a mercy. Mrs. Chiao frowned deeply, sharing the same thought. She hated the second household's treacherous nephews. The punishment with hot oil shouldn't be used. Molten iron would be more fitting. But how did you offend? The noble person. Ji Qingrong pointed to the sky. Qingwu Ji understood her question and tilted his head. He said, "Coincidentally, I just met the emperor, who is inspecting the case of the assassin." Hearing his words, Sihai lowered his head. Unfortunately, all of this was man-made. Our few guards knew that this case was still ongoing. The bait hadn't fully been taken, and it wasn't time to close the net. Last night not only disrupted Emperor Wusu's plans, but also made him very angry. All because the fifth miss of the Ji family had an incident. The mother and daughter knew this wasn't a good time to talk. Seeing that the fifth miss was safe, they relaxed. Ji Qingwu didn't stay long at the door. After she left, Sihai stared at the parasol tree in silence. Soon after, the door inside the house opened, and someone came out, walking toward the courtyard gate. Sihai turned to look and saw Lanji, the young girl beside Ji Qingwu. She nervously handed over a light yellow porcelain box. The girl said, "Miss said this ointment inside works wonders for skin injuries. Please, use it carefully." San Chuan wanted to refuse, but Sihai took it directly into his hand. When the maid hurriedly ran away, he tucked the porcelain box into San Chuan's clothes and said, "This is what she should do." His body was covered with whip marks, all because of her. San Chuan sternly warned, "How many times have I told you? If you do this again, you'll be whipped soon." Sihai turned away angrily and continued to stare at the parasol tree. Dinner in the parasol garden was also brought inside to eat. Lanji said these were personally sent by Sister Chunhua, the lady of the house. She said they made your favorite jade silk pig ears, sour chicken with pickled vegetables, and milk skin pancakes. Ji Qingwu opened the food box. The aroma was tempting, but at the bottom, there were no milk skin pancakes, only a few round, flour-dusted buns. She raised an eyebrow, tore open a bun, and sure enough, there was a filling inside. Wrapped in oil paper was a note, written in small plum blossom script, describing her observations and experiences at Sinang Palace today. Mrs. Chiao, upon learning her daughter had been bullied, returned to Anju Garden feeling angrier. She specifically told her about Ji Changyan being punished to help prevent her anger. Ji Qingwu finished reading and burned the note. She looked down as it was consumed by the flames, turning to ashes. She realized how terrifying her cold-heartedness was and didn't feel any pity for Ji Changyan at all. He was already doomed. Killing the censor was a serious crime and a heavy to his family. Moreover, he had insulted her first and given her that lewd medicine. Any mistake could have cost her life, and no one's life should be taken lightly. Ji Changyan's death was only deserved. Ji Qingwu watched the flames for a long time. The orange-red glow before her seemed to burn into her heart. She felt that it was still not enough. The king of eternal desire's greed never died, and there would be endless trouble in the future. The tree wants to be still, but the wind won't stop. But the king of eternal desire is the emperor's brother and the empress dowager's son. So what? She must cut off the roots of this tree. The case of the former censor Yan Zongrang's wrongful accusation was closed within 3 days. The attacker was Ji Changyan and his 5 followers, all of whom confessed. Ji Changyan was still detained in the prison, reportedly kept alive with nourishing medicine. Those unaware of the details thought the emperor was showing mercy because Ji Changyan was related to the Empress Dowager, giving him special treatment. However, this matter did not involve Ji's other family members. Only Ji Changyan was investigated, which caused the officials of the censorate to have strong opinions against Ji's family and the Empress Dowager. The Prince of Eternal Desire had been claiming illness for several days, saying he was resting at the palace. At the morning court, Duan Mingfeng was promoted from deputy envoy of the Imperial City Office to chief envoy by the emperor. Li Qingshuan was also promoted 1 rank, but he had even bigger good news. His marriage with Princess Qingyun was scheduled, and the Ministry of Internal Affairs and the Imperial Rights Office were jointly handling the wedding of the princess and the prince. Meanwhile, Ji Qingwu was also released from her house arrest. That afternoon, she went straight to the Marquis of Zhongyong's residence. "Big sister, I came to check your pulse for peace." As soon as Ji Qingwu entered Manhwa Hall, her cheerful voice reached the inner room. Ji Qingrong, leaning on the bed, hurriedly pushed Lu Jun aside and quickly tidied her clothes and hair. Spring Apricot didn't mention that her brother-in-law was at home. After Ji Qingwu entered, the two of them separated, and there was nothing inappropriate. But perhaps because she had experienced kissing before, seeing her eldest sister's face flushed, with moist, slightly swollen lips, she knew what they had been doing earlier. In the room, three people felt guilty. Jing Qinggu was neither coming nor going, biting her lip and not daring to look at them. The door was open, still in broad daylight. She truly didn't expect this. In a corner where the fifth sister couldn't see, Jing Rong reached out and pinched Lu Jun. Lu Jun just raised an eyebrow, looking relaxed and even a little satisfied. He said, "Fifth sister is here. You girls talk, I'll go to the study to handle some work." Seeing her eldest brother-in-law leave, Jing Qingwu felt much more at ease. She walked forward and sat on a red-lacquered wooden stool. She asked, "Big sister, are you feeling better these days? Any uncomfortable reactions?" Jing Rong smiled and said, "You just finished your restriction and came to see me first. I have no reason to feel unwell." Jing Qingwu leaned in, first checking her pulse, then carefully adjusting her medicine based on her pregnancy and health. Then, seemingly casually, she said, "Big sister, I remember you told me last time that you have a close friend who also faced difficulties with children and wanted me to see her." Jing Rong's gaze paused. That was a casual remark she made when she first became pregnant, and she didn't expect fifth sister to remember it all this time. But after Jing Chongyan sent her to the bed of the King of Yong, an absurd thing, she couldn't bring herself to mention it again. Her close friend. Jing Qingwu's eyes brightened and asked, "Big sister, a few days ago I was feeling quite upset. Now that I have nothing to do, medicine is a noble art. Helping those in need makes me happy. That close friend of mine, you've also met her at the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet." Jing Rong looked at her expression and said, "Her name is Tao Wanin, the eldest daughter of the Minister of Rights." Tao Wanin was talented in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, considered the top among women in Linen City. But after marrying the King of Yong, she became like a caged bird, no longer able to produce stunning poetry. The King of Yong spent his days indulging in wine and pleasure. There were over 20 concubines in his residence. Jing Rong could imagine how Tao Wanin was living. No woman would like sharing her bed with others. Moreover, although Tao Wanin was a princess by title, she had not yet borne a legitimate son. The Empress Dowager was already displeased and allowed a concubine to give birth before her. The King of Yong's residence already had an illegitimate son. The concubine who bore him was not of lower status than the princess who had no children. Ji Qingwu lowered her eyes, hiding a fleeting dark gleam, and said, "Princess Yong is also a kind person." Ji Qingrong sighed along with her. "Fifth sister, I feel sorry for Wanin, but you are my real sister. You should not go to the Prince Yong's residence anymore. Big sister, could you invite Princess Yong out? Meeting outside should be fine." Ji Qingrong thought for a moment and found this to be a good compromise, so she agreed. She immediately sent a maid to deliver a greeting card to the Prince Yong's residence, inviting Tao Wanin to visit the Cold Mountain Temple for incense and prayer tomorrow. This Princess Yong, Ji Qingwu wanted to talk to her about a very profitable business. Ji Qingrong initially wanted Ji Qingwu to stay for dinner, but she refused. Thinking about having to dine with this very close couple at the same table and intrude into their world, Ji Qingwu felt an inexplicable awkwardness. After leaving the Marquis of Zhongyong's residence, Ji Qingwu sat in the carriage, beginning to think about what to do tomorrow. Back at Wudong Garden, she changed into a simple, light blue, wide-sleeved long dress, sat by the window at the Kong table, resting her chin on her hand, lost in thought. She didn't even notice when more people entered the house. The woman looked serious, and under the lamplight, her face was not soft and hazy, but looked like a soldier ready for battle. "What's on your mind? You look so serious." Suddenly, someone touched her face. She hurriedly shrank back toward the window. When she saw the dark, deep eyes of Emperor Wu Su, she blinked. The person in front of her hadn't disappeared. It was not her imagination. The emperor had silently entered Wutong Garden again. The guards of the Ji family were so ineffective. This distance was clearly not safe enough. Ji Qingwu stepped back a little and asked, "When did your majesty arrive?" Breaking into the private chamber at night was becoming more and more routine. Right when you took off that smoky gauze dress. Wu Sudi's finger lifted the silver-red silk scarf she had just changed out of. Today, he wore a moon-white brocade robe with a red dragon and pearl round collar, and a purple gold crown tied his hair. He looked down at her, giving a sense of overlooking from above the clouds. But his gaze was playful and relaxed. Seeing this, Ji Qingwu's ears warmed. She quickly grabbed the dress, rolled it up, and threw it to the innermost part of the bed. When Ji Qingwu returned home, no one was inside, and the doors and windows were tightly closed. She was too lazy to walk to the clean room, so she pulled the curtain and changed her clothes directly. However, the emperor was here, but did not remind her or make a sound, just watching her loosen her clothes. Thinking of this, Ji Qingwu felt a little annoyed. She moved to the inside of the soft bed, not looking at Emperor Wu Su, and said nothing, just staring steadily at the decorative box on the table filled with fruit. Emperor Wu Su sat across from her at the heated table, picked up a blue porcelain teapot decorated with lotus leaves, and poured himself a cup of tea. He leisurely used the lid to skim the floating tea leaves. He handed the cup to her kindly and said, "I offer this tea as apology." Ji Qingwu glanced at the cup, then turned her head away. In previous encounters, she only felt fear, always returning home with the thought of having survived a disaster. But after last night, it seemed something had changed. She had cried openly in front of him, and they had been so close, she endured his passionate kisses. Ji Qingwu didn't know what she was feeling now, but she simply didn't want to pay attention to him. The main reason was that he had barged into her room at night and watched her change clothes without any shame. If she had read enough books, she would know this was a sign of a woman's affection, wanting to appear reserved and serious in front of her beloved. Emperor Wu Su didn't think she was being disobedient. He picked up his teacup, took a sip, and put it down. He said seriously, "I didn't expect you to start unfastening your belt as soon as you entered. By the time I reacted, you were only in your inner garment. It's not appropriate to call you now." Ji Qingwu found it hard to believe his words. Today, she was wearing a beautiful, stiff gold pink dress, but it was too tight. So, the first thing she did when she entered was to take off her clothes. She was thinking about something, walking and quickly. Fortunately, she didn't change into her sleepwear, but put on a light, long skirt. But there was still a chance for him to interrupt her, clearly on purpose. Seeing her with a serious face and ignoring him, his smile grew deeper. He softly said, "If apology isn't enough, why don't I also take off my clothes for you to see?" What is he taking off? Who would want to see? Ji Qingwu finally looked at him, feeling very embarrassed. But her mouth seemed to disobey her, stubbornly saying, "Your Majesty's suggestion is very good." Emperor Wu Su had an unexpected gain, and his eyes brightened. He pulled her hand and placed it on his embroidered belt with auspicious cloud patterns, smiling. "A Wu, why not do it yourself?" Ji Qingwu had not seen him for 3 days. Suddenly, when he held her finger, her face flushed with heat, turning a bright red. She wanted to pull back her hand, but he pressed it more firmly against his waist. Emperor Wu Su said generously, "Why not take it off? You said before you wanted to me of my pants. I give you this chance." Ji Qingwu felt so embarrassed she almost had no place to hide her shame. The drunken words she had spoken earlier were now being brought up again. Seeing her almost burning with embarrassment, Emperor Wu Su stopped teasing her. With a slight use of his strong arm, he lifted her and sat her on his lap, holding her close. He asked slowly and gently, "What have you been doing at home these past few days? Your Majesty sent guards to watch over me. Didn't they report to you?" His fingers brushed her long hair as he spoke softly. "But I want to hear it from you." Ji Qingwu whispered softly, "I am not busy with government affairs like your Majesty. I have nothing to do but eat and sleep all day. Are you blaming me for not coming to see you earlier? Ji Qingwu was stunned. She realized that her words might have been understood that way by him. She said, I am grateful that your majesty came to see me. How dare I complain about you? Then tell me, what should I do to thank me? Emperor Wu Su asked again. She lowered her eyes silently and whispered, There are many ways to thank your majesty. Ji Qingwu suddenly realized that the emperor had helped her in many ways, both openly and secretly. He taught her archery at the palace banquet, helped her escape blame after Princess Qingyun fell into the water, saved her from danger on the dragon boat. She turned to face him directly, looking serious. Your Majesty, whatever you want to be thanked for, as long as I can do it, I will. The lights in the room were bright, but his eyes looked dark and heavy. He softly said, I am not someone who seeks gratitude in return. Then, Emperor Wu Su held her tightly, as if wanting to keep her in his arms forever. His chest was warm and hot, as if pressing down on her heart. Ji Qingwu obediently stayed still, not moving. After a while, he lowered his head and chuckled softly. However, if a Wu wants to repay with her body, I might also accept that. Jikingwa's idea of return was not like this. She raised her head, widened her eyes, and clarified, I am not someone who would offer myself just for kindness. The woman's breath brushed against his chin and neck. Emperor Wusu looked down at her for a long time, then suddenly raised his hand and cupped her face. Jikingwa knew what would happen, but her body was no longer under her control. She simply followed her heart. She reached out and wrapped her arms around his neck, her soft body pressed close to his warm chest. Emperor Wusu shivered slightly and leaned down to seek her lips. But Jikingwa turned her head, resting her chin in his neck hollow, and leaned close to his ear. Jikingwa's voice was gentle and soft. But if your majesty insists, I can make an exception, she responded to his earlier words. Emperor Wusu tilted his head, looking at her earlobe with deep eyes, and asked softly, How would Ao make an exception? She smiled and whispered in his ear, To repay you, I can only offer myself in a hug. As she spoke, she tightened her arms around his neck and pressed her slender waist against his firm chest. Jikingwa's light blue dress was thin and cool. Her body felt icy, and in the hot summer night, touching her was very comfortable. Not to mention, she was so close, like holding a piece of white jade soaked in spring water. But this happiness was only enjoyed briefly by Emperor Wusu. The return Jikingwa mentioned was just a gentle hug, then she shyly withdrew. After acting affectionately without intention and quickly escaping, it was a dangerous behavior. While he was momentarily stunned, Jikingwa thought she had moved fast enough. She stepped back to the window, propping her head to watch his reaction. Emperor Wusu silently smiled, looking especially gentle. But Jikingwu immediately sensed danger. Before she could make her next move, the man turned around and quickly pressed down on her slender shoulders. His speed was fast, and his strength was considerable. Her back hit the window frame, and she reached out her arm to block him, but he easily held her with one arm. She could only watch as he leaned in and pressed down on her. His body pressed down more and more, his waist as firm as a pine tree, pressing down like a delicate flower bent by the wind. Jing Qingwu's back pressed against the edge of the window, causing some pain. She angrily pushed him a few times, but it was useless. Instead, he grabbed her hand. His voice was deeper than the night outside, but his eyes shone brighter than the bright moon in the sky. Why are you running? Haven't you realized your situation? His hand pinched her cheek, making her speak unclearly as she hurriedly said, I realize. But at this point, saying more was pointless. Before her last bit of consciousness faded, she wondered how someone's tongue could also be trained in martial arts. On the battlefield, Emperor Wu was wise and brave, always making perfect plans. The battle of lips and teeth was also unstoppable, attacking without defeat, winning great victories. Jing Qingwu was just a paper soldier, a pretty decoration with no real skill. She quickly lost the fight. She could only softly cling to his shoulder, trying to flatter him into ending the fight early. The pale pink was crushed into deep red before Emperor Wu let her go. Jing Qingwu almost fainted, gasping for breath for a while. Emperor Wu held her waist tightly, lowering his head, his dark eyes passing over her eyebrows, nose, and lips. After sighing, he asked, "When will you be willing to show your true face to me?" Unfortunately, Jing Qingwu's consciousness was also swept away. She was still dazed, with her eyes misty, lips slightly parted, breathing shallowly. Emperor Wu's brow twitched slightly, and he strangely reached out to cover her eyes with his hand. He said impatiently, "Don't look at me like that." One hand covered most of her face. Jing Qingwu was confused. She blinked uncomfortably, her eyelashes brushing against his hand, covering her eyes. Her lips curled slightly in dissatisfaction. As her eyelashes fluttered wildly, Emperor Wu, who was being brushed by her, took a deep breath, moved his hand away, and leaned down again. Her poor back hit the window again, making her shiver in pain. Back pain. Emperor Wu had to stop and lift her up, placing her on the spacious bed inside. His gaze swept over the pale blue bed curtain. This time, there was no young the bed, no small pillow or blanket. Jing Qingwu explained, "Jiu is living in Unja Garden. Mrs. Chiao said that after Chuchu's first awakening, she became a big girl. Usually, children from noble families are expected to live alone after their first birthday. In more strict families, babies are cared for by nannies from birth. However, when Chuchu first arrived in Linen City, Ji Qingwu was worried she wouldn't adapt, so she refused Mrs. Chiao's help and kept her close. A few days ago, because Ji Qingwu was forbidden from walking, Chuchu was looked after by Li Mama at Unju Court. She had started sleeping alone and was adjusting well. Seeing this, Mrs. Chiao specifically discussed with her and decided not to bother her anymore. Emperor Wu Sua nodded and said calmly, "This is how it should be." Then, he kept moving his hands, turning Ji Qingwu over. Her face was pressed against a soft pillow. She tried to sit up, but he held her down and said, "Don't move. Let me see if you're hurt." Her long blue dress was taken off, revealing a white inner garment embroidered with intertwined lotus patterns at the collar. Her skin at the neckline shimmered faintly, with a pearl-like glow. Ji Qingwu felt her inner garment being lifted, exposing most of her back and her tempting, slender waist. Although summer nights are not cold, wearing only a small inner garment without the outer dress made her feel insecure. Her smooth, jade-like back showed two deep red marks between her butterfly bones, clearly visible against the white skin. In the bright light, they looked startling. Actually, they weren't as serious as they seemed. Ji Qingwu's skin was delicate, and a little more force could leave marks, but they faded quickly. She held her inner garment and softly said, "It's fine. It will heal by tomorrow." Emperor Wu Sua frowned and asked, "Do you have any pain relief ointment?" Ji Qingwu slightly lifted her head from the pillow and said, "It doesn't hurt unless I touch it. No need for ointment. When I fell off my horse before, it was worse." Her words suddenly stopped. The emperor's voice grew colder and more serious. "How was that fall?" That fall happened in the Northern Army camp, when she fell off her horse trying to cheer Wei Ting up with a rare orchid. There was a hollow beneath the loose sand. She fell and hurt her back so badly it felt like it was about to break. The cook who applied the medicine said her back looked very frightening, all purple and blue from the bruising. Compared to that, the marks from the window frame were nothing. But it wasn't appropriate to mention this now. Ji Qingwu awkwardly rubbed her neck and buried her face in the pillow. The room fell silent. It has been a long time since anyone spoke. Ji Qingwu quietly looked up and realized that the tall, handsome figure had already disappeared. He came and went without a word, truly unpredictable. Ji Qingwu turned over, feeling a slight pain in her back from the movement, but compared to the pain from falling off a horse before, it was nothing. She looked at the blue bed curtain, thinking about her plans for tomorrow. Soon, she fell into a deep sleep. The next day, a carriage from the loyal and brave Marquis's estate stopped at Ji's house gate. When Ji Qingwu was about to go out, she faced a problem. There was a sticky charm attached to her leg. Chiu, who hadn't been close to her mother for a few days, pouted sadly, refusing to let her leave. Why did Mama leave so early? Is there a child outside who is even cuter, more obedient, and smarter than Chiu Chiu? The little girl covered her eyes with her small hands, crying softly while secretly watching her mother's expression through her fingers. Ji Qingwu knew Chiu Chiu was pretending to cry, but seeing her little face, her heart couldn't stay cold. Time was running out, so she sighed and picked up the little girl. Follow Mama and go with her, but no crying or running around, understand? The little girl immediately stopped pretending to cry, held her face, and happily said, Chiu Chiu will be good and obedient, sticking close to Mama. The incense at Mount Han Temple had always been strong, but recently it had become even more lively. Carriages belonging to noble ladies and young misses at the temple entrance blocked the main road, and many pilgrims came to burn incense and offer oil lamps. The carriage from the loyal and brave Marquis's estate could only stop about half a mile away from the temple. Ji Qingwu had never seen such a bustling scene at a temple before. She asked curiously, Big sister, why does Mount Han Temple attract so many people? Mount Han Temple was founded by the enlightened monk Han Shan, and it has been over 1,000 years. Despite many dynasties changing, the temple has always thrived. Sacred treasures like the Dragon Treasury Sutra and the Vajra staff are kept here. Ji Qingrong gently helped Chun Xing down from the carriage with elegant movements. She continued, people usually come to pray for family prosperity. Recently, more visitors are here because Master Liao has returned from his travels. Ji Qingwu single-handedly hugged Jiao and skillfully jumped down from the carriage, causing Spring Apricot, who was helping the young master's wife, to stare blankly. Ji Qingrong chuckled and said, I remember fifth sister isn't the type to act like a little monkey. Ji Qingwu pointed to the little girl in her arms and smiled. Jiao is. She then asked, is Master Lianren a very powerful monk? The name Lianren sounded like a monk who is pure and dedicated to helping others. Ji Qingrong nodded and said, Master Lianren is very deep in meditation, and his predictions are very accurate. Many people come specifically to have him personally read their fate. Seeing the crowd in front of them, Ji Qingwu was surprised and said, but with so many people, Master Lianren must be busy from morning till night, working without rest. Buddha only helps those with fate. Only up to 3 people a year can get a reading from Master Lianren. 3 people a year? Ji Qingwu didn't understand why so many would wait for such a rare chance. Ji Qingrong covered her mouth and whispered in her ear, when the current emperor was still the young master of the yeoman Marquis's estate, Master Lianren once read his fate. Later, during the uprising, Master Lianren accurately predicted that the emperor would dominate the empire. This sounded very mysterious, so Ji Qingwu nodded with some doubt. Ji Qingrong and the princess of the Yong King agreed to meet at the Frost Bell Pavilion in the southeast corner of Han's Han Temple. The appointed time arrived, but the princess of the Yong King was not there yet. She might have been delayed by traffic. Since she was here, she decided to burn some incense and express her good wishes. Ji Qingwu followed Ji Qingrong to kneel and pray inside the Great Hero Hall. Facing the many gods and Buddhas in the hall, Ji Qingwu pressed her palms together. She silently thought, first time meeting, I pay my respects to all the gods and Buddhas. I don't visit the 3 Treasures Hall without reason. I only come when I have something important. I hope this trip goes smoothly, and I can achieve my wishes. Jiao also closed her eyes and clasped her little hands, silently making a wish and praying sincerely. Ji Qingwu slowly stood up, holding the little girl's hand. In front of them appeared a young novice monk dressed in a gray knee-length robe. Benefactor, the master asks you to go over. Everyone in the Great Hero Hall looked over, their expressions ranging from shock, envy, to jealousy. Seeing their reactions, Ji Qingwu guessed who the young novice was referring to as the master. Following the principle of, since you're here, I can't refuse such an opportunity. Besides, whether the fortune-telling and divination are accurate or not, she only needs to believe what sounds good. Seeing Ji Qingwu turn to look at her, Ji Qingrong nodded repeatedly and waved her hand to urge her to go quickly. Don't keep Master Lian waiting. Ji Qingwu asked, Can I bring my daughter along? The young monk bowed his head and said, Of course. Benefactor, please follow me. The meditation room where Master Lien is located is hidden among tall Bodhi trees. All you can see are the light yellow beams and an old, weathered Buddhist bell at the entrance. After Ji Qingwu entered, she saw a man sitting on a cushion in the middle, with his back facing her. He wore a beige silk monk's robe with wide sleeves, looking serious and calm. But she wondered why he wasn't bald. Master Lien, facing away from her, said, "Benefactor, please sit." Ji Qingwu led Chu-Chu to sit opposite him on the cushion, crossing her legs. Seeing the master's face, she was even more surprised. Why wasn't he a kind, elderly man? Master Lien opened his eyes. His voice was deep and resonant, like a bell. He said, "The old monk has asked the benefactor to come because a person with a special connection to Buddha has appeared, and I want to help you analyze your fate." The old monk. He looked to be only in his 30s. Ji Qingwu respectfully said, "Thank you, master. However, both benefactors in front of me are connected to Buddha, but I can only do one reading," Master Lien said. Ji Qingwu didn't hesitate. She pointed to the little girl beside her and said, "Then please, master, do a reading for this young benefactor." She knew her own poor fate very well. There was no need for the master to read her fortune. She wanted to see how Chu-Chu's destiny looked. Seeing she had no hesitation, Master Lien recited, Amitabha, and said, "Little benefactor, please place both palms facing up on your knees." Ji Qingwu softly said, "Chu-Chu, do as the master says." The girl obediently followed. Master Lien closed his eyes, and his eyelids kept moving. After half an incense stick of time, when he opened his eyes again, the blood vessels in his eyes were obvious. He said, "Official position is clear, with strong roots, good fortune, and prosperous wealth stars." All these words sounded very lucky. Ji Qingwu nodded happily and patted Chu-Chu's head. She was a child with deep blessings. This master's reading was quite accurate. Master Liao Ran had not finished speaking when his eyes shone brightly. He continued, "The Emperor star is guarding, auspicious stars are shining, sitting under the purple extreme, and looking towards the mysterious sky." Ji Qingwu, who was not very familiar with ancient texts, sensed something was wrong. The Emperor star and purple extreme are usually associated with the Emperor's fate. Her eyes showed deep shock. "Master, could you please recalculate?" Master Liao Ran did not answer her, but closed his eyes again. The young monk beside her said, "Benefactor, after the master predicts a person's fate, he needs to rest quietly. Please step outside." Ji Qingwu carried the little girl and left the meditation room. She was surprised by the fate the master had just predicted. Was the prediction accurate? She headed southeast toward the Frost Bell Pavilion and met Chun Xing, who came to find her. "Miss Fifth, the princess consort of the Eternal King has arrived." Ji Qingwu quickened her pace. Whether the prediction was accurate or not, she believed that her own destiny was something she had to control herself. In the Frost Bell Pavilion, two figures sat on mats inside the room. One was Ji Qingrong, and the other, dressed in dark red embroidered silk, was likely the princess consort of the Eternal King. Ji Qingwu slowly approached and bowed. "Greetings, Your Highness." Tao Wanyin looked up and said, "Qingwu, there's no need for formalities. Please sit and talk." Ji Qingwu sat beside her older sister. After exchanging a glance with the princess, she frowned. The princess consort looked tired, with a pallor that even heavy makeup couldn't hide. When Ji Qingwu saw her at the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet, her complexion was not this bad. What had happened during these days? Could it be that the princess consort was also worried and anxious because the crown prince was pretending to be ill at home? Ji Qingwu clenched her fists slightly. The key to her plan's success was to bet that this couple had already fallen out of love. Tao Wanyin looked at her gently and said, "I haven't seen you for a while, Qingwu. You look more lively and charming than before." This was not just flattery. Among the three, she had the best spirit and energy. A few days ago, although Ji Qingwu was confined to the courtyard, she ate well, slept soundly, and her vitality increased. Her features became more tender and charming. Chu-Chu was rubbing against Ji Qingwu's side, looking around with big eyes that rolled back and forth. Tao Wanyin looked at the lively little girl with admiration. Qingwu's daughter is truly adorable. That day in the palace, even His Majesty liked her. At the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet, Ji Qingrong had stayed home to rest during her pregnancy. She smiled and asked, "The emperor has met Jujio too?" Tao Wanyin covered her mouth with a handkerchief and laughed. Not only met her, but even held her. The child is quite bold. She even went up and gave the emperor a kiss. Ji Qingrong looked at Ji Qingwu in surprise. Really? In her memory, Emperor Wusu was handsome and dignified, but not someone who liked to get close to others. His stern face had frightened many officials' children, yet Jujio wasn't afraid at all. Could it be fate? Ji Qingwu didn't know how to explain, so she simply smiled and nodded. Jujio is so sweet and lovely. Who wouldn't like her? I suppose His Majesty also hopes for many children. Ji Qingrong gently touched the little girl's cheek. The child couldn't sit still, fidgeting as if there were pins under her. Ji Qingwu knew she wanted to go play, but since she had promised to stay quietly by her side today, she hesitated. Ji Qingwu said, "Jujio, go play at the door with Sister Chuanqing." The little girl ran off happily like a gust of wind, and Chuanqing quickly followed after bowing politely. Once the door to the attic was closed and the child was gone, the women could finally speak freely. It had been half a month since Ji Qingrong last saw Tao Wanyin. Seeing her pale face, she asked worriedly, "Wanyin, what's wrong? You don't look well." Tao Wanyin replied calmly, "It's nothing, I just haven't slept well these past few nights." The maid Yinxing, who had come with Princess Yong, stomped her foot in frustration. "Your Highness, you're too kind. If concubine Du hadn't caused trouble again, you wouldn't have been delayed so long today." Tao Wanyin frowned and stopped her. "Yinxing, mind your manners. Don't speak out of turn." She then turned to Ji Qingrong and said, "Ronger, your belly seems to be showing already. When I saw you from afar, your waist looked a bit rounder." Ji Qingrong touched her stomach and smiled. "I've been eating quite well lately. Maybe I've just gained some weight." Tao Wanyin had married a year earlier than she had, and Ji Qingrong knew she had long hoped for a child. She didn't want to say anything that might make her feel sad. Princess Yong gazed absent-mindedly at her belly, unable to look away, and said with difficulty, "The prince's residence is about to bring good news again." Ji Qingrong looked at her tired face and the words Feng Xiang had just spoken and quickly asked, "Has that Du consort had another happy event?" Princess Yong nodded. Thinking back, many people envied Tao Wanyin for marrying the prince openly and secretly. Now many are secretly gossiping behind her back. The only illegitimate child of the prince's residence is this Du consort son. Now that she is a child, she can stand equally with the princess. This time, she is pregnant again. She has been insisting on eating blood swallows for several days, but the storeroom only has white swallows. Blood swallows are tribute items, and only favored ladies in the palace can have them. Previously, the Empress Dowager gifted her blood swallows because Tao Wanyin was pregnant and working hard. But now, there are none left. Du consort feels upset and stirs trouble, urging the prince to question her about her diet, accusing her of being too harsh. Early in the morning, the palace was in chaos. If she has another son, she fears she will truly overshadow the official wife. Princess Yong lowered her head and picked up her tea, but did not drink it, just to hide the tears in her eyes. Seeing her look so tired, Ji Qingrong knew she was upset and changed the subject directly. "Wanyin, I told you before, my fifth sister is very skilled in medicine when it comes to pregnant women and childbirth. I was able to get pregnant smoothly thanks to her." She held Tao Wanyin's hand and said, "Let Qinggu examine you, okay?" Princess Yong came here for this purpose. She nodded and said, "Please, Qinggu." Xiang took out a soft cushion and placed it on the low table. After Qinggu washed his hands, he checked her pulse. Her pulse was slow and steady, with occasional pauses, indicating mental exhaustion and emotional imbalance, similar to what Princess Yong was showing. He withdrew his hand and said slowly, "The princess's body has external evil invading, causing some weakness and dryness, but with careful treatment, she can recover well." Tao Wanyin asked, "Is it because my constitution is too weak, so I haven't been able to get pregnant?" Princess Yong's constitution was naturally good for childbirth, but illness delayed her. Qingwu shook his head and said, "It's not that your constitution is too weak, but that you have a cold and dampness obstruction. Cold and dampness obstruction can be serious or minor." Unaware, Tao Wanyin asked, "Qingwu, can you explain in more detail?" Qingwu felt a bit embarrassed and said, "Princess, I have some personal matters I want to discuss with you alone." Elder sister Jing Qingrong immediately understood and smiled, saying, "That's perfect. I'm feeling tired too. Yin Xiang and I will go outside to see what Chuchu is playing." After they left and the door was closed, Tao Wanyin's gaze shifted to the woman in front of her. "Qingwu, now it's just the two of us. Just tell me the truth. I can handle it. My illness isn't very good, is it?" Seeing that the Princess Yong was looking unwell, Jing Qinwu knew she had been troubled by this illness for a long time. She spoke softly, "Princess, please rest assured. It's not a serious illness and can be cured. But the cause of this illness isn't suitable for others to hear." Tao Wanyin looked confused. The palace doctor was often called in to check her pulse, so what kind of illness needed to be kept secret? Jing Qingwu asked, "Princess, do you often experience lower abdominal pain, which comes and goes unpredictably, with no fixed location, and is accompanied by weakness in the waist and knees?" Princess Yong nodded seriously, saying, "Yes, I thought it was because I was too cold. Even when I don't eat cold foods, it still comes and goes." The doctor said it was caused by overthinking. The doctor, Jing Qingwu wondered, could only see superficial symptoms or was deliberately hiding the truth from the princess. She thought for a moment about the pulse she had just checked and furrowed her brow as she continued to ask, "Princess, have you ever had abnormal bleeding from below?" Tao Wanyin looked embarrassed, realizing how private and difficult this question was, and hesitated whether to answer. Jing Qingwu was not surprised by her reaction. She looked at her with clear eyes and assured her, "Princess, please rest assured. I am a doctor. Everything I do is for your health. Please tell me the truth. Our conversation today will definitely not be known to others." Tao Wanyin spoke softly. "Yes, I had some bleeding about half a year ago. But that was the only time." "What kind of illness do I have?" Jing Qingwu diagnosed, "It's leukorrhea." Tao Wanyin had heard of this before. It was not a proper illness. Only women with unclean habits would get such a disease. Her face turned even paler as she asked, "Is this the kind of dirty disease that courtesans in Qinlu and Chu Pavilion get?" Jikingwu immediately shook his head and explained, "This illness is not a contagious disease like those caused by improper conduct. It is common among married women, but what?" Tao Wanyin asked nervously. If she truly had a serious illness, she might as well jump into the river and end her life. She was the daughter of a high official, well-educated and disciplined since childhood, never doing anything inappropriate, always maintaining self-control and understanding herself clearly. Why would such a disgraceful illness find her? Jikingwa looked into her eyes and slowly said, "It's probably not your fault. Women often get this illness due to unclean habits, and it's very likely that." Tao Wanyin's back suddenly collapsed. It was. There was no need to say the rest of the sentence. Tao Wanyin understood everything. She was pure and obedient, always following the rules, so the problem must be with the flirtatious and promiscuous Prince Yong. The prince's concubines were brought in one by one. She thought this was a great insult to her as the main wife. But the real shame was far worse than that. She learned she had this illness. It was a disease she caught from some unknown woman, and now her body was suffering from it, causing her pain. She even thought her body was weak. The prince said she was narrow-minded and lacked tolerance, which was why she was always sick. She had suffered a lot because of this. Seeing the princess in such pain, clutching her chest and gasping for breath, Jikingwu felt pity, but had to clarify the truth. "Princess, this illness is mostly caused by the person you sleep with. But your inability to conceive after marriage is also due to this illness, which has damaged your body and affected the development of your baby. Earlier, you had abnormal bleeding, not just irregular, but..." Tao Wanyin's eyes trembled intensely and her lips also quivered. Jikingwa calmly said 2 words. Tao Wanyin lowered her head, and soon water droplets fell into her teacup, creating ripples. When she looked up again, Her eyes were red, and she had no tears left. She reached out desperately to hold Jikingwa's sleeve, like a drowning person clutching a piece of wood. "Qingwu, you said this illness can be cured. How do I treat it? Please help me." Jikingwa looked into her eyes softly and said, "Princess, I will help you. I am here to help you." She held the hand that was gripping her sleeve and passed her warmth through her palm. "It's not just your illness, but also your situation in the palace and the debt owed to you by Prince Yong." Feeling the warmth of the princess's hand gradually increase, Ji Qingwu's eyes showed determination. "I will help you with all of this." Prince Yong's wife often had health issues that were hard for ordinary doctors to treat, and her condition tended to relapse. But with Ji Qingwu, it was not difficult. In the Frost Bell Pavilion, Ji Qingwu quickly finished writing the prescription and handed it to Tao Wanin. She put down her brush and warned, "This medicine is tailored to the princess's body. But you must be very careful to prepare it exactly as written. No deviations, not even a tiny bit. If the ingredients are off, the medicine's effectiveness will be greatly affected." Tao Wanin now saw Ji Qingwu as a divine savior sent to rescue her. She nodded quickly, saying, "Qingwu, I will personally go to Qingchun Hall to watch the Dr. Wei and prepare the medicine." Ji Qingwu continued, "If taken properly, you should recover in 7 days." Tao Wanin's eyes lit up with surprise and gratitude, her feelings overflowing. "One more thing." Ji Qingwu looked a little hesitant. Tao Wanin, now hopeful, said seriously, "Just tell me, and I will cooperate." Ji Qingwu looked at her and asked, "Princess, do you plan to divorce Prince Yong?" Divorce? She had never thought about it. Tao Wanin replied bitterly, "Marrying into the royal family, there's no such thing as divorce. Only death." Her father's strict nature would only make her endure more hardships. Besides, the Tao family had already aligned with Prince Yong in court. Even if she died, the Tao family would remarry immediately to fill her place. Ji Qingwu knew in her heart that she probably wouldn't divorce, but she was testing her. Her eyes brightened and she said clearly, "If that's the case, for the princess to establish herself in the palace, she must have a son soon." Tao Wanin's eyes flickered. Her feelings toward Prince Yong were now complicated. Since childhood, she had been taught to respect and love her husband. She had always done so. But now, she wondered, what was there about him that was worth her such devotion? However, a princess without children would face increasing difficulties in the future. Perhaps she should see this as a way to find support for the rest of her life. Tao Wanin replied, "It is also my wish to give birth to the heir as soon as possible." Ji Qingwu poured out the cold tea, picked up the teapot from the stove, and said calmly, "But what I wish for is that the princess gives birth to the only heir of the royal household." "The only one?" Tao Wanin asked in surprise. Ji Qingwu looked at her steadily, her bright eyes turning slightly cold. "If the prince loses his ability to have children, then the child you bear will naturally be the only heir of the household." Tao Wanin's expression froze. If the prince truly lost that ability, he would no longer seek other women, which would ease the resentment in her heart. More importantly, her position in the household would become unshakable, and the concubines who could not bear children would be under her control, preventing any new rivals from appearing. It sounded like a plan that would benefit her in every way, yet achieving it seemed almost impossible. Tao Wanin sighed softly and said with some sadness, "It's easy to say, but how could it be done?" Ji Qingwu raised her brows slightly and took something from her sleeve. "My lady, I happen to find an interesting prescription. It can greatly strengthen a man's energy, ensuring that during a woman's most fertile time, a child will surely be conceived. But after using it, he will no longer have that same strength again." Her fair fingers held a thin piece of paper. "In a week, when your health improves, this prescription can be used." Tao Wanin's eyes flickered for a moment before turning firm. She took the paper and held it tightly in her hand. "Qingwu awaits your good news, my lady. May you soon bring joyful tidings." Tao Wanin stood up, her gentle demeanor now carrying a quiet strength. Looking down at her, she said, "Today, I have only taken one prescription for Miss Ji. Ji Qingwu knelt gracefully on the cushion and smiled faintly. Safe journey, my lady. After the princess left first, Ji Qingwu and her companions walked around the temple's bell tower for a while. When they went out, they saw a crowd gathered at the main gate. They squeezed through the people before finally getting out. Ji Qingrong, being pregnant, tired easily, and Ji Qingwu was not one to enjoy crowds, so they headed toward where their carriage was waiting. Suddenly, Ji Qingwu heard a familiar voice. My belly now holds the child of my beloved. How can you abandon me? Her tone was gentle, yet full of sorrow, a phrase that sounded familiar. Ji Qingwu's mind moved. Even without seeing the woman's face, she knew who she was. Someone angrily cursed, "This little, the pure place of the Buddhist temple is no place for you. If you don't leave now, I will report you to the authorities and have you thrown into jail." A woman around 40 also scorned her, saying, "Is she crazy? These days, she just picks any handsome man on the street and calls him her beloved." Refusing to leave, an older woman nearby shouted even louder. "Today she's bothering the son of the left grand secretary again. How shameless."
Bah.
A low-class courtesan from a brothel. This woman had angered everyone, and some even threw fruits and vegetables at her as offerings. But she said nothing, simply standing among the crowd with her head bowed, not hiding or avoiding anything. Ji Qingwu stopped in her tracks. After a moment of hesitation, she said, "Big sister, I dropped something in the pavilion. I'll go find it and come back. Please take Chiu Chiu to the carriage first. Should I ask Chun Xing to go with you?" Ji Qingrong asked. "No need. You and Chiu Chiu need someone to look after you. I'll be back soon." Ji Qingwu turned and headed toward the crowd. It was already becoming a mob. She pushed aside a woman loudly shouting and throwing cakes. The woman, wearing a sea green and pink silk dress, with a figure like a willow branch, was none other than Mo Lingling, the courtesan from the Two Fragrance Pavilion who had tangled with her by the river on the night of the Dragon Boat Festival. At this moment, the man Mo Lingling was clinging to had already left. She stood alone among the crowd, her expression dazed as everyone's angry accusations rained down on her. Someone deliberately threw a big, round pear at her belly. Ji Qingwu reacted quickly, catching it with her arm. She turned her head and raised an eyebrow, saying, "Just what I needed, something to quench my thirst." Thanks. Hearing her clear, gentle voice instead of insults and curses, Mo Lingling looked up with a dazed expression. Ji Qingwu tilted her head and waved at her. "Why are you just standing there? Come over." Her tone was soft and smiling, without a hint of contempt. Mo Lingling snapped out of her daze, her nose tingling with emotion, and took a few steps forward.
Who are you?
Coming to interfere? Are you also a courtesan from the Two Fragrance Pavilion? The woman asked. Hearing this, Mo Lingling retreated again, not wanting this woman to be insulted along with her. Jing Qingwu stood still, calmly listening to their gossip about her. Isn't this the fifth Miss Jing from the Jing family? The one who was brought back home just half a year ago. Yes, it's her.
No wonder.
Birds of a feather flock together. The Jing family isn't a noble family. How could they be involved with a courtesan? It's a young widow, unlucky in love. Can't find a husband. Although they lowered their voices, Jing Qingwu still heard several key words. Mo Lingling had also heard rumors about this fifth Miss Jing. She didn't expect her to be the delicate-looking girl in front of her. Seeing that Jing Qingwu didn't dare to step forward and approach her, which was completely different from her behavior that night, Mo Lingling felt strange. Then, regardless of how the gossiping women talked about her, Jing Qingwu directly grabbed Mo Lingling's wrist. With a wink, she said, "If you stay here any longer, you could set up a small stall selling fruits and snacks." Mo Lingling struggled a bit, but Jing Qingwu held her tightly. Her strength was no match for an emperor, but she easily subdued an ordinary woman. She forcefully pulled her out of the crowd until they reached a quiet pond behind Hanshan Temple, where she stopped. Jing Qingwu released her hand, noticing that Mo Lingling's wrist was red all around. She felt embarrassed and said, in a moment of panic, "I lost control." "Are you all right?" Mo Lingling touched her wrist bone and asked cautiously, "Why did you help me?" In the past few days, she had tangled with many men, but she didn't want to get too close to women. She knew her own status and was afraid of being looked down upon by noble ladies and young women. The Jing family was related to the Empress Dowager. Even if Miss Jing married multiple times, she could never compare to her. Seeing her look so sad, Jing Qingwu said directly, "On the 5th day of the 5th month, by the river during the Lantern Festival, I saved you from attempting to take your own life. You even said you wanted to marry me. Why are you so cold now?" Mo Lingling was stunned. Her big eyes squinted as she looked at her features, shocked and pale.
You.
Really, are you? Are you a man who likes men, or do you have a cross-dressing hobby? A man who likes men? Where did that come from? Jing Qingwu spread her hands and said, "Neither. I am just like you, a woman." Ji Qingwu was startled by her actions and stepped back, crossing her arms over her chest. Mo Lingling looked at her soft hands and confirmed she was a genuine woman. She pouted her lips and said boldly, "If you want, I can let you touch again. Do as you like, but I won't be soft like you." Ji Qingwu's mouth twitched involuntarily. "I don't have that hobby." Mo Lingling snorted and proudly said something self-deprecating. "Why did you pull me over?" "Others would rather stay far away from me, afraid that breathing the same air as someone from a brothel might tarnish their reputation." Ji Qingwu raised an eyebrow. "I was just curious." "What are you curious about, young lady?" "Like they say, I am a maid at the fragrant pavilion. Women avoid me, yet you're willing to get involved with me. That makes me even more curious." Ji Qingwu looked at her waist beneath her silk dress, her words implying something more. "If you really want to find a father for the child in your belly with your looks, it shouldn't be hard. To be a lady at the fragrant pavilion, one must be beautiful and skilled at dealing with powerful men." She was not a foolish woman. She was not greedy either. Last time, Mo Lingling said she could buy her freedom from the pavilion, showing she had no intention of relying on powerful men to free her. "What do you really want to say?" Mo Lingling asked impatiently. Ji Qingwu calmly analyzed. "The men you attract are all respectful scholars. For example, today's 5th young master of the Zhua Imperial Censors family. He's known for his strict rules in Linen City. He wouldn't even look women in the eyes on the street. You knew he would refuse you." Ji Qingwu looked at her intently. Mo Lingling's eyes started to dodge, and her reactions confirmed Ji Qingwu's guess. Behind Ji Qingwu stood a tall willow tree. Its branches hung over the pond, swaying in the wind behind the woman. Dressed in a blue dress, Ji Qingwu resembled a small tree, her eyes like willow leaves in mist, yet her figure was tall and upright. Seeing Mo Lingling's guilty look, Ji Qingwu continued, "You're making such a big fuss, wanting everyone in the city to know you're pregnant and looking for a father for your child. What's your real reason?" Because her thoughts were guessed, Mo Lingling became angry and embarrassed. She said, "It's nothing special, girl. You're just overthinking." Then she turned around quickly, intending to leave. Ji Qingwu did not stop her. He only softly said behind her, "Are they forcing the true father of your baby to appear?" When she was holding his wrist earlier, she had quietly checked Mo Lingling's pulse. She knew that if Mo Lingling kept pushing, she might lose the baby before the father showed up. Mo Lingling's shoulders trembled, and she stopped in her tracks. Hearing Ji Qingwu mention her pregnancy appeared in her heart. Being so close, Ji Qingwu had already noticed the smell of mugwort on her. Mo Lingling also knew her pregnancy was unstable, so she had used mugwort to protect the baby early on. Exhausted, Mo Lingling said, "I have no better way. I can only do this." Ji Qingwu asked, "But the baby's father doesn't want to take responsibility." She had made her pregnancy known to everyone. Even if the man was blind and mute, he must have heard about it. "I think he is too busy," Mo Lingling whispered in her defense. Ji Qingwu looked up at the clear blue sky and remained silent for a long time. She had nothing to say. She felt she shouldn't interfere. She should respect personal choices. After shaking her head, she started to walk away. Mo Lingling calmed down this time and followed her, saying, "But he's really busy with official matters lately. He's not ignoring me on purpose." She had tried every excuse she could think of, and this one seemed the most reasonable. Ji Qingwu slowed her steps and asked, "Official matters? Is he a government official?" "I didn't say that." Mo Lingling covered her mouth, afraid of revealing too much. Ji Qingwu simply said, "Then don't say anything." She continued walking, but after a few dozen steps, she stopped. Looking at the fork in the road ahead, Ji Qingwu didn't know which way to go. She had hurriedly pulled Mo Lingling along earlier, and didn't remember the way. Mo Lingling looked at the crossroads and said, "I don't know the way either. I came with you. You need to take me back to the main gate." Neither of them remembered the route, so they could only guess and feel their way. After walking for about half an hour, taking many turns, Ji Qingwu's forehead was starting to sweat. Finally, they entered a quiet, winding path surrounded by tall grass, where only bird songs and frog calls could be heard. They had been walking for a long time without speaking, and Mo Lingling couldn't hold back anymore. She called out, "Miss Jiwuwu." The path was narrow, with weeds over a meter high on both sides. Ji Qingwu had to gather her skirt and walk carefully. She didn't look back or stop, and asked, "What is it?" Mo Lingling bit her lip, feeling that Ji Qingwu was trustworthy, and finally asked the question she had been hesitating to ask. "If the person you like is someone admired by others, and you know that your family backgrounds and statuses don't match, making it very difficult for you to be together, would you still try hard to be with him?" It seemed that her child's father was a high-ranking official, with a very different background from her. Ji Qingwu pushed aside some grass and asked curiously, "Why does it have to be a perfect match?" Mo Lingling was speechless and softly said, "Marriage isn't about matching families. Would you be willing to marry a commoner?" "Of course not." Ji Qingwu chuckled softly. "You're picky about food, and you choose only fine clothes and jewelry. Why not choose the best when picking a husband?" Mo Lingling was silent for a long time, troubled, and said, "He and I are like clouds and mud. Even if I am confident, I feel I can't lift my head in front of him. You look down on yourself, so others won't think highly of you. Are you only interested in him because of his fame and status?" Mo Lingling immediately replied, "That's not true. I've admired him since I was in Xianying. Back then, he was still." As she spoke, her voice grew quieter, as if lost in memory. Ji Qingwu looked back at her in surprise and asked, "You're from Xianying? Why did you come to Linen?" Xianying was a prosperous and stable place. Mo Lingling didn't need to take exams like men. What was she traveling through mountains and rivers for? Hearing her question, Mo Lingling rolled up her sleeve, revealing a large scar. Ji Qingwu's eyes widened slightly. "You are." "I am the daughter of a guilty official. My father was a county magistrate in Xianying, but he was falsely accused of corruption and died in prison. Because of this, I was forced to become a court. I was once a noble daughter fallen into a life of hardship." Ji Qingwu also seems to understand where her occasional innocence comes from. Mo Lingling lowers her eyes and softly says, "He promised to help me clear my father's name. I've been waiting for him." "I won't comment on your matter," Ji Qingwu says. He gently reaches out and lowers her rolled-up sleeve, saying, "But you should take care of your health and stay warm. It's been a long time since someone truly cared for her." Mo Lingling's eyes start to water. She forces herself to open her eyes wide and pretend nothing is wrong. She finds a topic and asks, "Miss Wu, you are very good at analyzing feelings. What kind of man is your husband?" "The one who has passed away." Ji Qingwu withdraws his hand. He turns around quickly and continues walking without saying a word. At Lingyan Temple, in Master Liao Rant's meditation room. Not long after Ji Qingwu leaves, a distinguished guest arrives. The man wears a soft, white silk robe with a cloud and orchid pattern, fitting the saying, "A gentleman should be like an orchid, calm and distant, peaceful and far-reaching." In front of him is a set of elegant, thin-bodied official kiln porcelain tea set. Master Liao Ran is pouring tea for the guest. The aroma of tea blends with the charcoal fire, and the jade cup holds a green liquid. "This is tea personally picked and roasted by this monk from Zhongling. Please enjoy, Your Majesty." Emperor Wu Su picks up the teacup, smells it, and takes a small sip, saying, "It's okay." Master Liao Ran nods with satisfaction. Getting A-okay from him is a high compliment, as previous teas were rated as poor or inferior. They sit facing each other across an intricately carved chessboard, with an unfinished game between them. Last time I tried to see the Emperor, I couldn't. Today, Your Majesty is in a good mood and came to my meditation room. I know why you are here, the Emperor says. He no longer calls himself lonely or isolated in front of the monk, just using a normal title. Master Liao Ran sits quietly and says, "The red lotus is shining brightly." I sensed it, so I came to remind Your Majesty to let go in time and not indulge in it. The red jade's light would shine only when two conditions were met. First, the destined woman who followed the will of heaven must be found. Second, the Emperor's heart must be moved. Master Liao Ran came that day to offer his advice. Emperor Wusu picked up a white chess piece between his fingers and said calmly, "Only by not being controlled by things can one control them. I must enter the game myself to command all directions." His words ended as the piece landed on the board. Master Liao Ran sighed and placed a black piece. "Your Majesty, please think carefully. An emperor should follow the way of heaven and cultivate a heart free from attachment." The black and white pieces balanced each other on the board. Emperor Wusu raised his hand and placed another piece, with great force. It was she who had first lifted the curtain of his tent. It was she who had appeared again in Linen City. The emperor looked up sharply. A heart without feeling? The union of yin and yang is also the way of heaven. Ji Qingwu walked on with her head down until there was no path left. Before them stood a small yellow sandalwood door, about 6 feet high. "This isn't the way we came in," she said. Mo Lingling scratched her head, confused.
Huh?
"I really don't know. I just followed you." They had entered through the wide gate of Han's Han Temple, large enough for a carriage, not this narrow door that allowed only one person through. By accident, they had found a back path to the temple. Thinking of Ji Qingrong and Juju still waiting in the carriage, Ji Qingwu frowned and ordered, "We'll go back the way we came." Mo Lingling looked uneasy and held her stomach. "My stomach hurts a little." Ji Qingwu took her wrist and felt her pulse for a moment. It was restless. She wasn't pretending. "Let's rest here for a while," Ji Qingwu said. Near the small sandalwood door were a few clean stones. They sat down. "Give me your arm," Ji Qingwu said. Mo Lingling didn't understand but obeyed, stretching out her arm. Ji Qingwu pressed several points gently to help ease her discomfort. Mo Lingling watched her fair neck and dark hair, feeling a mix of emotions as she accepted her care. Ji Qingwu's voice was soft, like a feather brushing her heart. "Do you feel any better now?" Mo Lingling nodded quickly. "Much better." She stared at her profile and said, "Miss Jiwuwu, I have a question to ask you." Ji Qingwu thought it was about her pregnancy and replied, "Go ahead." Mo Lingling, who had spent a long time in the fragrant pavilion, had met many different women. But she had never seen someone like Ji Qingwu, appearing soft and delicate, but actually free-spirited and bold. If a woman like her were caught in love, what would she be like? Mo Lingling was very interested in her romantic history. "Your previous husband, you must have chosen him after a long time. You must have loved him very much, right? He's gone now. Were you very sad? You raised your child alone until now. If he knew, he would surely be grateful." Ji Qingwu looked at her with shifting eyes. Seeing her silence, Mo Lingling's curiosity reached its peak. "But people always need to look forward. The man we saw last time in the tea house, was he your new boyfriend? Don't be shy, I saw it too. His look at you wasn't innocent. You should trust my judgment of men. He definitely has feelings for you." Ji Qingwu looked at her with a half-smile. "You think you're good at judging men?" She pressed her hand firmly. A sharp scream broke the quiet mountain air, startling several resting birds into flight. Mo Lingling's view of men, Ji Qingwu didn't agree with. Thinking about that night's scene and how Mo Lingling had seen it made her feel upset. The smile she had been wearing faded, and her eyes grew sharp. Tears welled up in Mo Lingling's eyes. You, she cried out. "Your look just now really looks like Duan Mingfeng." Hearing this, Ji Qingwu didn't get angry but focused on the key part of her words. She asked, Do you know Lord Duan? Mo Lingling didn't answer. Ji Qingwu pressed her hand again, and a sharp, tingling sensation shot through her head. She gasped and quickly said, "We're from the same hometown." That word, also. In a flash, Ji Qingwu guessed something. She was surprised and let go of her hand. She remembered that a prominent official from her hometown also seemed to be from a noble family. Mo Lingling massaged her acupoint and muttered, "You look soft and gentle, easy to talk to, but when you go for the black hand, you're not weak at all." But after Ji Qingwu pressed the acupoint firmly, her stomach pain disappeared, and she felt her energy and blood flow more fully. Mo Lingling, forgetting her past pain, wanted to use her words to fight back. "Maybe your previous man upset you so much that you had to bully him to death." Hearing this, Ji Qingwu's lips curled into a big, sweet smile. You guessed right. Anyone who makes me unhappy will be bullied to death." Mo Lingling's eyes suddenly widened, and she couldn't scream anymore. Her entire arms suddenly lost feeling. Inside the small door, half a stick of incense had burned. Two people were about to leave when they heard a woman's sharp, desperate scream. Duan Mingfeng drew his soft sword from his waist and quickly stepped in front of Wu Sudi, alertly watching the direction outside the door. Then he heard the woman mention his name. His expression changed. He clearly recognized her as Mo Lingling. Wu Sudi raised his hand to signal him to put away his sword. Inside the door, both of them were skilled fighters with sharp senses, and they heard every word clearly. Mo Lingling, still feeling stubborn, pouted and said, "Your previous man was probably a timid, obedient type who couldn't handle big things, which is why he made you into this sly, cunning, and stubborn person." Then a sweet female voice sounded. Casually, she said, "The father of your child is a true coward. How can he compare to my man?" Duan Mingfeng nodded. The first part was correct. The man was indeed a coward. Wu Sudi also nodded slightly, to agree with the second part. From both strength and words, Mo Lingling was completely suppressed. She could only look at her with resentful eyes. She argued, "He's not a coward. He just has his reasons." Ji Qingwu saw her angry and continued, "He's not coming to see you because he doesn't want to." Seeing Mo Lingling still glaring angrily, Ji Qingwu broke the illusion she had woven for herself. Li Qingxuan will soon marry Princess Qingyun. The wedding preparations are underway. Ji Qingwu had already stabilized her pregnancy and cleared her blocked meridians, so she wasn't worried about provoking her. She said, "At that time, when the groom comes to pick up the bride and parade through the streets, you can go and see clearly." Mo Lingling stood up in fear, her legs trembling as she stepped back, as if she had heard some unbelievable story. Duan Mingfeng was so shocked he couldn't speak. Miss Ji was so clever that, with just a few words, she guessed who was in Mo Lingling's belly. The three of them were not only from Xianying but had known each other since childhood. Duan Mingfeng didn't have time to think further, and quickly looked at Emperor Wu Su's expression. If the emperor found out that the prince and the women from Two Fragrant Pavilion had an affair and that they were secretly expecting a child before marriage, he would likely take action to remove the hidden threat to Princess Qingyun. Mo Lingling's life might not be safe anymore. Emperor Wu Su's face was calm, neither surprised nor angry. Duan Mingfeng couldn't read the emperor's thoughts and lowered his head to think of a way to handle the situation. Outside the small door, Ji Qingwu looked at Mo Lingling's dazed and lost eyes. He stood up and asked, "Did Li Qingxuan promise to marry you?" Mo Lingling's lips were so bitten that they bled. She remembered that night when he was drunk and called out another woman's name. "No, it was just my wishful thinking." After that, he disappeared, and Mo Lingling never saw him again. She sent someone to deliver a letter, but there was no reply. She could only use this extreme method to let him know she was pregnant with his child. Based on the timing, your child was probably conceived around the day he became top scholar. Ji Qingwu had a very bad suspicion in his mind. At the Deer Song banquet, Li Qingxuan drank wine, tangled with her by the pond, then went to accompany the princess, and afterward, he went to Two Fragrant Pavilion. Spending the night moving between three women, Ji Qingwu's lips curled into a mocking smile. His eyes were cold as he said, Are you sure you want to have his child? Mo Lingling tightly covered her belly, took a few steps back, and her back hit the yellow small door. But the door wasn't locked, only slightly ajar. Mo Lingling staggered and fell backward. Falling could really cause trouble. Ji Qingwu quickly rushed over to try to catch her, but the stone-paved road was slippery, covered with moss or mud. She grabbed Mo Lingling's sleeve and pulled her back, but she couldn't stop herself, and both of them fell toward the door. Ji Qingwu was prepared to fall and adjusted her posture, intending to use her body as a cushion for Mo Lingling. Even though she knew that someone like Li Qingxuan was not worth Missouri Lingling having a child for him, an accidental miscarriage might also be a kind of relief. But this decision was up to Mo Lingling herself. The small door was pushed open by the force of the two people rushing toward it. In the chaos, Ji Qingwu only saw Mo Lingling staring straight at her back, her pupils dilated. What was behind her? Her expression became even more frightened and uneasy, as if she had seen a wild animal in the jungle. Mo Lingling's waist was caught and pulled aside by someone using a soft sword. With a little force, that person steadied her and made her stand upright. Ji Qingwu breathed a sigh of relief, just hoping the little pregnant woman wouldn't fall. But she wasn't so lucky. She was still falling backward. However, she didn't feel the expected pain of falling. A warm, strong hand firmly supported her arm. Once Ji Qingwu steadied herself, she turned to see who was there. She didn't expect anyone to be in such a remote place. The person behind her pulled her waist forcefully. "Are you throwing yourself into his arms?" Seeing Ji Qingwu look confused, Mo Lingling said, "It's your new lover." She was quickly covered and silenced by a grim face, then dragged away. Actually, she didn't need to remind her. Ji Qingwu could already tell who this person was from the cold, stern voice. The Emperor Wu Sudi's voice sounded in her ear. New lover? If the Emperor found out about Mo Lingling, he might not handle it well. Ji Qingwu softly said, "That female messenger tends to talk nonsense." "Your Majesty doesn't need to listen." "Good, I will pretend I didn't hear anything." Ji Qingwu was puzzled. Why was the Emperor so agreeable today? Then she heard him say, "But I did hear something else from a Wu. The man you mentioned earlier. Was he killed because you bullied him to death?" Ji Qingwu knew that Emperor Wu Sudi wouldn't let her go so easily. Sure enough, he was waiting for her here. She kept silent. His big hand moved around her waist, and he asked, "I really want to know, after you upset him, how did you bully him?" Ji Qingwu no longer looked confident in front of Mo Lingling, her eyes shifting nervously. "If a Wu doesn't say, then I will guess." Emperor Wu Sudi lowered his head to look at her earlobe and said in a deep voice, "Did you make him unhappy, so you refused him food, water, or even sleep in the bed?" She didn't do such things. The situation is becoming more and more absurd. Ji Qingwu shyly and angrily said, "No pants to wear." A deep, teasing laugh tickled her ears. Indeed, a Wu is capable of such things. The distant chime of a bell echoed. Remembering that they were at Han's Han Temple, Ji Qingwu shrugged her shoulders and pushed his hand away, wanting to keep some distance from him. However, Emperor Wu Suwa tightened his arms, holding her firmly in his embrace. "Why are you here at Han's Han Temple today?" Although this place was remote, there was always a chance someone might see them. The two of them were chatting in this close, intimate pose, but Ji Qingwu was tense, always worried about being caught. She absent-mindedly said, "Offering incense and praying." Emperor Wu Suwa casually replied, "A Wu has wishes and asks the gods. Why not come and ask me instead?" Ji Qingwu kindly suggested, "Your Majesty, this is a sacred place for Buddhists. It's not appropriate for us to behave like this." What did we do wrong? This really looked like a secret affair. But the Emperor's mental strength was very good. He didn't think anything was wrong. Ji Qingwu seriously said, "Hugging and holding hands like this is not proper. It's disrespectful to the gods." The Buddha would be angry. He held her with one arm, and with his other hand, he lifted her chin to face him. "Buddha saves all beings, but I don't want the Buddha's help. Only a Wu can save me." Was this something an emperor who often held grand ceremonies could say aloud? He didn't seek divine help, only her guidance. Ji Qingwu's ears turned red, her bright eyes flickered, and she whispered, "Let me go first." Emperor Wu Suo looked at her, his eyes dark and pure. He said in a deep voice, "You are the one who barged in and fell into my arms, yet now you want me to let go." These words carried a biting tone. Ji Qingwu felt he was different today. Before she could react, he urgently pinched her chin and kissed her deeply and fiercely. Ji Qingwu had once thought of Emperor Wu Suo as a cold moon in the sky, unreachable. But upon closer look, she realized he was like a burning white flame, glowing and intense. Getting too close would only burn her with a fierce fire, leaving nothing behind. The skin of her chin hurt from his grip. Ji Qingwu trembled, her legs weak. She wanted to escape from this feeling of being on the verge of being consumed. Her mind was a tangled mess, with distant chanting sounds, nearby lip and teeth sounds, and chaotic breathing all clearly reaching Ji Qingwu's ears. She was holding onto his arms so tightly that her strength was almost gone. He gently pulled away, staring at her lips that had been kissed until they were red and swollen. Compared to Li Qingxuan, how do I look? Ji Qingwu's mind was still scattered, and she instinctively spoke her true feelings. How can he compare? You and he are worlds apart. Emperor Wu Su saw the shimmering in her eyes and knew she was telling the truth. His dark eyes lit up, like stars in the night sky. His happy laugh made his whole chest shake, making Ji Qingwu, leaning in his arms, feel even more dizzy. His tone was gentle, with a hint of tenderness he rarely showed. "And how do I compare to your previous man?" Ji Qingwu was confused and said, "There's no other man." The mention of deceased husband was just an excuse to comfort outsiders, at her husband's request. It was only him. There was no need to compare herself to anyone else. During moments like this, Ji Qingwu was most unguarded. Her innocent and obedient look always touched people deeply. Emperor Wu Su lowered his head, holding her soft body close, placing his hand on her back, and rewarded her with a few gentle bites on her lips. His breath was hot on her swollen, heated lips. "There's no one else." Then, instead of a storm of passion, he kissed her lightly and gently. Ji Qingwu couldn't help but hum softly. Mo Lingling lowered her head, afraid to meet Duan Mingfeng's fierce gaze. Suddenly, she heard a short, sweet moan. She looked up and exchanged a glance with Duan Mingfeng, but she saw no anger or hostility in his eyes. So Mo Lingling forced herself to stay calm and asked, "There's a little wild cat at the cold mountain temple. Did you hear it?" Duan Mingfeng returned his cold, intimidating look and warned softly, "Don't talk nonsense." "Shut your mouth." Mo Lingling stayed quiet for a moment, but the little cat's calls grew more tender, as if it was suffering terribly. She touched her ear and whispered, "Did you hear my conversation with Miss Jiwu? Whether I heard it or not doesn't matter." Duan Mingfeng frowned. "Please don't tell anyone or else." Mo Lingling looked at his gloomy face and had to change her words. "Otherwise, I really have no way out. You're asking for trouble yourself and still dare to ask others to keep a secret?" Mo Lingling knew. He looked down on her actions and was silent for a moment. Then she nervously said, "Since we are from the same hometown and the Mo family once helped you, can you help me this time?" Mo's father had saved Duan Mingfeng's life. She didn't mind using this favor to ask for help, but she truly had no other choice. Hearing her mention past kindness, Duan Mingfeng sneered. "Do I need to remind you again? I have already repaid the Mo family's kindness. I don't owe the Mo family anything, and I certainly don't owe you." Mo Lingling's eyes widened in surprise. How did she not know when he had repaid? What does he mean by not owing her? Does he dislike her that much? She took a step back. Duan Mingfeng's cold, fierce gaze was like a sharp blade, watching her retreat. "Don't think about protecting Li Qingxuan. The person inside is the current emperor. Whether you live past tonight is uncertain." Knowing that the noble person was the emperor, Mo Lingling's face turned pale, and her legs trembled uncontrollably. "It's too late to be afraid now," Duan Mingfeng said. Mo Lingling felt a heavy pain in her heart. Li Qingxuan wanted Princess Shang, and there was no hope between them anymore. Her foolish hopes should end here, but was her life also going to end today? She hadn't yet cleared her father's name. She touched her belly, pressed her lips tightly, and her eyes showed fear. Duan Mingfeng squinted and said, "If you still want to live." Mo Lingling hurriedly looked up at him. His gaze was cold and sharp, like a snake crawling over her. She had been afraid of him since she was young, but to survive, she tremblingly asked, "Can you help me?" Duan Mingfeng leaned against a tree with his arms crossed and sneered cruelly. "I can't help you." Mo Lingling's heart sank completely. After a long time, so long that she had already decided where to bury herself after death, the man coldly said, "You can only go and beg Miss Ji Woo. Maybe there is still a chance. Even though she is a member of the Ji family, she is just a small widow with a bad reputation in Linen City. How could she possibly help herself?" Mo Lingling's eyes trembled intensely, sensing Duan Mingfeng's meaning. This fifth Miss Ji from the Ji family can actually influence the emperor's decisions. Listening to the sounds inside, Mo Lingling realized that she was not just a little wildcat. When Ji Qingwu came out behind Emperor Wu Su, her face was as delicate as a blooming peony, and her eyes looked moist, clearly showing she had been badly bullied. Ji Qingwu thought that Emperor Wu Su's words about "no one else around" meant there was no one nearby. But as soon as she appeared, she saw Duan Mingfeng and Mo Lingling waiting outside. Ji Qingwu wanted to avoid their gazes. Duan Mingfeng didn't look at her at all, acting very properly, but Mo Lingling's eyes seemed to be fixed on her as if they grew there. Wherever she went, Mo Lingling's eyes sparkled as she watched. Seeing Ji Qingwu's ears lose their heat, another wave of emotion surged, and her face looked as beautiful as a peach blossom. Thinking about how they could hear her voice, Ji Qingwu kept glaring at the back of the emperor's head. She lowered her head and hurriedly walked away, trying to leave these people behind. Emperor Wu Su reached out and grabbed her hand, his voice hoarse. "Where are you going?" In front of Duan Mingfeng and Mo Lingling, his grip felt like a small flame was burning. Ji Qingwu took a deep breath and said, "I'm going home." Emperor Wu Su asked, "Do you know the way?" The surroundings were filled with tall weeds, and she might end up somewhere unknown again. Actually, it's not that Ji Qingwu doesn't know the way, but the small gate nearby was set with a magic formation. It's easy to accidentally enter, but hard to get out. Ji Qingwu cleared her throat and said, "My older sister and Chu Chu are still waiting for me. I haven't been back for a long time, and they will be worried." She secretly glanced at Emperor Wu Su's expression, thinking it's best not to make his daughter wait anxiously, so she should leave quickly. Seeing her sneaky look, Emperor Wu Su teased, "Chu Chu hasn't run off anywhere, but you, an adult, got lost. You're more troublesome than a child." His words were true. Ji Qingwu meddled too much, and even got herself involved. She had no way to argue. He glanced at the two behind him and opened his mouth, about to say something. Mo Lingling's eyes sent out a plea for help, which Ji Qingwu had already noticed. Ji Qingwu quickly held the hand that Emperor Wu Su was gripping her with and interrupted, "Let's go quickly, or Juju will get anxious and start crying." Duan Mingfeng's eyes showed surprise. He had never seen anyone dare to interrupt the emperor's words before and admired Miss Ji's courage. If it had been the old Ji Qingwu, she would never have dared. She would have been trembling and shrinking in front of Emperor Wu Su. But recently, Emperor Wu Su had been restraining his temper with her, speaking kindly and softly. Even when he quietly left Wudong Garden last time, he didn't lose his temper with her. Women tend to become more spoiled when they are pampered. So Ji Qingwu thought she could occasionally act spoiled because of her favor, and now was a good chance to test that. Emperor Wu Su looked at her soft, smooth hand reaching out to hold his brow furrowing slightly. Again, because of others. The emperor's face, like a carved jade, darkened. Duan Mingfeng was ready to kneel and beg for mercy, and Mo Lingling's face turned pale instantly. Ji Qingwu also felt nervous, but this time, because she wanted to protect others, she felt a heavy responsibility on her shoulders, which made her braver. Her 5 slender fingers skillfully slipped into his fingers, clasping them in an intimate grip. She looked up into his eyes and playfully shook his hand. Softly, she said, "Can we let Lord Duan send Miss Mo back?" Her soft hand pressed against his palm, rubbing the calluses on his fingertips, gradually softening the hardened shell in his heart. In the end, Emperor Wu-Su did not speak, released her hand, and walked away alone. That was a sign of agreement. Ji Qingwu quickly turned around and made a gesture for them to leave quickly. Emo Lingling let out a long breath, her legs weak as she sat on the stone steps. Duan Mingfeng looked at Ji Qingwu, who was chasing after the emperor's distant figure, with a thoughtful expression. Emperor Wu-Su strode forward, and Ji Qingwu hurried to catch up. She soon realized she had to jog to keep pace. This scene was like Juju stomping around in a huff when she was upset. Ji Qingwu's heart moved. She quickened her steps and then cut in front of him to stop him. She, slightly out of breath, called softly, "Your Majesty." Emperor Wu-Su's expression was cold and stern. Although he did not look at her, he stopped walking. Ji Qingwu remembered many times that after he shook her hand, he always had this same cold look. She asked, "Your Majesty, why are you not happy?" Emperor Wu-Su raised his high eyebrows and looked at her, saying, "It's a good thing you can still see that." After so many times, this was the first time Ji Qingwu dared to ask directly. Emperor Wu-Su continued, "I thought Miss Ji was blind and couldn't see that I was unhappy." Ji Qingwu was a bit confused by his sarcastic tone. Did he always wait for her to ask? Usually, everyone guessed the emperor's feelings and acted accordingly. She had no courage to ask. She explained, "I was afraid to ask before. It is a big taboo to probe the emperor's likes and dislikes. Now you dare? Are you not afraid of taboos?" Emperor Wu-Su still looked expressionless. Ji Qingwu softly said, "Since I caused your majesty to be displeased, I naturally want to know the reason and apologize." He looked at her with dark eyes. Since ancient times, those in power had many flatterers around them. The world was busy with profit and fame, all for power and wealth. What they truly wanted was a pure heart, not influenced by others, material desires, or power. Although Ji Qingwu's actions were far from this ideal, but Emperor Wu-Su was very serious about this matter. He didn't want her to seek his favor or make requests because of others, even slightly. Ji Qingwu saw him staring at her silently, with a hint of struggle in his eyes. She reached out again, holding his index finger. Seeing he showed no dislike, she gently held another finger, gradually wrapping her small hand around his 4 fingertips. Emperor Wu-Su's throat moved. Ji Qingwu watched his expression. As she moved, she loosened her grip slightly, slowly tracing her finger across his palm and along the inside of his wrist. The skin here was less rough than his palm, but more sensitive. Under his robe sleeve, she grasped his wrist bone, only able to encircle half of it. Emperor Wu-Su looked down at her hand. Ji Qingwu tapped his finger with her fingertip and smiled softly, saying, "Your Majesty does not dislike my touch. Then the problem lies elsewhere." Ji Qingwu pulled her big hand in front of her eyes like gentle autumn water. What the emperor truly dislikes is. Emperor Wu-Su raised his eyes to watch her move, a dark current flashing in his gaze. Ji Qingwu chuckled softly. It's about others. Emperor Wu-Su was annoyed by such small matters. After understanding the key point, she found it amusing. As a ruler in a high position, with a proud sense of overlooking the world, everyone sought his favor. Why, when she asked for something, did it seem to ignite his anger? Did it make him uneasy? Seeing her smile mischievously, Emperor Wu-Su pinched her soft, bouncy face. "Since you now understand why I am unhappy, you should take this as a warning. If you do it again, what punishment should you face?" Ji Qingwu widened her eyes. "I haven't done anything wrong, and you're already thinking about punishing me." She muttered softly. It's really hard to understand a wise heart. Even if her voice was very quiet, Emperor Wu-Su's exceptional hearing could catch every word. He loved her tender face and couldn't let go. Hearing her be so bold in front of him, he couldn't help but increase the force of his grip. Ji Qingwu mumbled, "Are you kneading dough, Your Majesty?" "Yes, kneading a dough figure." Emperor Wu-Su asked curiously, "What kind of disguise method do you use?" "There's not a single flaw." Ji Qingwu stopped smiling and pretended not to hear, refusing to answer. He was so annoyed by her stubbornness that he pinched her hard, leaving red marks on her face. She covered her face, shy and resentful, glancing at him. Then he grabbed her by the neck and gave her a thorough scolding. After leaving the front gate of Hanshan Temple, they arrived at the carriage of the Marquis of Zhongyong. Chun Xing was waiting beside the carriage. Seeing Ji Qinggu, she hurriedly said, "Miss Wu, you're finally back. Madam was so worried, she almost came to find you herself." "We persuaded her to stay." Ji Qinggu asked, "Is my older sister and Chu-Chu doing well?" "Madam and the young lady are resting in the carriage," Chun Xing replied. Chu-Chu had already taken a nap on the carriage. When she heard Ji Qinggu's voice, she immediately lifted the curtain and peeked out. The little girl's face still bore the marks of sleep, clearly having just woken up. She cheerfully said, "Mother." When Ji Qingrong saw her younger sister return, she relaxed her tense feelings and was about to say a few words to her, telling her not to run around in the future. But then she noticed a figure standing a few meters away. She opened her mouth to speak, then closed it again, her eyes full of surprise. Ji Qingrong is the wife of the loyal and brave Marquis heir. She has attended many palace banquets and naturally recognizes what the emperor looks like. She wanted to think of that man as someone who simply resembled the emperor, not the emperor himself. But Emperor Wu Sua's appearance is too striking, and his commanding presence is unique and intimidating. It's hard for her to mistake him. Why would Emperor Wu Sua be here? It looks like he is still watching in their direction. Ji Qingrong thought maybe the emperor had some other reason to leave the palace incognito and just happened to see the Marquis' carriage, so he was taking a few more looks. She decided to stay in the carriage, without moving. Ji Qingwu walked to the window. The window was a bit high, so she had to tilt her head to talk to the little girl. "Jiao, are you obedient? Did you bother Auntie?" Jiao shook her head, looking aggrieved. "Mother, why did you take so long? There must be a new treasure outside, so I hid in this temple." Ji Qingwu raised her hands and said, "Heaven can witness, I don't have any other." But that wasn't quite right. She did have another treasure, Yuan Heng, who was in the palace. She stopped herself, trying to find a different way to say it. Seeing her mother suddenly get stuck, the little girl's eyes filled with tears, and she cried loudly, very sad. No wonder her mother hadn't been with her for several days. It turned out she had a more obedient and beloved treasure now. Children cry suddenly without warning. Ji Qingwu was worried about how to explain this. Before she could speak, Jiao's crying suddenly quieted, and she looked behind her with a sniffle. A familiar fragrance wafted into her nose. Ji Qingwu turned her head in surprise and saw a white robe embroidered with orchids. Emperor Wu Sua was standing far away. Since Jiao had just climbed out of the carriage, he had been watching the mother and daughter. He didn't want to come over at first, but after a few words, the little girl pouted and started crying loudly. Seeing him approach, Jiao stopped crying, tears still glistening on her face, and stared at him intently. Emperor Wu Sua asked in a deep voice, "Why are you crying?" Ji Qingwu felt embarrassed to tell him the real reason. Inside the carriage, Ji Qingrong saw the emperor approaching through the window. She quickly helped Chuanxing out of the carriage. Just as she was about to bow, the Emperor Wu Sudi did not look at her but slightly raised his hand, and she stepped aside. However, her younger sister Wu Mei did not bow or greet him. Ji Qingrong felt even more surprised. Although the emperor was dressed plainly, he still carried a strong and commanding presence. Ji Qingwu stood calmly beside Wu Sudi, watching him talk to Jiao. They were standing at a respectful distance, but Ji Qingrong felt there was a close bond between them, as if a brave emperor should have such a gentle girl by his side. Jiao had a good memory. She had seen Wu Sudi at a palace banquet before and knew he was a powerful emperor who could punish anyone. She pouted her little mouth and started to complain sadly. Mother was gone for a very long time. She hid her new treasure in that temple. Ji Qingwu's eyes met Wu Sudi's, and she looked away shyly. The delay earlier was partly because he had held her down under the willow tree, pressing her with his strong arms, making her feel pain. Wu Sudi's expression remained calm. He looked a bit confused and asked, Is that why you're crying so much? Tears filled Jojo's eyes, and she looked as if the sky was falling. She said sadly, Mother doesn't love me the most anymore. She has a new treasure. Her innocent words made Wu Suri feel both amused and helpless. Seeing him laugh at her, Jojo was embarrassed and angrily said, You've never been Mother's favorite little treasure, so you don't understand how I feel. She then shook her head and added, My teacher said, if you're not part of it, you can't understand. Although Wu Suri had never been Mother Ji Qingwu's favorite treasure, Jojo's words struck him. Suddenly, he understood why she was so upset. He silently nodded. Jojo's eyes filled with tears again. Watching from the side, Ji Qingwu saw the emperor being defeated by the little girl's words. She decided she had to step in. She softly comforted, Mother still loves. But Wu Suri interrupted her loudly, saying, It's natural for people to like new things and dislike old ones. If you want to take something, you must first give it. Jojo's big eyes were full of confusion, and she didn't quite understand what he meant. Ji Qingwu's red lips slightly parted as she looked at the person beside her with surprise. Emperor Wu Su patiently explained, If you want to keep your mother's favorite little treasure in her heart, you need to show your abilities. You should prove what is worth her love, not just cry and make a fuss to gain sympathy. Hearing this, Juju's tears seemed to turn off instantly. To become her mother's most loved treasure, she must do her best. She blinked her big eyes and quickly disappeared behind a car window, with rustling sounds coming from inside. Ji Qingwu, whose height made it hard to see what was happening inside the carriage, turned her head to look at his expression. Emperor Wu Su watched the little girl fidgeting with her small cloth bag, a faint smile in his eyes. Soon, Juju reappeared holding a small cloth pouch. Mother, here you go. Ji Qingwu glanced at it and knew it was the candies and cakes the girl usually saved. Juju liked to save her favorite treats to eat at the end. These few pieces of candy were her most precious possessions. Emperor Wu Su's words reached Juju's ears, and she immediately took action. Her pink little mouth was still saying, Juju will give Mother the most fragrant and sweetest cakes from all over the world, and let her live in the most beautiful and luxurious courtyard. She stared tightly at her mother, feeling it was not enough, and promised, Juju will also find the best husband in the world for Mother, so she won't suffer anymore. Hearing this, Emperor Wu Su's brow twitched. Most women might dismiss or ignore such childish words, but Ji Qingwu's bright eyes responded with confidence, believing her little girl could do it. Good, it's a deal. Mother will wait for that day. Ji Qingwu smiled. Even the breeze around her became gentle. Today, she wore a half-up hairstyle with 100 flowers hairpin, her silky black hair gently blown by the wind. On the soft, cloud-white robes of the man beside her, a few streaks of black appeared. As her hair moved, it brushed her mother's shoulder and slowly fell into the raised palm of the man, wrapping around his fingers. The carriage left Cold Mountain Temple. Ji Qingrong's gaze occasionally drifted to her fifth sister resting beside the carriage. She secretly wondered when Ji Qingwu became so familiar with the emperor. According to her, the fifth younger sister had only attended a few palace banquets and had not interacted much with others. But today, the atmosphere between the two was very strange, not like the usual relationship between a high-ranking king and an ordinary daughter of a court official. It seemed more like. Ji Qingrong returned home and mentioned this to her husband that evening. Lu Jun had been busy with work lately and only returned late at night. When he heard his wife's words, he was surprised. Arong, you and the fifth sister went to Hansan Temple and met the emperor? Recently, Emperor Wu Su had been busier than Lu Jun. According to Li, he was so busy that he barely slept at night, so how could he have gone to the temple? Ji Qingrong leaned on the bed and pulled the embroidered quilt up. Not only did I meet him, but the emperor also stood by the carriage to keep the fifth sister company. He even talked with her daughter, Jojo, for a long time and gave her many words of advice. Ji Qingrong lowered her voice, leaning in mysteriously. From my point of view, the emperor is more patient with the little Prince Yuan hung in the palace. Lu Jun paused and thought carefully. The emperor isn't the type to chat idly. There must be something about the fifth sister that interests him. What could a man be interested in about a woman? With Lu Jun's hint, Ji Qingrong immediately understood why the emperor's eyes shone so brightly. Men really understand men. Ji Qingrong and Lu Jun looked at each other, waiting for him to analyze further. Their husband always saw through court affairs clearly. Lu Jun reached out and placed his hand on his wife's belly, smiling. Jiao is a clever little girl, very likable. The emperor only has one son, so he must envy families with daughters. Ji Qingrong, unfamiliar with the emperor, noticed that his expression was unusually gentle today. Could it be envy? But she still felt something was off.
Could it be?
She didn't finish her sentence. Lu Jun sat by the bed, lifting a corner of the quilt and gently massaging her leg. But when he returned home, his mind was entirely on Ji Qingrong. He didn't want to think about other matters, even if that person was the emperor. Does your leg feel numb? She relaxed her doubts and quickly withdrew her leg, softly saying, I heard that swelling only happens in the late stages of pregnancy. I don't feel uncomfortable now, so there's no need to worry. He was worried about her suffering during pregnancy. He also felt distressed about her early mornings and late nights, busy all the time. Luan gently placed her small leg on his knee and suddenly smiled, saying, Rong, let's have a soft, fragrant daughter. Earlier, they had agreed that it didn't matter whether it was a boy or girl, as long as she liked what she had. Ji Qingrong shook her head and said, I actually hope to have a son. What's so good about having a mischievous little boy? Luan replied unhappily. You don't understand the pressure I feel. It's better to have a boy quickly so I won't have to try again. Ji Qingrong, feeling sensitive during pregnancy, worriedly continued, What if I can't have a son? The Marquis's estate might be lost, and I would feel very guilty. Luan didn't think having a son was a big deal. He said, Second brother has a son. At worst, we can adopt one. Second brother Lu Wei was a commoner son, so he couldn't inherit the title, but if Ji Qingrong couldn't have a child, they would have to adopt. Ji Qingrong always felt that taking someone else's child was unkind. Plus, second sister-in-law Feng Shuang treated Song Ger like her own eye, so she couldn't agree to it. Seeing Ji Qingrong's face wrinkle in worry, Luan said, Rong, do you think it's bad? It's okay, I have other ideas. There was no other way to have a son. Ji Qingrong's face darkened, and she angrily said, Lu Zio, you wouldn't consider finding a concubine to help you have a child, would you? Luan stopped his hand, which was kneading her foot, and reached inside her loose pants to pinch her soft flesh. You really are bold, daring to call me by my name directly. Ji Qingrong's heart tightened. She had called him recklessly earlier, and now deeply regretted it. But seeing that his eyes showed no anger and sparkled with light, she hesitated. It was you who said there might be other ways. Luan unfastened his belt with one hand and casually said, My idea is to let second brother take the heir position, not your bad plan of pushing me to a concubine. He spoke as if giving up a simple snack, making it seem so easy. Ji Qingrong sat up and looked into his eyes, asking, Husband, do you really think so? By now, Luan had already taken off his outer robe, wearing only his inner shirt. He leisurely said, Rong, do you think I only have the emperor's favor because of this heir position? Without the Marquis's estate, could your husband really stand tall? Hearing his confident words, Ji Qingrong suddenly felt reassured. Luan casually said, This matter isn't important. What's important now isn't this. Ji Qingrong felt that there was nothing more urgent at the moment. If her mother-in-law, Cui, heard this, she would probably be so angry she might go crazy. But in the next moment, Luan took her hand and gently placed it somewhere. As a powerful court official's favorite, he softly begged her in her ear, Help me, Rong. She was only annoyed that Luan's solution was so satisfying that she had no choice but to agree with him. After taking another bath, Ji Qingrong tiredly leaned on Luan's chest. Luan stroked her back and looked down thoughtfully. Now, as a relative of the Marquis family, she might become a target someday. Emperor Wu Suo was not the kind of ruler who would side with big, noble families. The emperor, coming from a noble family himself, saw through the complicated clan relationships. The big families looked impressive, but underneath, They were full of corruption and rotten to the core. Emperor Wu Suo wanted to clean up the mess, but hadn't found the right opportunity yet. Which family to target was still unknown. The Ji family's main gate was decorated with white lanterns. Ji Changyan, the third son of the Ji family, had been in prison for some time but eventually passed away. Old Madame Ji had been sick and worried ever since she returned from Sinang Palace. Her health worsened after hearing about her grandson's death. Wu Shi held the memorial tablet and cried several times until she fainted. Because of this, the funeral was mainly supported by Madame Chiao. The hall was all white, and few people came to pay respects. The memorial hall was quiet and cold. Since Ji Changyan was guilty in life, none of his friends or close companions showed up. Even King Yong did not appear, only sending a gift. The funeral was managed by Princess Yong, who also took this chance to send a message to Ji Qingwu. Tao Wanin had taken the first medicine she gave her and was now feeling much better. She was just waiting to see when the second medicine would work. Ji Qingwu sat by the window in Wudong Garden. She wore a simple white dress without any headpiece, looking pure like a water lily. She held a candle wick soaked in vinegar, with water added outside the lampshade, making a small, everlasting light. She originally didn't plan to go to the memorial hall, but she believed that all grudges and feelings should fade away with a person's passing. Ji Qingwu placed the everlasting light in a corner of the hall, lit a stick of incense, and then left. She had just stepped out of the main door and was heading toward Wudong Garden when sharp shouts came from behind her. "You are not allowed to leave." Ji Qingyuan, whose face had become quite thin and sharp, stood behind her. Ji Qingyuan glared fiercely and said, "How dare you come to the third brother's memorial hall to burn incense? He was harmed and died because of you." Recently, after Ji Changyan's incident, their mother, Wu Shi, seemed to have lost her mind, and even the elderly lady who loved her most fell ill. Within a month, the second household had fallen into ruin. But the main household's mother and daughter continued their lives as usual, living comfortably. Even at Ji Changyan's funeral, they showed no signs of sadness. Ji Qingyuan angrily said, "How can the Ji family have such a cold-blooded person like you?" Seeing the deep resentment in her eyes, Ji Qingwu frowned. She believed that respecting the deceased was important, and she didn't want to argue with her. She lowered her shoulders, intending to calm things down. But Ji Qingyuan suddenly rushed forward, grabbing her arm. Unwilling to give up, she said, "Are you feeling guilty and refusing to answer? What exactly happened that night? Why was third brother taken away? If you don't explain, don't even think about leaving." She suddenly pulled out a knife from somewhere and held it in front of Ji Qingwu. But before Ji Qingyuan could threaten her further, Ji Qingwu's wrist was suddenly struck with pain. Someone slapped her arm, causing the dagger to fall to the ground. Ji Qingwu didn't have time to feel what it was like to have a knife at her neck. What she saw next shocked her again. The person appeared instantly and disappeared just as quickly, as fast as a black lightning bolt. She looked at Ji Qingyuan, whose face was twisted with pain, and said, "No matter what happened that night, it is a fact that Ji Changyan harmed the imperial censor. The emperor did not blame the Ji family for it. You are not exiled to the north, and you still enjoy wealth and comfort. You should be grateful." Ji Qingwu, who was outside the whole incident, understood why Emperor Wusu did this. His punishment of her seemed harsh, but was actually a form of protection. Her older brother had sent her to the Yongwang's bed. Although she was the victim, rumors and slander could ruin her reputation. Even if nothing had happened, her name would still be destroyed. After Lady Ji returned from the palace, she never asked what exactly happened that night. She understood that the emperor's actions were swift and fierce, and there might have been other reasons behind it. Now that things have reached this point, knowing more often leads to more trouble. However, the second sister, Ji Qingyuan, who is simple-minded but brave, directly confronted Ji Qingwu to ask questions. Ji Qingyuan was sweating with pain and asked hoarsely, "Who was that person just now?" Ji Qingwu picked up the dagger from the ground and approached her with a nervous expression. She gently tapped Ji Qingyuan's face with the back of the knife. In a soft tone, she said, "Fourth sister, do you really want to know what happened that night? Do you also want to know who that person was just now?" the blade pressed against her face, sending a chilling sensation. Ji Qingyuan shivered, trying to hold back her fear, her lips trembling. Ji Qingwu continued, "But if you find out, you might not be able to live. Since you're so eager to know and want to stand up for third brother, why don't you go and be with him? I'll tell you now," she whispered close to her ear. Ji Qingyuan was as fragile as a paper tiger, already too scared to speak. She endured the pain in her wrist, covering her ears and shaking her head violently.
I
don't want to hear it." Ji Qingwu looked at the shining knife in her hand, a helpless smile on her lips. Actually, the dagger was not sharp. It was just a decorative small knife with gemstones, not even suitable for cutting apples. Her fourth sister always caused trouble right in front of her, making her feel exhausted. But the shadow that appeared earlier, she wasn't sure if it was from the third river or the fourth sea. After being released from restriction, they had been staying close to her. Was Emperor Wu so worried about her? Ji Qingyuan saw Ji Qingwu lower her head and smile, in a good mood, then she put the knife back into her hand. After that, she left, leaving Ji Qingyuan with a parting word. Ji Qingyuan stood there, pondering her younger sister's words. "Since you don't even know if the knife is sharp or not, how can you see people's true hearts?" "Never mind, I won't argue with you. Now," Ji Qingyuan's wrist hurt badly, her face turned a sickly color, and her chest felt like it was about to explode with anger. But she dared not stop her sister. After the funeral, the Ji family remained quiet for a few days. The younger members who had died early, and because of a serious crime, the memorials lasted only a few days before the spirit hall was dismantled. Soon, the Ji residence returned to its usual lively state. Every year, there is a riding and archery festival, usually held once or twice. This year, it was scheduled to take place at the Mulan Forest, a royal location. However, the date was moved up quite a bit earlier than usual, reportedly decided personally by the emperor. Noble young women skilled in riding and archery eagerly prepared to show their talents at the event. In the morning, when Ji Qingwu went to Anju Garden, Qiao Shi specifically mentioned the festival to her. Ji Qingwu was also interested, but felt it should be kept low-key. She hadn't decided whether to sign up yet. When she returned to Wudong Garden, she found a set of items on the table. It was a complete riding outfit embroidered with dark red and gold, featuring a lotus pattern. The set included a top, riding trousers, a skirt, a hood, and horse gear, all matching. Unlike her previous clothes, this outfit was intricate and noble, with fine details. It was a gift given quietly by someone, and Ji Qingwu's eyes sparkled with understanding. A few days passed quickly. At the opening of the riding and archery festival, it was customary for Emperor Wu Su to personally shoot the first arrow, demonstrating bravery. Emperor Wu Su stood on a high platform directly in front of the target, dressed in silver armor that shone brightly in the sunlight, making him look even more heroic. Ji Qingwu sat on the side viewing platform, her palms sweating uncontrollably. The platform was dozens of meters from the target, and from her position, she couldn't even see the bullseye clearly. Shooting accurately in front of so many people was crucial. No mistakes were allowed. Emperor Wu Su bent down, drew his bow effortlessly with his right arm, and with a strong pull, released the arrow like a falcon soaring through the air. Ji Qingwu clenched her sleeve nervously, her eyes fixed on the arrow's flight. The beautiful bow and arrow flashed with light, and with a sharp sound, the arrow hit the bullseye. The white feathers at the end of the arrow stood out brightly against the red target. At that moment, not only was the target trembling, but Ji Qingwu felt her heart beating wildly as well. A thunderous cheer erupted, banners waved wildly, and only the sound of war horses neighing could be heard. Thousands of archers released their arrows simultaneously, creating a rain of flying arrows. Ji Qingwu watched the tall figure on the platform, her eyes filled with admiration. That powerful shot carried the force of pulling back 1,000 pounds. Looking at the strength and accuracy of that arrow, Ji Qingwu thought that only Wei Ting from the Northern Army could match him. No one else seemed to be able to compare. Last time at Jiang Hall, I still remember the scene where Emperor Wu Su was holding her arm and shooting an arrow. Thinking back now, the strength of that shot, Your Majesty was probably just teasing her for fun. The archery and horseback riding event officially began. It lasted for 2 days, starting with a hunting competition. Everyone rode horses through the forests, shooting at birds and animals. The winner was decided based on the number of prey caught. Different animals like rabbits, wild chickens, hawks, deer, wild boars, and tigers had different scoring methods. The most valuable targets were the special marked fierce animals that appeared unexpectedly. Women didn't have strict rules like men. They could form their own teams with up to 10 people. Xiao advised her carefully. Don't rush to the front if something happens, and don't try to win first place. Just go as you came and come back safely, understand? Ji Qingwu smiled and replied, Got it, mother. I'm grown up now, I'll be careful. Xiao worriedly kept talking, Yes, you're grown, but you're also a daughter. Think of Juju. Don't do anything reckless. Ji Qingwu kept promising she wouldn't get hurt, and only then did Xiao let her go. She picked up her bow and arrow and sleeve crossbow. Supporting herself with one hand on the side railing, she used a little strength in her waist and abdomen, then flipped sideways and landed gracefully. Her free and confident pose made some nearby people gasp in admiration. Ji Qingwu could feel the eyes on her from the high platform. She tightened her grip on the saddle, gathered her breath, and leapt up. Her long legs crossed over the saddle in midair, then she smoothly turned and mounted her horse, moving lightly yet powerfully. Ji Qingwu didn't look back at the high platform but focused on her deep red riding outfit. The suit fit her perfectly, as if made for her. Once on, her body looked smooth and slim, with a narrow waist. The outfit hugged her tightly but comfortably, showing her figure well. Her straight, tall legs pressed on the stirrups, her long hair high, looking brave and spirited. She didn't look delicate like usual, but had the aura of a battlefield lady general. At this moment, someone rode over and ordered, You're in my team. Ji Qingwu, holding the reins, turned her head to look. Princess Qingyun had come riding a small red horse, commanding confidently, Fifth cousin, I see you're alone. Do you have a team? The princess was accompanied by several noblewomen. Ji Qingwu recognized some faces, but couldn't remember which family they belonged to. Most of these noblewomen looked down on her, so she saw no need to approach them and risk being ignored or insulted. Princess Qingyun lifted her chin and kindly said, I remember you're good at archery. Come join my group. Ji Qingwu didn't want to be restricted by them, especially since they had a past disagreement and she might get into trouble. She casually replied, Your Highness, I can shoot arrows well, but I'm not good at riding. I like to be free and just wanted to take a walk in the woods. The woman in bright blue snorted and said, Don't be so proud. Princess, let's go. Don't bother with her. They only wanted Ji Qingwu to join in the hunting because her archery skills were decent, hoping she could help catch more prey and boost the princess's reputation. This time, Empress Wei and the ladies of the palace also formed teams to hunt. The Empress Dowager and Wei Liru didn't get along, and Princess Qingyun also wanted to show her respect for her mother. If it weren't for necessity, Princess Qingyun wouldn't lower herself to seek Ji Qingwu's favor. But unexpectedly, Ji Qingwu simply refused her. She held her head high, gave a charming smile, and rode away on her horse. Ji Qingwu watched them leave and smiled softly. Since she saw the riding and archery outfit, she decided to join the hunt and practiced hard for a while. She touched the blisters on her palms and the new calluses, thinking there was no need to make others look good. She just wanted to enjoy herself. Guided by guards, Ji Qingwu easily found the hunting grounds. The hunting area was divided into sections for men and women, with different levels of animal ferocity inside. The hunt was divided into 8 directions. After some thought, Ji Qingwu chose the southeast, which was unclaimed. Since she was alone, she didn't plan to hunt large animals. Catching rabbits, pheasants, and small deer was enough. In an hour and a half, she caught 6 rabbits, 3 pheasants, and 1 deer. Her arrows were marked, and later guards would come to count her score. Ji Qingwu didn't care about winning or losing. Seeing her success, she decided to stop and leisurely rode her horse into the woods. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, and the sound of hooves on fallen leaves and mud was pleasant. She felt especially happy, finding a brief moment of freedom and fresh air in this vast world. But this feeling of ease did not last long. Unfortunately, they encountered a group coming from another direction. Ji Qingwu looked closely and recognized an old acquaintance. Princess Qingyun still had that look of looking down her nose and asked, "Fifth cousin, did you hit any prey?" Actually, she didn't need to ask. She squinted and saw that Ji Qingwu's quiver was already mostly empty, so she must have caught a lot. The few of them had caught 2 mountain chickens together. Earlier, they also met Consort Wei, who had caught quite a few and even asked if they wanted to share some. Princess Qingyun proudly refused, wanting to hunt herself and outdo Wei Liru. But Ji Qingwu kept her eyes on the ground to the southwest and didn't answer. "Princess, why don't you answer when you're asked?" A woman in bright blue scolded. Ji Qingwu pressed her index finger to her lips and whispered, "Don't speak yet." She had found new tracks on the ground, likely animal footprints and droppings. Ji Qingwu dismounted first and approached the marks carefully. She guessed that the animal had left recently and was a large carnivore. It was probably the fierce beast with a special mark that the guards had mentioned, released from time to time. But why would a fierce beast appear in the forbidden hunting area for women? Ji Qingwu straightened up and said, "From the depth of these footprints, the animal is quite large. Based on the smell and color of the droppings, it seems to be a young male. We should leave quickly." Her words made the women look strange. The woman in bright blue sneered, "You got so close to look? Don't you think that's dirty?" Princess Qingyun even covered her nose and mouth with her sleeve, looking unhappy. She thought that this fifth cousin, raised in the countryside, was crude and uncultured. Ji Qingwu suddenly remembered that noble women in the capital disliked animal droppings and such things. But as a healer, she was used to it. High-quality medicinal ingredients like silkworm droppings, luminous sand, 5-spirit fat, and moon-gazing sand all come from animal waste. Maybe these women had used or eaten some of these. After a brief moment of discomfort, Princess Qingyun became excited about Ji Qingwu's analysis of the beast. She said eagerly, "Let's follow the footprints and meet that wild animal." Ji Qingwu hesitated to speak. Ji Qingwu thought carefully and knew that catching this prize wouldn't be easy. Normally, a beast that requires 5 strong men to fight would be too dangerous for a few weak women to hunt. It's like lambs walking into a tiger's den. Princess Qingyun was still too confident. Ji Qingwu kindly said, "Your Highness, the fierce beast should be nearby. We should be careful. Maybe we should retreat for now. If Lord Li finds out, he will worry about you." She specifically mentioned Lord Li, hoping Princess Qingyun would protect her own safety. But when Princess Qingyun heard Lord Li's name, her face darkened with anger.
"Don't mention him to me."
"He doesn't care about me at all," they argued. Ji Qingwu didn't expect that Lord Li would upset the princess. The girl in bright blue, named Hua Xiaofang, came from a military family. She confidently said, "Princess, what are you planning to do? When do you get to tell me? If you're scared, just stay back. I'll clear the way for the princess." Hua Xiaofang was the first to rush into the woods. The others followed, chasing after the prey deep into the forest. Ji Qingwu knew she couldn't stop them and had already warned them of the danger. She decided to let them do as they pleased. Maybe the beast had already run far away. She mounted her horse and slowly headed back. But halfway there, she sighed, feeling uneasy inside. She remembered what Mrs. Xiao had said about why Princess Qingyun was so arrogant and stubborn. Besides the excessive favoritism from the Empress Dowager, the Emperor also secretly spoiled her sister. If Princess Qingyun really got into serious trouble. After all, she was the sister of Emperor Wusi. Though less trouble is better, avoiding trouble altogether is even better. Suddenly, Ji Qingwu had an idea. She could spread this news and ask for help. She suddenly stopped her horse in the middle of the road and called out to the empty woods, "San Chuan, are you there? I have something important to discuss. Can you come out?" There was only silence in response. Ji Qingwu looked up at the tall tree branches above and tried again, "San Chuan?" Suddenly, a person jumped down from the tree. He had been hiding among the leaves and was completely unnoticed. Ji Qinggu was stunned. How is it you? Upon closer look, that person is not San Chuan but a younger one, Si Hai. Si Hai frowned and said, San Chuan has other matters. He is not here. If there's anything, just tell me.
Gick vind hvor did.
It's okay if you're here. Princess Qingyun encountered a wild beast and might be in danger. Please find someone to watch over her or persuade her to come back. What does it mean that he's okay with being here? It's quite difficult. Si Hai spoke unkindly. Miss Ji Wu, this matter is entirely the princess's own decision. Why are you involved? He saw everything that happened just now in secret. Ji Qinggu said, I didn't mean to interfere, just doing my duty to inform. Si Hai clearly knew whom he was protecting. He directly refused, I am only responsible for your safety. I am not responsible for others. Ji Qinggu truly didn't understand what orders the emperor had given him. He could ignore even the life and death of his own sister. She was momentarily speechless. She frowned and said, Are these others? Princess Qingyun is the emperor's own sister. Besides, if something happens to her during the hunt and the news gets out, Hu and Bailey would be proud. Si Hai looked troubled. San Chuan was sent to handle other matters, but before leaving, he specifically emphasized that Miss Ji Wu's case could be an exception. After a moment, he suddenly disappeared. Seeing Si Hai obey and go to get help, Ji Qinggu relaxed. She rode her horse leisurely, not in a hurry to return to the camp. It was nice to enjoy the breeze. But not long after, Ji Qinggu heard women screaming from the woods, along with low roars of wild animals in danger. She curled her lips, thinking that sometimes things really do turn out well or badly. The screams grew more desperate. Ji Qinggu resignedly cracked her whip, turned her horse toward the direction of the sounds, and rode for a while. Suddenly, someone rushed out from the side path. It's Luo Xiaofeng in bright blue clothes. Among these people, she was the best at riding and shooting. But she was the only one who escaped. Ji Qinggu asked, Where are Princess Qingyun and the others? Luo Xiaofeng, trembling as she held her reins, said panicked, Your Highness's horse was startled. She's still inside. Everyone else scattered and ran away, leaving Princess Qingyun alone inside. Ji Qinggu didn't know what to say. She asked again, What kind of wild animal was it? In case it was a large beast, she didn't want to go and risk her life. Hua Xiaofeng said, I didn't see clearly. When that beast roared, we retreated. But His Highness's horse was frightened and couldn't be controlled, so it ran wildly in all directions. Ji Qinggu breathed a sigh of relief. This outcome was okay. The horse was scared and ran away, which was better than staying still and waiting to be attacked by the beast. She asked, Did you see which way the princess's horse ran? It seems that way. Hua Xiaofeng pointed in a direction. That way. When Ji Qinggu had been wandering earlier, she had looked over there. It was a barren cliff, surrounded by a railing, but a frightened horse could easily jump over it. If the horse suddenly ran madly in that direction, they couldn't afford to delay. Ji Qinggu squeezed her legs tightly around the horse's belly and galloped forward, the wind rushing past her face. The horse she was riding was a strong adult steed, faster than Princess Qingyun's small horse, but it was almost at the edge of the hunting ground, where the shadow of the railing was faintly visible, before she caught up. That small red horse was still galloping quickly. Princess Qingyun's body was already close to the ground, almost being thrown off her horse. Her face was covered in mud, her hair in disarray. She was trying to straighten herself, but the horse's strength was too great, and its running was unsteady, making it hard to move. Seeing that the area ahead was wider, Ji Qinggu used her strength to control her horse, trying to keep both horses running side by side. Princess Qingyun saw her coming out of the corner of her eye, and fearfully said, "Fifth cousin, help me." This time, her call was sincere and heartfelt. Ji Qinggu kept a serious face, hooked her left foot into the stirrup, leaned to the side, and at the right moment, grabbed Princess Qingyun's waist belt, pulling her back onto the horse. The small red horse was forced to slow down, its nostrils flaring with heavy breaths, agitated beyond measure. It suddenly charged forward again, pulling away. Jikingwu was afraid she might be dragged off her horse, so she had to loosen her grip. Fifth cousin.
Ah!
Save me. The small red horse neighed loudly, lifting its front legs to stand up, just as Princess Qingyun was about to be thrown back. Jikingwu thought quickly and decided to let go of the reins, then jumped onto the small red horse. She tightened the reins behind Qingyun. The horse felt the strength of her grip and gradually calmed down. Fortunately, it was just a small horse, not a war horse. If it had been a war horse, Ji Qingwu wouldn't be able to control it. Horses tend to be bullying. The gentler you are, the more they like to tease you. But once they sense your strength, they become obedient. After Ji Qingwu took control of the reins, the small red horse was much more manageable, but it still kept running forward, unable to stop. It was about to break through the fence. Ji Qingwu made a quick decision. She hugged Qingyun and shouted loudly, "Jump down with me. Don't be afraid."
No, I'm scared.
Princess Qingyun had already been frightened silly. She clung tightly to the stirrups and held onto the horse's mane. This caused Ji Qingwu to miss the best moment to jump. The horse suddenly leapt over the barrier. Ji Qingwu, determined, used all her strength to pull Qingyun down from the horse. They rolled on the rocky ground several times, finally stopping near the edge of a cliff. When Qingyun Princess opened her eyes, she saw the abyss just below her. She was so scared that her limbs flailed in the air. Ji Qingwu frowned and warned, "Don't move." But the princess didn't listen. She pushed Ji Qingwu away forcefully, trying to get away from the danger. Feeling the loose sand beneath her, Ji Qingwu wanted to roll back to the safer side. But it was too late. As the sand shifted and fell away in chunks, Qingyun Princess screamed. The two of them tumbled down together. Ji Qingwu reacted quickly. She saw a large tree on the cliff and shouted, "Grab the branch." Qingyun Princess had a strong survival instinct. She hurriedly held onto the nearest tree. This tree was thick enough to support both women, but Qingyun kept kicking wildly in the air. Ji Qingwu's arm was kicked by her, and she missed grabbing the branch. She continued falling, but her life was spared. Below there was a smaller tree. She grabbed onto it tightly, avoiding falling into the abyss and being crushed. Qingyun Princess clung to the tree, too scared to look down at the cliff. She cried and shouted loudly, "Fifth cousin! Fifth cousin, are you dead?" Ji Qingwu, holding steady, replied with a hint of helplessness, "Not dead yet, but close. Just now, I almost got hurt by a kick from the other person." However, Qingyun was very frightened and did not do it on purpose. "Fifth cousin, what should we do?" The princess, who had never faced such danger before, was about to break down and shouted, "Is there anyone up there? Please, come help me. I am here." The closer they got to danger, the calmer Ji Qingwu became. She said, "Your Highness, the girl from the Hor family knows which direction your horse ran. They will need some time to find us. Save your strength for now." Hearing her calm tone, Qingyun felt a little more at ease. Actually, Ji Qingwu didn't expect the girl from the Hor family to send help. When she chased the princess on horseback earlier, she didn't follow. She was probably scared and didn't dare tell anyone. She might have sneaked away quietly. But she was sure someone would come because she trusted the people sent by Emperor Wusu. The Four Seas could definitely find them. Sure enough, not long after, a group of people with torches came looking for them. The leader saw the footprints left by the horse's hooves and the marks from rolling on the ground. He immediately ran to the edge of the cliff. His voice was steady as he shouted, "Qingyun!" Princess Qingyun looked up and recognized him. Tears started to flow down her face. She responded sadly and pitifully, "Chengsun, you're here. You came to save me. I shouldn't have been angry with you. It's good that you're here." They had argued over some matter, but after experiencing life and death, Qingyun felt that nothing was better than seeing him. Li Qingshuan saw Princess Qingyun hanging from the tree below the cliff and calmly comforted her. "Princess, don't be afraid. I will pull you up right away." But when he saw who was hanging on the small tree further down, dressed in red, his body stiffened, and his calm expression suddenly turned anxious. Ji Qingwu didn't expect him to come first. But no matter who it was, having someone come was good. They would be rescued soon. Right now, she felt extremely regretful. Regretful for having eaten an extra bowl of porridge that morning. Because she felt the small tree she was holding was starting to sway slightly, about to give way under her weight. Li Qingxuan knelt on the ground, hesitating for a moment, then stretched out his hand toward Princess Qingyun. At that moment, there was a sudden loud, and the small tree holding Ji Qingwu suddenly loosened, exposing its roots quite a bit. Princess Qingyun's hand missed her target, and she looked in shock as Li Qingxuan's hand moved away. Li Qingxuan noticed what was happening with Ji Qingwu and, instead of doing what he planned, he reached toward Princess Qingyun's hand, then changed course. He leaned down and quickly grabbed the woman who was about to fall. In the next moment, the small tree broke free from the cliff and fell straight into the dark abyss below. If he had hesitated just now, Ji Qingwu would have fallen with the tree, and there would be no remains left. Li Qingxuan's eyes, full of fear, showed his panic. Only half of his body remained on the ground, and he gripped her tightly with his fingers. "Hold on to me." Ji Qingwu's lips turned pale, clearly frightened, her heart pounding. As Li Qingxuan pulled her, she also pushed with her legs. With a tug and a push, she finally returned to solid ground. Meanwhile, several guards who had come with them quickly pulled Princess Qingyun up. Ji Qingwu's palms were sweaty. She took shallow breaths and walked alone to a safe spot away from the cliff, inside the railing, calming her nerves. She remained calm at the moment, but felt scared afterward. After Princess Qingyun was rescued, she was trembling like a leaf and sat on the ground with weak legs. "Qingyun, are you okay?" Li Qingxuan stepped forward and took her hand, but she slapped it away. Princess Qingyun's hand hurt, and her legs felt weak, but her anger kept her going. She wobbled over to Ji Qingwu. While everyone else was caught off guard, Princess Qingyun seemed to have used all her strength and slapped her. Ji Qingwu instinctively stepped back. The pampered young princess was exhausted and couldn't even hit properly. Her nails caught a few strands of her hair, and her fingers just brushed her face. Princess Qingyun, struggling to hit her, swayed and nearly fell to the side. Ji Qingwu was still trying to calm her nerves after the scare and didn't expect Qingyun to suddenly lose control and come after her. It looked like she had hit her, but it didn't hurt, just a bit embarrassing. After all, hitting someone on the face in front of so many people was not proper. Her eyes flashed with a glint. She secretly kicked out her leg in the shadows, causing Qingyun to stumble and fall straight into the grass on her right. Soon after, the woman's scream pierced the sky, louder than before, even more intense than when she was hanging on the cliff. Li Qingxuan and the guards rushed over. Ji Qingwu pretended to be surprised and turned to shout, "Your Highness!" Princess Qingyun had just fallen into a large pile of unknown beast droppings. This shocking scene made Li Qingxuan step back instinctively. The guards were stunned for a moment, then hurried over to help the princess up. The delicate princess had never touched such filth before. She was trembling, and her face was trembling as well. Ji Qingwu bit her lip, suppressing the smile that wanted to rise. It felt very satisfying to take revenge, right then. At this moment, she saw more bright flames gathering nearby. Ji Qingwu covered half of her face that had been hit by Princess Qingyun and said, "Your Highness, your horse was frightened. I saved you, but you want to repay kindness with enmity. I don't know what I did wrong." Princess Qingyun pointed at her, trembling with anger, trying to say something. The sound of hooves grew closer. When Li Qingxuan and the guards saw who was coming, they immediately knelt down to greet. The Wusu Emperor was dressed in a black riding uniform with dragon patterns on the cuffs and collar. He wore a light white armor over it, with a long black bow hanging from his bag on the horse, along with a bunch of white feathered arrows. Ji Qingwu changed from sitting to kneeling, following everyone to kneel and welcome the emperor. She had guessed who was coming earlier. When she saw it was really him, she felt a deep sense of relief. The Wusu Emperor gently pulled on the reins, slowing his horse, and stopped beside Ji Qingwu. His gaze swept over the scene, then he frowned and said, "Qingyun, what is this?" The princess was covered in dirt. Someone handed her a handkerchief, but it only made her dirtier. Li Qingxuan didn't go near her, unsure if it was because of her fiery temper or the smell of her dirt. Seeing everyone's eyes on her, Princess Qingyun, angry and anxious, pointed at Ji Qinggu and said, "It's all your fault. You dared to flirt with a crown prince in front of me. Do you think I'm nothing?" The Wu Su emperor sat high on his horse, ignoring the kneeling crowd. He didn't pay attention to Princess Qingyun's crying and fussing. His gaze fell on the woman kneeling in the grass. Her hair, high, was now loose and messy, with a few strands unevenly falling on her face. Her riding outfit had several scratches, and her knees revealed faintly white skin. Probably after rolling on the ground and getting dirt on her face, she looked dusty and gray. A few green leaves from a small tree on the cliff also stuck to her head. Ji Qinggu only had a pair of bright eyes left, and her mood seemed quite steady. Suddenly, a man's sneer came from behind Emperor Wu Su. Ji Qinggu looked carefully and saw that Yuqi Lianping and Li were also riding nearby. Princess Qingyun was annoyed and asked, "What are you laughing at?" Yuqi Lianping looked around at the scene. The guards who had arrived earlier numbered at least 10. He said, "Princess, be careful with your words. How can you call it seduction in front of so many people? You probably misunderstood." Princess Qingyun immediately retorted, "My eyes are very good. I definitely didn't see wrong." Seeing the dark smudges on her chest and waist, Yuqi Lianping couldn't hold back anymore. He burst out laughing loudly and said, "Princess, you should wipe off the cow dung first. It's not too late to speak after that. Who has good eyesight? Someone might step into a pile of manure and fall flat." Princess Qingyun stomped in anger, but since he was the son-in-law of Princess Huachong and her sister's husband, she dared not speak out loud. She then turned her anger toward Ji Qinggu. "Cousin Wu, tell me, what did you do just now?" Yuqi Lianping's mouth twitched in frustration. Everyone present could see that Emperor Wu Su was not in a good mood. His face was darker than the gloomy sky, yet Princess Qingyun was still acting crazy and confused. Emperor Wu Su did not participate in today's hunting. He was in the big tent, practicing the 8 trigrams formation of military strategy. Yuqi Lianping was guarding inside. When the secret guards reported that Princess Qingyun had encountered a fierce beast, the emperor's expression remained calm. He was carefully drawing the main formation and the earth trigram on his brush, and ordered someone to tell Li Qingxuan to bring guards to rescue her. But he couldn't do much himself. Soon after, someone from the Imperial City office reported that Miss Ji Wu and the princess had fallen into danger on a mountain cliff. The emperor paused his brush, and the ink spread across the yellowish silk. They hurried over in a rush. Throughout the journey, the emperor's expression was tense, his gaze deep and frightening. Even Yuqi Lianping didn't dare to speak much. Passing through the enclosure, near the cliff, I saw a red figure sitting on the green grass. They were hugging their knees and covering their face, seemingly talking to themselves. The oppressive feeling from Emperor Wu Su had just eased. Yuqi Lianping looked at Ji Qinggu with curiosity. The delicate 5th young lady of the Ji family, who had suffered so much hardship, seemed to be arguing her case before we arrived. But once we came, she stayed silent when accused, her big dark eyes darting around, as if pondering something. Is she scared stiff? With such a strong backing from Emperor Wu Su in front of her, why isn't she moving closer? What is she waiting for? Ji Qinggu was indeed thinking about something else. She understood why Princess Qingyun was causing such a fuss. She was jealous because Li Qingxuan had saved her first. At that age, girls often see love as more important than anything. But if she kept causing trouble, she would be unable to clear her name, even if she jumped into a river. She didn't want others to misunderstand her, especially the person now staring at her with serious eyes. If the emperor thought she had a secret affair with Li Qingxuan, Ji Qinggu felt a chill run down her spine. Last time, because Li Qingxuan had drunkenly hugged her, Emperor Wu Su had gotten very angry and made a big fuss. She suppressed her other feelings. Maybe Princess Qingyun, who was nearby, didn't see her situation clearly at that moment. Ji Qingwu calmly explained the misunderstanding. Your Highness, after we fell off the cliff, I was holding onto a small tree that was less sturdy than yours. Its roots were loose and about to come out. That's why Li Da was the first to pull me up, not because we have any secret relationship, as you might think. After hearing Ji Qingwu's explanation, Li Yuzong also felt nervous. Not only because he learned she had narrowly escaped death in a dangerous situation, but also because of the dark expression on the emperor's face. Emperor Wu Su's brows furrowed even deeper. The princess had lost her reason, burning with jealousy, and started speaking recklessly. That's also your fault. Ji Qingwu almost risked her life to save her. Even if she didn't expect Princess Qingyun to be grateful, she didn't expect to be slapped and called deserving of punishment. If no one else had been there, Ji Qingwu really wanted to push this love-obsessed young princess into a pile of dirt and make her wake up. But now, there is clearly a better way. Ji Qingwu covered her right cheek, her shoulders trembling slightly, and spoke in a voice full of grievance. There's no shortage of reasons to accuse me. Even if the princess is angry, she should have calmed down. She already slapped me without any regard just now. Isn't that enough? Ji Qingwu's eyes were red, and her body trembled, looking so fragile that a gentle breeze might knock her over. Princess Qingyun looked at her and couldn't find anything to say in reply. Yuqi Lianping frowned, surprised that Princess Qingyun was so ungrateful. He thought to himself that although Miss Ji Wu had finally woken up a bit, she still wasn't enough. She should have run straight over, clung to the emperor's leg, and cried while saying her plea. No, maybe she didn't even need to cry. Just looking at the emperor with her red eyes would be enough, without even opening her mouth. Before everyone arrived, Ji Qingwu had been calm and composed. Her sudden display of grievance made Princess Qingyun remember that it was this seemingly delicate fifth cousin who risked her safety to save her life. She was also a woman, and she would be afraid too. Zhao Jian. At this moment, someone spoke softly, saying 3 words. Princess Qingyun's full name was Zhao Jian, but no one had called her that for a long time. They all used her title, and only those in the palace dared to call her by her name. Emperor Wushu sat high on his horse, expression cold and indifferent, looking down at her with eyes deep and unfathomable. Princess Qingyun glanced at him, her eyes trembling, and immediately lowered her voice. Li Yuzong coughed and said, "The princess has seen His Majesty. Why not bow in greeting?" Li Gonggong's words were a reminder to her. Princess Qingyun quickly knelt down and hurriedly said, "Brother Emperor, I was frightened, so I lost my composure in front of the court. Who is the person you said deserves to die?" Princess Qingyun lowered her head, kneeling properly, no longer daring to be presumptuous. Emperor Wushu's face was stern as he looked at her, with a cold expression. "I think it is you." Princess Qingyun's pupils shrank. Although the emperor was not her biological father, since she could remember, he had been quite indulgent toward her. He rarely scolded her even when she made mistakes. This was the first time he had spoken such harsh words to her. His words made her realize clearly. The person in front of her was an unreachable emperor, not her brother who tolerated her misbehavior and temper. Emperor Wu Su's gaze fell on the marks on the ground. He could imagine how dangerous the situation had been. He said in a deep voice, "If Miss Ji hadn't saved you, you wouldn't be alive now. You recklessly chased after your prey, barely escaped, and then still weren't clear-headed. You dragged others down the cliff with you, and were so unkind to the person who saved your life. Is this the rule you learned growing up?"
Who taught you this?
Princess Qingyun's lips moved as she wanted to explain a few words, but her brother was right. What she did was truly unreasonable. Emperor Wu Su looked at her with complete disappointment. His eyes turned cold, and he said directly, "You are even worse than a 4-year-old child. You have shamed me." These words hurt her much more than a slap on the face. Tears welled up in Princess Qingyun's eyes as she begged, "Brother, Qingyun knows she was wrong." Emperor Wu Su coldly replied, "If you know you are wrong, kneel here and reflect." "Brother." Princess Qingyun dared only to whisper his name, not daring to anger him further. The fate of a princess who lost favor and her heart's desire was tragic. The previous dynasty had many bloody examples, being sent to barbarian lands for marriage, married 3 times to father and brothers, suffering insults and ridicule. Ji Qingwu also thought that the princess's stubbornness needed to change. Kneeling by the cliff was a good punishment. It would remind her how dangerous the situation had been just now. Ji Qingwu quietly looked up at the emperor, but she saw he was still staring at the cliff edge. His hand was tense, veins bulging, as if he was holding back a surge of emotion. Everyone waited quietly, but Emperor Wu Su turned his horse and left. The sound of hooves grew distant. The group also began to leave. Ji Qingwu watched the shadows of the departing troops, her brow furrowing, feeling complicated. She stood up from the ground and deliberately walked around the princess who was kneeling in punishment. Princess Qingyun, after being scolded, was also being punished. She looked at her with guilt and dared not meet her eyes, no longer showing her arrogant attitude. Ji Qingwu understood that her feelings of disappointment weren't because of Qingyun. Li Yuzong was still here. He stepped forward and said to Li Qingxuan, "Masterly, the princess is kneeling here to reflect, but she shouldn't be left alone. Please, watch over her a little." As she was leaving, passing by Ji Qingwu, Lord Li coughed a few times, as if urging her to leave quickly. She was already thinking the same and did not want to stay with these 2 people. The pure black horse was still waiting nearby. The camp was a bit far away, and Ji Qingwu's mind was foggy. She really didn't want to walk. She mounted the horse, grabbed the reins, and only then felt her right arm and shoulder ache terribly, probably from hanging on the tree too hard. Only 2 people remained on the cliff. It was already dark. Princess Qingyun's clothes were dirty, and she knelt on the hard stone and dirt road. She only knelt for a short while, but her knees hurt so much she broke out in sweat. Li Qingxuan frowned and said, "Princess, I and Miss Ji are innocent. You shouldn't cause trouble in front of His Majesty." Princess Qingyun felt very guilty and uncomfortable. She was awakened by the emperor's words and knew she had gone too far. But not only did her brother scold her, she also had to listen to Li Qingxuan's advice. She was angry and said, "You not only saved her first, but also spoke up for her. Who knows if you 2 did something behind my back, like with that woman from the 2 Fragrance Pavilion." Princess Qingyun also found out about Mo Lingling. People in the royal family weren't really fools. It was easy for her to investigate Li Qingxuan's whereabouts outside the palace. After the Empress Dowager found out, she told her not to worry too much. Men outside the palace often cheat, and since the 2 weren't officially married, it didn't matter. That woman was just a plaything from a place of entertainment. If someone checked and found she was pregnant, giving her an abortion potion would solve the problem. It wasn't worth damaging their relationship. But Qingyun couldn't swallow her anger and argued with Li Qingxuan for several days. Li Qingxuan sighed and said, "Princess, after the deer cry banquet that night, my colleagues said they wanted to celebrate me again. I only went to 2 Fragrance Pavilion out of politeness. I was drunk and confused, and I mistook her for you. So that was the truth." Qingyun's frustration eased after several days, and her knee didn't hurt as much. She shyly said, "Why didn't you tell me earlier? I misunderstood for so long." He lifted his robe and knelt beside her, making Qingyun feel even sweeter inside. Seeing the princess was comforted, Li Qingxuan lowered his eyes and subtly frowned. The hand that had pulled Ji Qingwu's was slowly clenched tightly. Ji Qingwu sat on her horse, passing through the forest where fierce beasts had just appeared. Her ears twitched as she heard faint sounds inside, and she grew tense, worried that the wild animal might still be nearby. It couldn't be that unlucky. She squeezed her horse tightly, wanting to leave this place quickly. Suddenly, she heard something rushing toward her from behind, moving as fast as the wind, passing by her. She didn't even have time to scream. Someone pulled Ji Qingwu off her horse with ease, as if plucking tender leaves from a tree. A dizzying sensation hit her, and she was suddenly taken onto another horse. This horse was taller and stronger, a rare good steed, all black like ink, with snow-white hooves. It ran like a swift wind through the forest. The rider was quick and fierce, his iron arm holding her tight around her soft belly. Adding one more person didn't slow down this tall, fast horse at all. It sped like lightning. Ji Qinggu was so overwhelmed that she forgot to struggle. She was forced onto the horse, sitting sideways. It hurt her and made her sit unsteadily. Fearing she might fall off, she instinctively hugged the man's strong arm. She looked up at his face, cold as frost, tense as if about to collapse like a mountain of snow. Emperor Wu Sudi whipped his horse, the sound of hooves pounding loudly, and the speed increased even more. Ji Qingwu's heart pounded faster, thumping loudly as if it wanted to jump out of her throat, more frightening than when she had fallen from a horse or off a cliff. Not only was her mind overwhelmed, but she also felt the cold wind whipping her face painfully. She wanted to turn back, but the muscular body behind her was as solid as a wall. She could only turn her face away from the wind, worried she might be thrown off the fast-moving horse. She wrapped her arms around his waist, clutching him tightly, like holding onto a lifesaver. Her hair was blown messy by the wind, and she wanted to bury her face in his chest. But her tender skin rubbed against his silver armor, making her hurt even more. Her hips jolted painfully, and everything felt uncomfortable. Ji Qingwu couldn't help but let out a few pained moans. Hearing a faint sound from below, Emperor Wu Sudi looked down at her. Seeing her with closed eyes, trembling eyelashes, and curled-up shoulders, looking so scared she seemed ready to nestle into his arms, he felt a pang of sympathy. He finally showed mercy, lifting her waist with one arm and changing her to a straddling position. Only then did Ji Qingwu feel a bit better. She wanted to ask him to slow down, saying, "Your Majesty," but as she opened her lips, her plea was blown away by the wind, and her stomach was filled with rushing air. Ji Qingwu could only curl into a small ball, leaning against his chest, trying to adapt to this almost crazy speed. The horse was very familiar with this forest area. Its galloping carried a bold, cloud-high spirit, as if it wanted to break through the dark sky in the distance. At first, Ji Qingwu felt nervous and short of breath, unable to get used to the fast pace, feeling like she might die on the horse. But after about half an incense stick of time, the swift horse galloped through a forest that could block out the sky, suddenly revealing a flat plain. The blue sky was gradually being swallowed by night. Now, she could see a faint crescent moon and a few scattered stars on the horizon. Ji Qingwu's body moved with the horse's lively leaps, rising and falling, as if she was a happy, running horse herself. Her back was pressed against Emperor Wu Su's warm, steady chest. She didn't feel cold, nor did she worry about falling. The horse kept running swiftly and lightly, still powerful and graceful. Ji Qingwu's face was flushed, her eyes wide with excitement, as she looked at the bright red bonfire rising nearby. She didn't know where this place was. It wasn't a hunting camp, but there were several large tents set up, with guards in black armor patrolling, making it seem like a private place. Emperor Wu Su held the reins tightly, slowing the horse's pace. But they didn't head toward the big tents ahead. Instead, they gradually stopped about 100 meters away. He loosened the reins, letting the horse wander freely. Ji Qingwu, sitting in front of Emperor Wu Su and holding the reins, didn't control the horse but was exhausted from the excitement, mainly because her heart was pounding. She had never ridden so fast before. It pushed her beyond her physical limits and made her forget the dangerous moments in the forest. Now, she only felt her breathing was smooth and every pore in her body was open. She was alive, able to feel the freshness of the world. It was wonderful. In the future, when she thought of tonight, she would probably only remember the thrill of galloping on horseback and this moment of peace and happiness. Ji Qingwu relaxed completely. She lowered her gaze and saw the man's well-defined hand holding the reins. She felt a sudden movement in her heart. After Emperor Wu Su finished dealing with Princess Qingyun, he didn't leave. Was he waiting for her in the woods all along? Taking her riding was also his way of helping her release her suppressed feelings. Ji Qingwu eagerly looked up, wanting to see the expression on his handsome face behind her, wondering if he felt as free and happy as she did. But she moved too quickly and accidentally bumped her head against Emperor Wu Su's hard chin. The sound of the collision was quite loud. Ji Qingwu's head hurt from the bump. She reached up to rub her head, not knowing how his chin was affected. Soon, Emperor Wu Su's voice came from above her, sounding neither happy nor angry. Your whole body, but your head, is the hardest. He didn't say the last part out loud, but his heart, which should be tough, was surprisingly soft. This delicate-looking woman, who was afraid to face difficult things and always retreated, insisted on pushing forward with her head, showing a brave and loyal spirit. Did he want to criticize her for being too soft-hearted? Emperor Wu Su thought he couldn't and shouldn't. The person who risked her life to save his younger sister was her. Qingyun was ungrateful, and if he scolded her harshly, it would only make her feel wronged and sad. He could only suppress his temper, restrain himself, and ride with her. Wasn't that also a way to vent his own deep, unspoken worries? If he sensed that something might become a mental obstacle, he believed he should break it before it formed a deep impression. He watched her expression change from fear to adaptation, then to enjoyment. Seeing the joy on her face made him happy, as if just watching her could dispel his inner demons. From the emperor's tone, which seemed a bit displeased, Ji Qingwu chose to honestly nestle in his arms and stay quietly still. But after a while, she shifted nervously and softly asked, "Your Majesty, did I hurt you?" Anyway, her head no longer hurt. She felt she should also care about his condition. Emperor Wu Su suddenly smiled angrily and let out a light laugh. Was this woman forgetting her near fall off a cliff or what? And still had time to worry about whether he was hurt. He lowered his gaze to her hair, where there was a swirl. According to the palace elders, people with more swirls are smarter. But it seems the rumor isn't true. He sarcastically curled his lips and said, "If it hurts, what should you do? You're responsible." Ji Qingwu was surprised and looked back. If even this tough man said it hurt, then it must have been a pretty hard bump. Could she have really hurt the emperor's chin? She nervously wondered if she had accidentally offended him or caused harm to his health. She quickly turned her body, looked up, and carefully examined his smooth jawline. It seemed fine, with no redness or bruising. Medical examination involves observing, listening, asking, and feeling. "Does it hurt a lot?" Ji Qingwu asked as she reached out to touch his chin. The touch was a bit prickly, not as smooth as a woman's chin. Ji Qingwu's bright eyes focused on him. Her delicate fingertips lightly touched his face, as if trying to see if he was in pain by checking his reaction. Her bright, tender lips moved closer to him. Emperor Wu Suo slightly lowered his head, watching her. This morning, Ji Qingwu's hair was high, paired with a deep red riding outfit, giving her a brave and spirited look. But after a day of riding and fussing, her hair was loose and messy. Now, her hair had fallen in strands, hanging around her face, making her look gentle and elegant. A few strands of hair brushed her lips as she spoke, sticking to them. Emperor Wu Suo reached out and tucked those playful strands behind her ear. His fingertips brushed her cool, full lips and then pressed gently on her soft skin behind her ear. Feeling his touch, she frowned and made a sound, trying to avoid him. The emperor's tone was a bit displeased. "Why are you hiding? Can I touch you?" Ji Qingwu held his arm softly and whispered, "No," but her hand didn't loosen, clearly indicating she didn't want him to touch her again. "What do you mean, no?" "It means, I don't want you to touch," she explained sweetly. "The wind made my face hurt, and when you touched it, it hurt even more. Because of the strong wind along the way, her skin was red, tender, and sensitive, causing her pain." But Emperor Wu Suo didn't accept her excuse. Suddenly, he pressed on her slender right shoulder, pinching her upper arm with and applying a little force. Ji Qingwu immediately cried out in pain, her red lips trembling, tears filling her eyes from the pain. She looked at the stern man with tearful eyes. He said in a deep voice, "It's just a muscle fascia injury. It turned out he noticed her awkward posture and was checking her shoulder for injuries. Following her right shoulder, Emperor Wu Suo gently pinched her upper arm with the same hand. Jing Qinggu was mentally prepared, but the sudden ache hit her hard, and tears immediately welled up in her eyes. Emperor Wu Sudi deliberately asked, "Does it hurt?" Jing Qinggu nodded with tearful eyes. Why did he always pick her sore spots? A strange light flickered in his eyes, and his tone grew cold. "I thought you didn't know what pain was." Jing Qinggu wiped away her tears and said, "I'm not someone without feelings. Of course I know what pain is." Hearing her words, Emperor Wu Sudi's expression became even more frightening. "So it hurts now? Didn't it hurt when you fell off the horse? Have you ever thought about how painful it would be if you fell into the bottom of a cliff?" Jing Qinggu raised her chin and stubbornly replied, "If I really fell, I wouldn't feel the pain. She would go straight to sleep forever." "You really are heartless." Emperor Wu Sudi seemed truly angered by her words and didn't speak for a long time. He just stared at her with cold eyes. Through his armor, the warmth from his chest was trying to comfort her, but his expression made her feel cold all over. Jing Qingwu's heart ached under his icy gaze. In the past, Emperor Wu Sudi had shown even colder expressions. She was just afraid, but it didn't hurt her so much inside. At some point, Jing Qingwu couldn't bear his sudden coldness anymore. She turned her head away, not wanting to see that kind of look in his eyes. But Emperor Wu Sudi grabbed her chin. His fingers pressed firmly, forcing her to turn her face back, and he gently stroked her cheek. As soon as Jing Qingwu touched his intense gaze, she quickly looked away, as if avoiding him. She bit her lip, feeling helpless, not knowing where to put her hands. He looked at her hand, which had been touched by someone named Li Qingxuan, and suddenly became angry. He opened her palm roughly, frowned, and stared at it for a long time. Jing Qingwu suddenly remembered that Li Qingxuan had touched her hand. Could he be about to lose his temper again? Her fingers slightly curled, and she nervously said, "Your Majesty, I and Lord Li really have no secret relationship." It was just an emergency at the time. Hearing her explanation, Emperor Wu Sudi's expression grew worse. But noticing her panic and tension, he sighed and loosened his grip. He said, "What do you think I am to you?" A pair of arms then hugged her waist tightly, pressing her firmly against him. The strength was so great that Ji Qingwu could feel the thin armor on his body slightly embedded into her skin. Although this close contact was a little uncomfortable, it made her feel very safe. Emperor Wu Su's chest rose and fell as he tried to calm his intense, almost explosive emotions. His lips, cool to the touch, brushed against her ear. "I have never been as grateful to Li Qingxuan as I am now. I am thankful he still cares for you and saved you first." Ji Qingwu stared blankly at his chest. His deep voice continued softly into her ear. "If you fall from the cliff, it will hurt a lot. You might not care, but it's not just you who will feel pain." Ji Qingwu sensed he wanted to say more. She tried to lift her head to look at him, but he raised his hand and gently held her head, keeping her close in his arms. The sadness and loneliness in Emperor Wu Su's eyes didn't want her to see. He sighed deeply and said softly, "Have you ever thought about how much it hurts me? Wu." This sentence vibrated in her ears and seemed to reach every bone in her body.
Does he also feel pain?
Ji Qingwu didn't mean to act brave. She was just caught in a dangerous situation and didn't have time to think more. But since she had acted, she wouldn't regret it. No matter what Princess Qingyan thought, whether she was grateful or resentful, Ji Qingwu just wanted to ensure that in the future, when she thought of this scene, she wouldn't blame herself for watching coldly. But afterward, Ji Qingwu watched the emperor walk away from the edge of the cliff, feeling a deep sadness in her heart. She was upset because she had been hoping someone would comfort her at that moment. And that person, without a doubt, was him. Emperor Wu Su looked down at her hand, which had new calluses from practicing riding and shooting recently, along with red, swollen spots from scratches on the branches. He gently kissed her palm, and this gesture spoke more than words. Ji Qingwu's eyes immediately turned red. She felt both warmth and a fluttering sensation in her heart. The pain in her heart turned into a gentle, tangled feeling, like a soft ache wrapped in longing. Seeing her face flush and her breathing quicken, with her brows furrowed, Emperor Wu-su thought she was frightened again by his earlier expression. He calmed his emotions and asked, "When you turned your head just now, was there something you wanted to tell me?" Just now, when the horse stepped into the field, Ji Qingwu indeed had a lot to say to him. But with Emperor Wu-su's interruption, her thoughts became unclear. She decided to start with the first thing that came to mind. She softly said, "Your Majesty, why did you suddenly appear?"
You scared me.
At first, I thought a wild beast was going to catch me and eat me. Ji Qingwu's lips curled into a smile, and her bright eyes twinkled. Though she said she was scared, her tone was full of affection. Later, she felt a person's arm block her waist, making her think it was a bandit leader trying to kidnap her. Hearing her lively and vivid description, Emperor Wu-su's expression softened. He raised an eyebrow and said, "With your small arms and legs, even a wild beast wouldn't bother to catch you." He pinched the flesh on her arm and continued, "Being kidnapped by bandits might actually be useful." "Do you know what use you could be?" Ji Qingwu sat up straight, puffed out her chest, and proudly said, "If I am taken, I can be very useful. I know medicine and can help treat illnesses. If they have trouble with children, I can give them some health pills." Emperor Wu-su stretched his voice and said, "It's a pity you only serve as a healer girl in the mountain stronghold. Why is that a pity? Someone like you, delicate and fragile, should be taken to warm the bed and have a bunch of children." Ji Qingwu. She wasn't delicate at all. Today, she had shown herself to be brave. Then she heard Emperor Wu-su, looking a bit troubled, ask, "But your guesses are all wrong. It wasn't a wild beast or bandits. I was the one who took you. Now tell me, what should I do?" Ji Qingwu quickly turned to sit upright, her slender waist trembling slightly as she moved forward. But since they were sitting on horseback, the small distance she moved was negligible. Unless she jumped off the horse again, she couldn't escape. Emperor Wu-su leaned toward her, lowering his body, his broad, heavy shoulders pressing down. Half of his upper body weight was on Ji Qingwu until he completely pulled her into his embrace. His large hand began to her navel area, and he said with a smile, "Should I eat you or warm the bed? You choose, Awu. Is this really a choice? Neither option is proper." Qingwu Ji lied with his eyes open, shaking his head and saying, "Your Majesty, I don't taste good, and I am cold. Eating me would cause cold poison, and warming the bed could freeze me to death." He casually replied, "Is that so?" Emperor Wu-su lifted her waist and turned her into a face-to-face sitting position. This time, Ji Qingwu had nowhere to hide her gaze. Seeing her longing look at him, Emperor Wu-su raised an eyebrow and slightly lifted the corner of his eye, saying, "Then I will reluctantly play the role of Shinnong and try this small herb that carries cold poison." Soon, Ji Qingwu wished she had caught cold poison. Just a light, water-dappled kiss from him made her feel hot all over, every part of her body warm. The horse beneath them was still leisurely pacing, with slight bumps felt through the saddle. This subtle, uncontrollable feeling seemed to stir Ji Qingwu's heart. The all-black horse didn't know what its owner was doing. It occasionally snorted, flicked its tail, and relaxed its ears backward, as if listening to their voices. Before, every time was like a storm, but this time, Emperor Wu-su changed his approach. Their lips just lightly touched, gentle and delicate, turning over a few times as if handling a fragile treasure. Ji Qingwu's lips, blown cold by the wind, felt like icy honey cake, cold at first, melting into soft, sweet, and fragrant after biting. Emperor Wu-su claimed he was just tasting, but in reality, he only lightly sampled. Ji Qingwu instinctively hugged his waist, wanting him to hold her tighter, even more tightly, rather than as he was now. He only loosened his grip slightly, steadying her waist and shielding her with his long arm to prevent her from falling off the horse. She could feel that in recent encounters, he seemed to be deliberately restraining his impulses. But never like this, with his hands so proper and restrained. She lifted her thick eyelashes and looked at him with misty eyes. Emperor Wusu, with deep brow bones and captivating eyes, had closed his eyes, removing much of his sharpness, leaving only a hint of coldness that made one feel restless. It was like a snow-capped mountain, unreachable in daily life, suddenly appearing before your eyes, making you want to grasp a handful of its icy snow. Feeling his coolness, sensing the melting of the icy snow, until the icy water turned into a hot, flowing stream. Jikingwu slightly moved back, staring at his lips. His lips were clear in shape, but unusually soft in outline. She knew it was dangerous, but couldn't help but get closer. The night was cool, and Jikingwu imagined the warmth of those lips she had seen before. She gently leaned in. When she touched his lips, the man's mouth curved into a premeditated smile. Jikingwu didn't understand his intentions and only pressed her lips against his, rubbing them until she started to feel anxious and annoyed. It was harder to open than a clam shell. She pouted her dry lips and softly hinted, "Why doesn't His Majesty hold me tighter?" She thought her meaning was very clear. Sure enough, Emperor Wusu responded to her request, holding her waist tightly. His warm hand stroked her back, like a fire driving away the cold night dew. Jikingwu's body became softer, and she relaxed, pressing closer to him. But she didn't make any further move. She felt something was still missing. Emperor Wusu hesitated for a long time before speaking again. "Your Majesty." His eyes held a deep smile, and he patted her back with his palm. "What are you calling me for?" Jikingwu felt shy and dared not look at him. She held his shoulder and quietly mumbled something. "What did Ao say?" "I didn't hear clearly." Her voice was very soft, like a mosquito or a falling leaf, almost too quiet to hear. She pressed her forehead against his shoulder and raised her voice slightly. Emperor Wusu's Adam's apple moved as he softly coaxed, "Too quiet. The wind on the plains is strong. I still didn't hear clearly." "Can't hear?" Jikingwu even thought the horses could hear her, but he still couldn't. But once she had an idea, she wouldn't give up easily. She looked up, her bright eyes shining like stars. Grabbing his outer robe, she loudly and angrily whispered in his ear, "I said, I want His Majesty to kiss me." This time, her voice was not only loud but also echoed. The horse beneath them was startled by her voice, its hooves restless. Jikingwu's body jolted, and before she could shout out in surprise, it was drowned out by Emperor Wusu. From then on, she had no choice. As the sunset darkened the sky, deep in the grassland, the sound of insects kept going. Jikingwu's lips hurt and felt numb. She finally quieted down. Because she asked for it herself, she had to endure the pain and discomfort no matter how difficult the process was. What melting snow mountain! It was clearly a volcano disguised with snow and ice, cleverly hidden. After luring the indecisive traveler Ji Qingwu over, it suddenly erupted. Her waist was almost broken, and in the end, even when dismounting, she was carried down by Emperor Wusu with his arms around her knees. Ji Qingwu lay on a white animal hide, which was originally draped under the saddle. Emperor Wusu took it off and spread it on the grass to keep her from catching a cold. That pure black horse saw its own hide, now sitting beneath Ji Qingwu, and snorted in protest, blowing air through its nostrils. Ji Qingwu, regaining her senses, saw its dissatisfaction and provocatively raised her eyebrows at it. Her fair hand was still patting the animal hide beneath her. If Ji Qingwu had a tail, it would probably be wagging happily in the air. Seeing that the person and the horse communicated so smoothly without any barriers, Emperor Wusu shook his head and chuckled. The black horse stared at her with bright, moist eyes for a long time. When it saw she had no intention of returning it, it turned its head, tail flicking at her, then kicked the ground and ran away swiftly. Ji Qingwu's eyes widened in surprise and asked, "How did it leave?" Emperor Wusu said, "Don't worry about Taiyun. It ran off on its own." It turned out the horse was called Taiyun. When it ran, it truly felt like stepping on clouds, and it was quite spirited, knowing how to run away on its own. Ji Qingwu relaxed and lay back comfortably, using the ground as a seat and the sky as a blanket. She gazed at the countless stars in the night sky, experiencing a rare sense of peace and happiness she had never known before. After she had enough, she propped up her head and looked at Emperor Wu Su sitting beside her. He had left the entire leopard hide for her and was sitting directly on the grass. Feeling a bit guilty, she sat up straight and said, "There's still space. Your Majesty, come sit here. The ground is cold. Now you remember to call me over to sit?" She couldn't be blamed for that. When Ji Qingwu dismounted, she was dizzy and didn't even know where she was lying. Her skin was as smooth as jade, and the night cast a gentle glow on her face. Her eyebrows were like distant mountains, her bright eyes and white teeth reflected the water's clarity. Her gaze was both joyful and mischievous. Although she was lying neatly on the white animal hide, her relaxed posture made her look charming and alluring. Emperor Wu Su could only sit further away to suppress the urge to pounce like a wild beast. He said, "You can lie down. When I was marching and fighting in the northern border, I even slept in the snow. Recently, Ji Qingwu had been treating him like an emperor, almost forgetting that he was once the great general of the northern border. The border region was cold and harsh. The western Jin kingdom repeatedly invaded. He had fought in over 100 battles. Not only did he sit on the grass, but in times of danger, he even ate the grass." Emperor Wu Su looked far away with a deep gaze at the stars descending the hill. Ji Qingwu followed his gaze to the distant lights of Linen City. They looked at each other quietly for a long time. Ji Qingwu softly said, "Your Majesty, the Northernly will surely establish a lasting peace and grow strong." He looked at her with a deep gaze and asked, "Have you already guessed what the Emperor is thinking?"
"I dare not," she replied.
"Is there anything else you dare not do?" "I allow you to guess what I am thinking." Since the Emperor allowed her to guess, she took it seriously. Ji Qingwu said earnestly, "Your Majesty is outstanding in the world. You have achieved great deeds on horseback. The founding emperor must have faced many difficulties. There are things that must be broken to build anew. Perhaps he is contemplating affairs of the court." Emperor Wu Su was silent for a long time, then lowered his head and chuckled softly. "Ah's guess is wrong." Ji Qingwu looked at him. He reached out and took her hand, holding it in his palm. He said, "I am thinking, could any of these lights be shining for me?" It was not about state affairs, but about personal feelings. His palm was warm, but Ji Qingwu's palms began to sweat. She understood the deeper meaning behind his words. She took a moment to compose herself and said with a complex mood, "The lights in Linen City are shining because of your Majesty." His intense gaze fell on her face. Ji Qingwu softly continued, "In the entire Phoenix Palace, if your Majesty wishes to go somewhere, that place will shine for you." She was asked to enter the palace and become a caged canary for others to admire. She wondered if, for her now, freedom and happiness were more important. As her words fell, the light in Emperor Wu Su's eyes dimmed, clearly showing disappointment. Repeated refusals were for what reason? Her light was meant for whom? The emperor's heart already had an answer. Someone far away in the northern camp, Wei Ting. Ji Qingwu pursed her lips, just about to speak. The nearby Emperor Wu Su stood up and left without looking at her. She could feel his obvious anger from his back, no need to see his face. She quietly followed the frowning emperor back to the tent where they had come. There were about a dozen black-armored guards patrolling, while others sat around a campfire roasting meat. The smell of grilled meat and wine reached her nose. When the guards saw Emperor Wu Su, they immediately stood up and bowed in a disciplined, neat manner. Commander Duan Mingfeng quickly stepped forward and looked surprised when he saw Ji Qingwu. The emperor had never brought a woman here before, not even the favored consort Wei. Duan Mingfeng bowed and said, "Greetings, Your Majesty." The emperor waved his hand and said, "You may go freely." Although the emperor was strict with his soldiers, he was also relaxed. He asked, "Has Yuqi Lianping returned?" Duan Mingfeng replied, "The general has not come back yet." The emperor nodded with no particular expression and then ignored Ji Qingwu, walking into the main tent at the center. Ji Qingwu's mind was elsewhere. As she approached, she kept her eyes fixed on the sizzling, oily red meat roasting over the charcoal fire. She slightly sniffed and said, "It's about to burn." Duan Mingfeng didn't understand what she was talking about. After the emperor entered, the black-armored guards curiously looked at the woman following behind him. She wasn't a palace lady, and they didn't pay attention to the roasted meat in front of them. Ji Qingwu quickly stepped forward and skillfully turned the meat over in the iron rack. She said, "If I don't turn it now, it will burn." The emperor sat at the large table inside the tent for a while before Ji Qingwu came in. She was holding a metal tray with freshly cooked meat, golden and perfectly roasted, steaming hot. She had asked Duan Mingfeng earlier and learned it was wild boar caught in the forest. She had heard that black pork tastes delicious, with firm but not dry meat, but she had never had the chance to try it. Ji Qingwu secretly swallowed, not because she was greedy, but because the aroma of the meat was so tempting it seemed to want to invade her nose. Especially the freshly roasted meat, with a crispy outer skin. She thought about the taste and texture, licking her lips. She was the first to break the silence after returning from the plains, stepping forward and asking, "Your Majesty, would you like to try some?" Seeing that she was eager to eat without any benefit, Emperor Wu Su's brow twitched with pain. He said impatiently, "You can use it yourself." Ji Qingwu had been waiting for this moment. She didn't mean to persuade him to eat. She immediately picked up her chopsticks, took a piece of meat, and put it in her mouth. As soon as she bit into it, the juice exploded in her mouth. Before she could enjoy the delicious taste, her expression froze. Emperor Wu Su had just picked up a military book when he heard her gasp. The hot juice burned her tongue, making her swallow hastily, unable to taste the meat's flavor clearly. Ji Qingwu's face puffed up like a little piglet, her lips red and pouting as she kept exhaling. He said in a deep voice, "Bring it here." Ji Qingwu thought to herself, it wasn't meant for her to eat it herself, so why did it suddenly change? Reluctantly, she handed over the still warm roasted meat. He took it and placed it on the left side of the table. Then he continued to focus on reading his military book. Ji Qingwu's heart felt like it was bleeding. If she waited any longer, the meat would cool completely, and the taste would be much worse. She knelt beside him and leaned in closer. Emperor Wu Su glanced at her with his remaining eye and saw her lips shiny and moist, still glistening with oil. Other people, seeing her greasy face close to the emperor, would only be met with a cold look and be quickly dismissed. But when dealing with different people, hearts can be biased. He put down his military book, frowned, took a clean cloth, and wiped her lips. This was probably the first time the emperor had done such a thing, serving someone by wiping their mouth, like cleaning a lifeless flower vase. Ji Qingwu's lips hurt from his cloth wiping. She tilted her head back to avoid his hand. He grabbed her by the back of her neck and said, "Why are you hiding? If it's dirty, it needs to be cleaned, but it hurts a little." He replied, "You didn't feel it when you ate, but now it hurts just from a touch." Under the cloth, Ji Qingwu's eyes were bright and watery. She said unhappily, "It's because of you. My lips are swollen and haven't healed yet. If her lips and tongue hadn't been previously damaged, they wouldn't be so sensitive and fragile. That's why she was easily burned by the hot meat." Hearing her words, Emperor Wu Su's expression remained unchanged. However, his touch became noticeably gentler. Ji Qingwu no longer avoided but still occasionally pointed out and asked him to be gentler. After finishing his task and preparing to report back, Yuqi Lianping heard a soft, sweet female voice inside. His steps suddenly stopped. Was there a woman in the emperor's tent? Listening carefully to their conversation, his face showed a strange expression. "What are you eating? If it gets dirty, you need to wipe it. It hurts just from a light touch." Swelling hasn't gone down yet? When he heard the soft, kitten-like, "Be gentle" sound, his body trembled. Yuqi Lianping quickly took a big step back. He patted his head, thinking his timing was very unlucky. He almost delayed the emperor's important matter. Luckily, he reacted quickly. If he interrupted Emperor Wu Su now, he might get into trouble. He would probably be sent to the Northern Army camp immediately. Then, how could he keep clinging to Princess Huachong? But Miss Ji's stamina is extraordinary. Earlier, The supervising guards had counted the hunted game. Ji Qingwu had caught many. If counted by head, she should be the top among the women. But the number of guards and princesses was even higher, so she was temporarily second. After the hunt, Ji Qingwu saved Princess Qingyun and then struggled on a steep cliff. Most women would have been exhausted by now, but she kept training. From a soldier's point of view, Yuqi Lianfeng admired Ji Qingwu's endurance. Next to him, Duan Mingfeng stood guard. Seeing Yuqi Lianfeng standing still at the tent entrance, lost in thought, his face changed several times, sometimes showing worry, sometimes deep resentment, and sometimes a hint of joy. Duan Mingfeng stepped forward and said, "The emperor has returned to the camp, inside." He just asked whether the general has come back. Yuqi Lianfeng hurriedly pulled him back. Confused, Duan Mingfeng thought there was an assassin and immediately drew his soft sword, alert and looking around carefully. "General Yuqi, did you notice something wrong?" Yuqi Lianfeng pressed his index finger to his lips, signaling him to be silent. Then, mysteriously, he said, "If someone disturbs the emperor again tonight, little Duan, you must stop them." Duan Mingfeng asked, puzzled. "Why? There's no reason." "I won't let anything happen to you," Yuqi Lianfeng spoke vaguely. Duan Mingfeng frowned, sensing the smell of blood carried by the wind. His eyes looked at Yuqi Lianfeng and asked softly, "Is the general injured?" "Just a small wound. Nothing serious." Yuqi Lianfeng nonchalantly lifted his right leg. If Duan Mingfeng was not mistaken, there were several scratches on the upper part of his thigh, with the deepest one loosely bandaged with torn cloth to stop the bleeding. The wound clearly came from a fierce beast's claw. Duan Mingfeng guessed, "Did a wild animal in the forest do this?" Yuqi Lianfeng nodded and asked, "What do you think the main prize of this hunt was prepared by the Ministry of Internal Affairs? A jackal or a tiger and leopard?" "No, it's a black bear," Yuqi Lianfeng continued, "but I don't know how it ran from the male hunting area to here. That little beast dared to be aggressive with Grandpa. I punched it a few times and knocked it out to drag back." It turned out that the thing the guards carried covered with black cloth was actually a black bear. Duan Mingfeng thought to himself, in this world, only General Yuqi could fight such wild animals as black bears so easily, as if hunting rabbits or pheasants. Yuqi Lianfeng raised an eyebrow and said, "The black bear is in that iron cage. Lord Duan, do you want to go see it?" "No need." Duan Mingfeng thought about returning to his original position. Yuqi Lianfeng looked back into the tent, grabbed Lord Duan's arm, and forcibly pulled him away, insisting that he see the black bear he had hunted. After wiping his mouth, the roasted meat was no longer hot. The plate was pushed back in front of Ji Qingwu by Emperor Wusu. Ji Qingwu didn't hold back. She took a big bite, and the temperature was just right. But as she ate, she felt something was off. The emperor had just wiped her mouth and told her to keep eating. Wasn't her mouth just wiped? Would she have to wipe it again later? But for now, eating meat was more important. After Ji Qingwu was satisfied, she looked up and saw Li Yuzong quietly appear in front of her, holding a tray with a set of long robes in bluish-green stone color with bamboo patterns and dark green wide borders. Emperor Wusu put down most of the military books and stood up, walking closer. Li Yuzong looked at Ji Qingwu, staring at her intently. She looked back at him, puzzled. Seeing that she did not understand his hint, Li Yuzong said, "Miss Ji, usually the emperor has palace servants to help him change clothes. Now there are no servants nearby, so I kindly ask for your help." This was normal. Usually, noble families have servants to assist with dressing, not to mention the emperor. Ji Qingwu finished her meal and rested well. Without saying much, she walked directly to him, began to unfasten his light white armor, and placed it on the screen stand. Then, she unfastened his dark, collarless, horsehoof-sleeved outer robe. She handled these tasks very skillfully. Every button she touched slid smoothly. Li Yuzong watched from beside him, even feeling she was better at serving than the palace maids in the Zhaoyang Hall. He was very surprised. Actually, her experience came from taking care of children. Emperor Wusua looked down at her movements. His long fingers flicked a few times, and all the buttons were undone. He remembered something. It was also in the big tent, also with the person in front of him, also helping him remove his armor and outer robe. Although she trembled and her waist shook at that time, her movements were very quick. Emperor Wu Sua's eyes darkened and said, "You have a pair of skillful hands." Ji Qingwu remained focused, without raising her head, and replied, "Your Majesty should have known long ago. I was very good at making that 5-colored thread earlier." "I'm not talking about the 5-colored thread," he said in a deep voice. "I mean, your skill in unbuttoning is quite good." His low voice reminded her of the scene when she last helped him with his clothes. Her hands trembled slightly, filled with guilt, and she lowered her head even more. But at that time, how could she have imagined that today they could share such warm and natural moments together?
Warm.
Ji Qingwu was surprised that she used this word to describe the moment. She shook her head quickly, trying to push such thoughts out of her mind. Then, she hurriedly removed his outer robe. Underneath, his physique was strong, broad shoulders, narrow waist, exuding a masculine scent and warmth. Her heartbeat quickened slightly. She was very careful not to touch him, but her fingertips still unintentionally brushed against his body. Emperor Wu Sua's breathing grew heavier. She picked up the blue-gray long shirt from the tray, held it in her hands, and hesitated. Changing clothes for a man was not like dressing a child. Unfastening was easy, but putting on clothes was quite difficult for her. The biggest problem was that because he was very tall and had broad shoulders, as soon as Ji Qingwu put on one sleeve, she had to quickly go around to the other side from behind him. After finally putting on his outer robe, she moved to the front and fastened the top button. Emperor Wu Su seemed unaware, standing straight with his back, refusing to bend down. Ji Qingwu, like a little wife, ran back and forth, raising her arms and stepping on tiptoes, working so hard that sweat started to appear on her nose. Finally, she picked up the golden-laid yellow jade belt, her face already flushed. But the noble emperor, after changing into his clothes, looked fresh and relaxed. Ji Qingwu's hand tightening the belt involuntarily, her face turning redder. Feeling her grip suddenly tighten, Emperor Wu Su finally showed his first smile after returning to his tent. He said, "Miss Ji, did you not get enough meat to eat earlier? Why are you so weak?" Feeling underestimated, Ji Qingwu clenched her teeth fiercely, but suddenly, the emperor tightened his waist and abdomen, causing the jade belt in her hand to slip. She hurriedly squatted down to pick it up, but lost control of her distance and accidentally bumped her head against him. She heard a deep, muffled groan and the sound of him taking a deep breath. Emperor Wu Su's expression was complicated. He was right, her head was the hardest part of her body. Even Li Yuzong, a man without roots, felt a twinge in his groin at the sight. Ji Qingwu didn't know what she had hit just now. It was hard and bouncy. She felt a bump on her head, but it didn't hurt that much. She hesitated and looked at him, but the emperor snatched the belt from her hand and quickly tied it himself. He finished so easily that there was no need for her to serve him. Ji Qingwu pouted behind him, sweating all over. At this moment, Li Yuzong brought in a tray with a set of pale blue, flowered, gauze clothes. "Miss Ji, the bath basin is ready in the next tent. You can go and clean up first." After serving the emperor, she could change clothes. Li Yuzong, a clever man, was truly a good subordinate to the emperor. Ji Qingwu picked up the clothes and looked at Emperor Wu Su, who had sat back down to read military books. He sat stiffly with his long legs apart in front of the desk, looking serious and not in a good mood, saying, "Go ahead." The bath in the tent was not as luxurious as the one in the Zhaoyang Hall last time, but it was much more luxurious than most people's bathing rooms. Although there were black armored guards patrolling and guarding outside, they were all men, so Ji Qingwu didn't dare to stay too long. She used hot water to wash herself, cleaned her hair, and then hurried out. She used a cloth to dry her hair halfway, simply her black hair, changed into a soft silk dress, which felt very comfortable against her skin. Even though she was quick with her hands and feet, more than half an hour had passed. As Ji Qingwu stepped out of the tent, she heard two people arguing ahead. Under the hazy moonlight, she looked carefully. A woman in a long white pleated skirt seemed to be Princess Hua Chong. The tall, strong man standing in the shadows was surely the prince. Princess, you came all this way just to see your husband? You miss him so much after just a few days. Princess Huachong angrily brushed his hand away. Yuqi Lianping immediately pretended to be hurt and called out, "Ouch, that hurts. You're tough and a little hit should hurt. Who said that? I was seriously injured today, bleeding a lot, and I am very weak now." Princess Huachong heard that Yuqi Lianping's subordinates reported he was badly hurt fighting a prey, so she hurried to the princess's residence. When she saw his face, she knew he had been deceived by this reckless man. When she arrived, he was lively and even showing off a black bear in a cage to the black armored guards of the imperial city, vividly describing how he defeated the enemy with 5 punches. Just as Yuqi Lianping was feeling proud, someone slapped him from behind. He turned around and saw Princess Huachong's face full of cold frost. Yuqi Lianping immediately lost his balance, leaning on a nearby tree, as if he was about to faint. His voice was very weak as he said, "Princess, you finally came, the black armored guards. What does it feel like for Black Wind, Li Kuei, to pretend to be a weak Lin Daiyu?" They understood. The black armored guards dispersed in a rush. Some guards who admired the general in charge of the patrol suddenly felt their heroic image collapse and were incredulous as they were pulled away by their colleagues. When everyone else was gone, Princess Huachong coldly said, "It was not the right time for me to come." Yuqi Lianping nodded weakly and said, "You came too late." Princess Huachong looked him up and down. "I should have come even later, so your wounds would have healed and you would be fully recovered." Yuqi Lianping knew he couldn't keep pretending, but he still leaned against the tree. He said with a smirk, "The princess's words really hurt. Fighting a black bear is very dangerous. I've been worried about your highness. If I die, it's nothing, but if I make you a widow, I can't bear it. That's why I gathered my strength and defeated the beast in one go." His eyes glowed in the night. "But tonight, I don't have the strength to serve the princess anymore." Suddenly, there was a loud. At this moment, Yuqi Lianping was still talking nonsense. Princess Huachong looked at him with a smile on her face. She picked up a stick. She directly struck his thigh with it. This time, Yuqi Lianping's pain was real. His dark face turned even paler in the night, and he could barely stand by leaning against the tree. His 5 fingers clenched the bark as he gritted his teeth. "We've been married for so long, and I didn't know the princess had such a hobby." Princess Huachong was surprised he dared to shout at her and compare her to someone. Some officials and wealthy families have strange hobbies, like using whips and candles during intimacy. That's not a secret. There are even worse cases, like choking someone to death. Princess Huachong really wanted to hit him again to vent her anger. But when she brought the stick close to her eyes, her hand froze. The brownish-yellow branch had a few streaks of bright red. The color hurt her eyes, and her chest rose and fell. Princess Huachong thought he was pretending to be hurt, just acting to gain her sympathy. She didn't expect he was truly badly injured. Her heart tightened. What dangerous situation could have caused this brave general to be wounded and bleeding? She frowned and stared steadily at Yuqi Lianping. He usually wore dark robes, and in the night, it was hard to see where he was hurt. The fresh wound on his body had just been torn open again. Yuqi Lianping leaned against the tree, raising his eyebrows as he looked at her for a while. When he saw that Princess Huachong's eyes were red with anger, he immediately regretted it. His small pain didn't matter. He scratched his head and quickly lowered his head to comfort her. "It's my fault, princess. I lied about being badly hurt to worry you. I'll apologize right now. If you're still angry, you can give me a few more whips." After saying that, he shamelessly moved closer to her. Princess Huachong raised her head, chin held high, ignoring him, and turned to walk into the main tent. Seeing that she was heading toward the emperor, Yuqi Lianping quickly reached out his arm to stop her and hurriedly said, "Don't go." "Oh, my princess, please don't ruin the emperor's good mood at this time." Princess Huachong, who was stopped by his arm, looked back at him with icy eyes. She pushed his hand away and said sharply, "Why can't I go? What's there to ruin?" Yuqi Lianping, usually rough but now surprisingly perceptive, immediately guessed what was happening. he said. Miss Ji is inside. What good thing could happen? The emperor just finished eating, and if you go in to disturb him, it will be very upsetting. At that moment, Ji Qinggu, who was standing at a vantage point and heard everything clearly, knew that if she let the prince speak further, she would be in serious trouble. So, Ji Qinggu pretended to have just come out and loudly said, "Greetings, Princess Huachong, General Yuqi." When they looked over, they saw Ji Qinggu dressed in a blue, flowing silk gown. Her wide sleeves swayed gently in the breeze, and her soft, gentle voice sounded fresh and pleasant. Her appearance was refreshing and made a good impression. Yuqi Lianping was surprised and asked, "Already finished?" Looking at Ji Qingwu's outfit and her slightly damp hair, it was clear she had just taken a bath after the event. This speed was different from what Yuqi Lianping had imagined. He also noticed her fair, smooth skin and her strong, graceful movements. She didn't look like the person who had just been crying out in pain inside the tent. This made him think she might be more skilled than he thought. He stroked his chin thoughtfully and asked, "Is the emperor still inside?" "You hiss." Before he finished speaking, someone hit him with a branch. Princess Huachong, standing in front of the girl, narrowed her eyes and threatened, "Shut your mouth." This time, she didn't hit his thigh again but deliberately avoided his sore spot. Yuqi Lianping covered his firm, rounded backside, looking shocked. Since he was 6 years old, he had never been in trouble like this again, except once when he climbed a tree to get bird eggs and was bombarded with bird droppings for 2 weeks by a grumpy bird, which led to a scolding from his father. Right now, anyone who hits her on the buttocks, even Princess Huachong, cannot be accepted by him. Yuqi Lianping's face turned from pale to black, then purple, like a painter's palette. He stared with wide eyes and gritted his teeth, saying, "You can't touch a tiger's. Doesn't the princess understand this?" Seeing him angry, Princess Huachong was not afraid and said, "I didn't touch it, I used a whip." "Just shut up and don't speak." Yuqi Lianping stared in shock and shouted loudly, "If I can't speak, I need to be silenced." "Why are you hitting you talking is worse than." Princess Huachong couldn't say the rude words and shot him a fierce glare. Yuqi Lianping looked at her like a fighting rooster, their eyes meeting in the air, one with snowflakes, the other with sparks. Standing nearby, Ji Qingwu watched, feeling out of place. First, their argument started because of her. Second, this was a quarrel between a husband and wife. She was just watching, so it was awkward to speak up. Compared to that, she preferred to face the emperor's cold face. While they argued fiercely and paid her no mind, Ji Qingwu softly said, "Your servant will take her leave now." Princess Huachong's anger hadn't yet subsided, and her expression when speaking to her was icy cold. She said coldly, "Don't leave yet." Ji Qingwu hesitated, but then obediently stepped back. She nervously looked at the blood-stained branch in the princess's hand, standing straighter. At this moment, Emperor Wusu was holding a secret report brought by the secret guards. San Chuan knelt on the ground and respectfully said, "Your Majesty, after investigation, the ground in the women's hunting area was smeared with a substance that attracts and drives wild animals mad. That's why the black bear ran there. Based on the direction of movement, Princess Wei might encounter it first. Recently, because of a report about General Wei Ting of Jinbei, Wei Liru regained favor in the harem. Everyone in the palace said that Princess Wei had a good brother, and as long as Wei Ting was around, she would always be secure." Seeing that her background was not as strong, some people immediately started plotting to harm Princess Wei. Yuqi continued, "Because Miss Ji tracked the beast's trail through feces and footprints, she was able to identify its location, which is how Princess Qingyun accidentally discovered it." Emperor Wusu put down the secret report, tapped his finger on the table, and with a cold smile, said, "Someone is getting restless. Last time it was the Luo family. This time, it will be another noble family." Emperor Wusu said, "Send more people to find out who is behind this." After giving the order, the 3 officials quickly disappeared. The emperor threw a secret report into the candle flame, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. This incident was beyond his expectations in some places. He wasn't surprised that someone targeted Consort Wei. Because Wei Li Ru was deliberately made into a clear target in the palace. Her personality, appearance, and background all made her the perfect choice. What surprised Emperor Wu Su was that someone dared to use such a direct and dangerous method to harm her. To gain a high position that many envy, one must accept corresponding risks. In the Phoenix Palace, everyone knew this. A big tree attracts the wind, and it's enough to make people jealous and eager to act. The Empress's court and the previous dynasty were too entangled. Consort Wei's great favor made her a target of jealousy behind the scenes. However, most noble families were wary of Wei Ting and didn't dare to act too openly. Besides, Wei Li Ru was very clever and wouldn't be easily caught. It seemed these people were truly pushed to the edge. Wei Li Ru was lucky this time. If Ji Qinggu and Qingyun hadn't accidentally helped her, she might have been injured or even lost her life. Thinking of this, Emperor Wu Su's expression grew serious. Ji Qingwu's appearance identified the beast's trail precisely. She was the biggest wild card in this matter. If Consort Wei had been present during Qingyun's fall from the horse and cliff, she wouldn't have risked herself to save him, just like last time when Yuan Heng fell into the water. Consort Wei's choice was to protect herself wisely. That was also the safest way to live peacefully in the palace. Even someone like Consort Wei had to barely protect herself in the palace. Ji Qingwu's gentle and kind nature, if she entered the palace, would likely be eaten alive by wolves and tigers, leaving nothing behind. Emperor Wu Su looked at the flickering candlelight and pinched his brow. He hadn't really decided where to place Ji Qingwu. Putting her elsewhere would make him worry less, but keeping her close made him more anxious. He was worried she lacked the ability to protect herself in the palace. Relying on others repeatedly wasn't a long-term solution. He would get tired and overwhelmed. He needed her to willingly come to him step by step. Reaching the highest point is like standing on a mountain peak. The view is beautiful, but surrounded by clouds and mist, making it hard to see clearly the goodness or badness of those nearby. You need a pair of sharp eyes to cut through the fog. This is why Emperor Wu Su was deeply impressed by Ji Qingwu's pure eyes. An emperor's quest for power may seem like a beautiful country on the surface, but behind it are many skeletons and schemes. The person beside you in bed is not always trustworthy. Ji Qingwu is not very clever, but this lack of cleverness makes her feel safe.
But now,
it's uncertain who she truly cares about. If someone wanted to keep her close, it would be difficult. Emperor Wu Su just thought about this and felt quite troubled. If others could see through the emperor's intentions, there would be no need for Ji Qingwu to do anything. The Phoenix Palace could be overturned by jealousy. And the Empress Dowager's side also involves some small tricks. Not only in the palace, but also in the world outside, the Western Jin spies might send secret agents. Right now, their way of dealing with things is not perfect, but it's the best they can do. Emperor Wu Su's expression grew cold. Even if she cares about someone, he will eventually drive them away. While she is still holding on to her feelings, he plans to make thorough arrangements for what comes next. He is patient and not in a hurry. Li Yuzong came from outside the tent and whispered, "Your Majesty, the princess and the marquis want to see you." Emperor Wu Su wasn't surprised that the princess came. He said, "Let them in." When Princess Huachang and her companions entered the main tent, Wu Su's gaze fell on a figure dressed in blue. His expression softened a little. He raised his hand and said, "No need for formalities.
Sit down."
The military book he was reading earlier had been put away. Only an inkstone and brush remained on the table. Inside the tent, there was also a long table for discussions. Ji Qingwu quietly followed Princess Huachang and waited until she sat down, then stood nearby. Wu Su's eyes showed clear displeasure. Yuqi Lianping, who was present, understood and said softly, "Miss Ji, come over here and change places with me." Ji Qingwu obediently moved to stand beside the emperor. Wu Su looked down at the purple sandalwood table and asked, "Did you cause trouble again?" His question made Ji Qingwu doubt herself. She hesitated and replied, "No, I didn't." "Then why are you standing here instead of sitting?" "I can't even turn my neck anymore." Ji Qingwu blinked without speaking. It seemed like he was looking at the table, not at her. She moved her chair lightly and sat down gently. Princess Huachong looked calm and spoke in a steady voice. Your Majesty, I heard that the wild animals from today's hunt ran into the women's hunting area. Has something serious happened? Yuchi Lianping looked at her in surprise. The princess usually didn't involve herself in politics. More accurately, she was indifferent to everything. But today, she brought up this topic. Even if she was curious, she shouldn't have asked the emperor so directly. The emperor glanced at her and said, I have sent General Yuchi to handle it. This implied he didn't want to discuss it further. If she wanted to know more, she could ask the prince later. Princess Huachong, however, looked serious and said, My clumsy husband is about to go to the northern border today. He's reckless, and dangerous things like fighting fierce beasts are not suitable for him. Your Majesty, perhaps you shouldn't involve him in such matters. Who dares to tell the emperor how to do his work? Yuchi Lianping kicked her foot under the table. He wanted her to stop talking so carelessly. Otherwise, if the emperor blamed him, it wouldn't be good. She was his sister, so she might be fine, but if the emperor was angry at him, he could be sent to the northern army camp. Princess Huachong remained calm, but Jikingwa's eyes suddenly widened. She felt a sharp pain on her foot. Who kicked her? Was it the prince on the opposite side? Or Princess Huachong? Or the emperor on the left? Jikingwa thought about it and found Emperor Wusu the most suspicious. Only he liked to tease her this way. She glanced at the person on her left. Her gaze carried a look of annoyance and blame. Emperor Wusu was looking at her with a raised eyebrow. He was about to get angry, but because of her look, he suppressed his temper. Yuchi Lianping didn't realize he had kicked the wrong person, but the effect was similar. The emperor didn't blame him. His expression was normal. Yuchi Lianping let out a breath of relief. Good, good. Tonight, he didn't have to pack his bags. The atmosphere in the tent was a bit tense. Li Yuzong quickly took out a set of colorful blue and white floral cups from a wooden box. June was the season of lotus flowers. He took out a few and placed them on the table, pouring tea for the emperor first. The tea aroma filled the air, and mist floated around. Emperor Wusu's fingers rested on the tea bowl, and he spoke in a gentle tone. Sister, are you here just to stand up for General Yuchi? Princess Huachong thought about Yuchi Lianping's leg wound and felt a tight knot in her heart. She said, Your Majesty, there are many talented people in the palace. You don't need to send this clumsy man. Besides, he is about to go to the northern border today. On the battlefield, swords and blades are dangerous, and getting injured is even more risky. You fought on the battlefield before, so you should understand this. Yuchi Lianping was surprised. Why is Princess Huachong here today to teach the emperor? Emperor Wusu is known for being very strict and decisive. Her biological sister knew this well. Why does she keep going against the emperor? Her foot under the table stretched out again. At the same time, Ji Qingwu shivered. Innocently, she was kicked again. This time, the kick was harder. Her eyes widened, shiny and black, as she looked back and forth at Emperor Wusu and the prince. Ji Qingwu tried to figure out who was secretly kicking her. It seemed like a rhythm. Every time the princess finished speaking, she was kicked. Her doubtful gaze landed on the emperor, as if she was silently blaming him for her predicament, influenced by the princess's words. Emperor Wusu's expression grew colder. Ji Qingwu hadn't even fully listened to Princess Huachong's words. She was mainly thinking about where that kick had come from. After careful deduction, she realized it was from the opposite side. She glared at Yuchi Lianping, but the prince's eyes were fixed on the princess, so he didn't notice. However, Princess Huachong caught her disapproving look and asked, Miss Ji, do you have an opinion about what I just said? Ji Qingwu bit her lip and quickly shook her head. She felt a cold air coming from all directions. The coldness of the royal siblings was very similar. But Princess Huachong's coldness was superficial, lingering around her. Emperor Wusu's coldness was deep and intense, making the surrounding air seem to freeze. Suddenly, Ji Qingwu hugged her arms and sneezed. Maybe she had been standing outside the tent with damp hair and caught a chill. Seeing her pitifully sniffle, with her nose slightly red, Emperor Wusu pushed a cup of hot tea toward her. Jikingwu did not refuse either. She gently held the teacup in Yu Bai's hand and obediently took a sip. A warm feeling spread in her stomach. Jikingwu felt comfortable and smiled slightly. Seeing this, the emperor's expression also softened a bit. Princess Huachong's face changed several times. Serving tea and water was something the emperor did very naturally, but the girl from the Ji family accepted it so easily. If there was nothing between them, she would never believe it. But now, while she was talking about serious matters, the emperor was flirting? Even if it was just flirting, there had to be feelings first. Princess Huachong was startled by this thought. She realized that Emperor Wu, who is usually cold and unfeeling, could also have feelings. Then she frowned, feeling even more uncomfortable with herself. Her personality was similar to her younger brother's. Now, her behavior was changing too. She was starting to defend this rough man, daring to oppose the emperor despite the risks. Princess Huachong was still deeply shaken. Yuqi Lianping thought the girl from the Ji family was truly lucky. When she sneezed, both their faces softened. He took the opportunity to liven up the atmosphere. Is that a wound? No, that's a soldier's medal. Others wish they could be scratched by a bear, but they don't have that luck. Jikingwu also realized what the groom meant. He probably wanted her to say a few words of encouragement too. She agreed, saying, "A country's prosperity depends on sacrificing personal interests for the common good." The general's medal is also partly the princess's achievement. Yuqi Lianping couldn't help but nod. She was very good, reasonable, even if her words were just a little better than his earlier ones. The tension in the tent finally eased. Li Yuzong also let out a breath and stepped forward at the right moment. "Your Majesty, the imperial meal is ready," the Wu Sudi emperor said. "Serve the food." A few young eunuchs hurried in. They first placed golden bowls and plates on the dining table. Even the soup spoons were made of jade with purple sandalwood and silver inlay. 6 food boxes were opened, revealing more than 10 delicate dishes. With each dish served, Jikingwu stared at the table, thinking silently that she had never eaten such food before. A covered silver hot pot contained sea cucumber with pork tendons and mushroom tofu soup. The plates held roasted chicken with oil, goose gizzard soup, venison and deer meat, bamboo-shaped steamed buns, and 4 small dishes in enamel bowls. No wonder the emperor didn't eat roasted meat earlier. This imperial meal was on a completely different level. Jing Qingwu took a bath and felt her stomach was a bit emptier, but she could still eat a little more. Li Yuzong took out the warm jade spring wine from the charcoal fire and handed it to her. After doing this, he led the young eunuchs to the side. This time, there was no need to ask. Jing Qingwu understood Lord Li's meaning. After helping her dress, she still had to serve the emperor wine. However, just now, Emperor Wu Su had given her a cup of hot tea, and she also offered him a warm drink. There was nothing wrong with that. She poured wine into a blue and white cup. Her plain white wrist and jade-colored fingers reflected the yellowish wine, making it look even more fragrant and rich. Jing Qingwu softly said, "Your Majesty." Emperor Wu Su took the blue and white cup, and his calloused fingertips brushed her wrist, whether intentionally or not. Although what they had done was far more than just touching hands, in front of Princess Huachong and Yuqi Lianping, Jing Qingwu felt uneasy. The more she didn't want them to know about her relationship with the emperor, the more tense she became. It was just a toast, but when he brushed her wrist, her whole hand trembled violently, causing the wine to spill onto the emperor's hand. Emperor Wu Su was not angry. A smile flickered in his eyes. "I'm not eating people. Why are you trembling?" Jing Qingwu tried to make amends. She took a cloth from beside her plate and offered it to him, but he didn't take it. Instead, he raised an eyebrow at her. Since he was the noble emperor, she took a deep breath. Under the watchful eyes of Princess Huachong and her husband, Jing Qingwu blushed as she took the cloth to clean his hands. She held the hot cloth carefully, as if holding a hot potato, and quickly put it down after wiping. She almost flung the cloth into the emperor's face. Emperor Wu Su didn't pursue the matter. He was the first to pick up his chopsticks, and only then did the others dare to eat. During the meal, Jing Qingwu had already eaten most of her food earlier, drinking only a few sips of soup and eating a few small dishes she liked. During the meal, Princess Huachong noticed her small appetite and thought she was frightened by her confrontation with the emperor just now. Using her official chopsticks, the princess specially picked a jade white roll for her. Jing Qingwu was surprised and looked at the greenish dish in her bowl. The emperor also turned his head to look at Princess Huachong. Princess Huachong spoke in a cold tone, showing concern. Miss Jing, eat more. You look so thin and fragile, like a gust of wind could you over. Yuqi Lianping's bowl of deer tendons suddenly lost its flavor, and his mouth turned sour. He had never experienced such treatment. The princess had never served him food before. He glanced sideways at Ji Qinggu, feeling jealous, and said, "The princess is right. My shaky hands might be because I'm hungry. You eat first, but be careful not to overdo it." As soon as he finished speaking, Yuqi Lianping suddenly felt a pain in his elbow, as if someone had pressed a nerve point. He couldn't hold his chopsticks steady and dropped them on the ground with a clatter. Just after criticizing others for trembling hands, he himself made a fool of himself. General Yuqi. Emperor Wu Su said, "Bring another bowl of rice for the general. He's also trembling because he's hungry." Li Yuzong smiled happily, picked up the chopsticks, and handed over a new pair, pretending to be curious. General Yuqi has already eaten 3 bowls of rice. Surely he's not trembling just because he's hungry. Ji Qingwu pursed her lips and smiled, then deliberately chewed the jade roll with a loud crunch. Yuqi Lianping felt annoyed inside. No one else was serving him food. Does that mean he can't eat? Just as he reached for his chopsticks, Emperor Wu Su gave a subtle signal. Li Yuzong quickly moved the jade roll to Ji Qingwu's side. Yuqi Lianping's chopsticks missed the food, and he once again dismissed his previous opinion of Ji Girl. He thought, to eat, others must serve the food. The dishes must be brought by others. This girl is quite delicate. But he didn't think much about why Ji Qingwu could have the Grand Internal Manager personally serve her and change dishes. After everyone finished eating, Li Yuzong brought over a pile of memorials from the Diligent Government Hall, stacking them on the desk in the big tent. Ji Qingwu looked at the half-human high memorials, feeling that even the emperor might find them hard to digest. These people didn't dare disturb Emperor Wu Su's handling of state affairs and quietly withdrew. Ji Qingwu returned to her tent to rest. Just as she lay down, there was a knock at the door. It was Princess Huachong pushing aside the curtain and coming in. Ji Qingwu was surprised and said, "Your Highness, seeing that your tent's lamp is still on, I came to find you because I have something to discuss." "It's not convenient to talk when there are many people," Princess Huachong said. "You don't need to get up. I can sit here and talk with you." But it didn't seem right for the princess to sit while she was lying down. Ji Qingwu sat up, put on her outer robe, and moved to a nearby chair. She tentatively asked, "Your Highness, have you been feeling unwell lately?" Princess Huachong shook her head and said, "There is nothing unusual. I came to ask you to check my pulse and see if there's a health problem." She sighed inwardly. If everything is normal, that is the biggest strange thing. Every day, Princess Huachong takes the health pills given by Ji Qingwu. Recently, she has also been letting Yuqi Lianping cause trouble. Her dark circles have deepened, and she has applied pearl powder many times to improve her appearance. Despite her efforts, her menstrual cycle still arrives on time. Princess Huachong feels helpless. If she doesn't see Ji Qingwu here, she will find an excuse to meet her in a few days. "Miss Ji, please help me see what is really going on." Ji Qingwu wanted to find a silk handkerchief to place on the princess's wrist, but there was no such personal item in the tent. Princess Huachong was reluctant to touch outsiders, but the situation was urgent. She looked down at Ji Qingwu's pure, unadorned fingers and thought, perhaps it was okay to be touched by such clean, beautiful fingers. She said, "Just diagnose directly." Ji Qingwu looked slightly surprised. She noticed that Princess Huachong was very different from when they first met. Although her beauty remained divine and elegant, she seemed more lively. Her expressions were more animated, and she was less distant. She lowered her long eyelashes and gently placed her warm fingers on the princess's wrist, her expression calm and peaceful. Princess Huachong slowed her breathing, waiting for her diagnosis. After half an incense stick of time, Ji Qingwu withdrew her hand and slightly squinted her eyes. Seeing her expression was a bit off, Princess Huachong hesitated and asked, "Is it? Perhaps," she paused before continuing, "is it that I am overdoing it? Being too diligent might have hurt my foundation." Ji Qingwu shook her head. "No, Your Highness, don't worry. Your health is fine." The health pills she gave Princess Huachong were personally prepared by her, so there was no problem. The pulse she just took also showed that the princess's foundation was better than before, with smooth and ample qi and blood. The land of nourishment was fertile enough, so the problem must lie with the oxen working the fields. Ji Qingwu frowned and asked, "Your Highness, has the prince consort shown any signs of something wrong?" Princess Huachong focused and asked, "What kind of wrong?" Ji Qingwu thought for a moment and tactfully said, "For example, feeling unable to exert oneself." Princess Huachong shook her head decisively. Yuqi Lianping was full of energy and never lacked strength. He was always capable when handling affairs. Jikingwa said, "May I check General Yuqi's pulse?" Princess Chonggong also had this idea. Jikingwa added, "Just say that General Yuqi's wounds need treatment." There are no female doctors here, so the princess asked me to help. After several interactions, she had some understanding of Yuqi Lianping's personality. If she explained the real reason directly, he would probably say a few careless words. This is not the princess's residence, and there are many outsiders around. If others overheard, it wouldn't be good. Moreover, if the problem really was with the prince, she definitely couldn't let him know her true intentions. Meanwhile, Yuqi Lianping took a bath in his tent. When he came out, he found that the princess was gone. He was sitting angrily at the table, scowling. When the guard entered, he was so frightened by Yuqi's expression that he stammered, "Why, Yuqi General? The princess sent someone to tell you that Miss Ji will come to treat your wounds. She should arrive soon. Please get ready." Yuqi Lianping immediately smiled happily and liked the guard much more. He said, "That's what it's about. I understand now. Go ahead." He knew that the ice cube would eventually melt. The more Yuqi thought about it, the happier he became. He suddenly realized that Princess Chonggong was openly challenging the emperor for his sake. Feeling excited, Yuqi couldn't sit still anymore. He didn't want to wait for Ji Qingwu and the others. He pushed aside the curtain and rushed out. Ji Qingwu had just finished dressing and was about to go out when she heard a man's voice outside the tent. They looked toward the strong, sturdy figure. Yuqi Lianping knew women's tents shouldn't be entered casually, so he stood at the door without rushing inside. He loudly said, "Ahem. I was just scratched a few times by a little bear cub, but my princess cares so much about my injury. She can't sleep because she's worried about me. While I was away, she specifically asked Miss Ji to treat my wounds. Sorry for the trouble. It's all my fault," Yuqi Lianping loudly declared at the door. "I will take the princess back to the camp." His voice was deep and powerful, loud enough to be heard clearly within 100 meters. Sleep-deprived Duan Mingfeng suddenly woke up, his face filled with anger. The black armor guards on patrol. Is it true that the crown princess and the grand general are not close and have a poor relationship? Why are they so affectionate late at night? Inside the tent, Ji Qingwu couldn't help but smile. When she saw the annoyed look in Princess Huachong's eyes, her smile faded. The princess's eyes held a smile. No matter what, their relationship was getting better. It seemed that Ji Chonglin's incident last time didn't affect them. Thinking of her older brother far away in Nanchu, Ji Qingwu sighed softly. Seeing no sound from inside, Yuqi Lianping loudly said, "Miss Ji, I am fine. The night is long, and you don't want to sleep. Don't delay us, the husband and wife." Ji Qingwu was silent for a moment, then said, "Your Highness, please have the Duke come in. If we wait any longer, everyone in the camp might not be able to sleep." Princess Huachong felt her patience with this reckless man had grown a lot. In the past, she would have smashed her teacup outside the tent in anger. Now, she could tolerate his antics. Over these days, she also saw his good qualities. Not only was his chest warm, but his heart was warm too. He always greeted her with a smile, and at night, Leaning on his strong shoulder, she slept much better. Most of the time, she was exhausted and sleepy, but she knew that the best way to improve their relationship was to share a bed, talk about private matters, and do loving, intimate things. The more she thought about it, the more she felt it was true. Things could get very passionate. Yuchi Lianping listened inside, wondering if she had fallen asleep. He asked, "Miss Ji?" Ji Qingwu quickly responded, afraid he might say something shocking again. She walked to the tent door and said, "General Yuchi, please come in." When Yuchi Lianping entered, he saw Princess Huachong sitting at the table, clutching a white porcelain teacup, looking at him with a complicated expression. With his loud voice, he was lucky the birds in the forest couldn't talk. Otherwise, the whole city would know tomorrow that she was worried about him. So worried, she couldn't sleep at midnight. And she was eager to go back to sleep. Princess Huachong frowned and said coldly, "I didn't send guards to tell you to come over. Why did you come here?" Yuchi Lianping was in a very good mood. No matter how cold the princess looked, he felt happy inside. He smiled and said, "It's cooler outside at night, so it's better if I come over. Besides, the road back is dark, and I can keep the princess company." Night had fallen deeply, and Ji Qingwu felt it was not good for them to stay too long. She didn't want to delay the couple's sleep. She said, "Since the general came here late at night, let me first check your wound and see where it is." Checking the wound? Yuchi Lianping felt a bit awkward. Because his scratch was on his thigh, it wasn't easy to let the girl see it. Moreover, if the emperor found out. Earlier at the dinner table, anyone could have secretly pinched his elbow's pressure point, but he noticed it. Yuchi Lianping already had an answer. It was definitely done by the emperor. Yuchi Lianping had only said a few words about Miss Ji during the meal, and Emperor Wu Sudi responded in this way. If Ji Qingwu really treated his leg wound and saw his thigh, then his leg wouldn't need treatment anymore. Even if treated, it would be useless. He might even get it cut off. Princess Huachong's eyes changed. She also forgot about this matter. The wound's location didn't seem quite right. But this was actually a good thing. That wasn't her original intention. So, Princess Huachong cleared her throat and said, "Miss Ji, please check his pulse first to see if there's any internal injury." Yuchi Lianping's eyes lit up surprisingly. He immediately sat down. Whatever the princess said, he was willing to listen. Even if she asked him to go hunting 10 black bears, he would be eager. Through the sleeve of the marquis, Ji Qingwu examined him for a while, and her brow twitched. She looked at the stern side profile of the marquis, her eyes flickering with confusion and surprise. After a moment, Ji Qingwu withdrew her hand. She didn't mention anything unusual about his pulse, but only said, "The general's wound is probably only on the surface, not affecting his vital energy or blood. Just apply some ointment and clean the wound properly." Yuchi Lianping rolled up his sleeve casually and said nonchalantly, "No need to trouble yourself. I rinsed it already. It's just a small injury, nothing serious." Princess Huachong looked at his thigh with some doubt. He usually liked to wear black clothes, so it was hard to see anything. But he still had some moisture on him, indicating he had bathed. Since the wound got wet, it shouldn't be a big problem. It was probably nothing serious. Princess Huachong coldly said, "If it's nothing, then you can go now." Yuchi Lianping. He couldn't just do whatever the princess said. He almost forgot why he was here and thought he was free to do anything. Yuchi Lianping immediately changed his tone, his eyebrows furrowing tightly. "There's an urgent matter. The bathwater has been stained red with my blood. Princess Chong should come with me to check." Ji Qingwu saw that he spoke confidently and looked energetic, not like someone who had lost a lot of blood. But Princess Huachong, thinking about the blood from the branch she pulled out, was worried and was truly fooled by his exaggerated words. She was taken back by Yuchi Lianping, who both coaxed and tricked her. Before they left, Ji Qingwu carefully explained how to treat the wound to Princess Huachong. She also whispered something softly. Ji Qingwu watched as the two left. She saw the tall and strong prince, looking weak and needing help to walk, leaning on the slender Princess Chong, despite his sturdy build. After they disappeared, Ji Qingwu sat on a chair, her brows furrowed. Before tonight, She thought Yuqi Lianping's feelings for Princess Huachong were straightforward and simple, like a child's.
But
The signs didn't match the prince's outward behavior. She truly sensed something unusual. Ji Qingwu returned to her bed, still dressed in her outer clothes, leaving a lamp on. Because the words she just whispered to Princess Huachong were for her to come tonight if she found free time. The prince's pulse was abnormal and not good for his heirs. This was an important matter, and she needed to warn the princess early. The tent was not as comfortable as a room, and the bed was cold. Ji Qingwu could only warm the spot she was lying on and dared not move easily. A thin blanket was not enough to keep out the cold. She covered herself with everything she could, barely feeling less cold. Suddenly, there was movement at the door. Someone opened the tent flap. Was Princess Chong coming so soon? Ji Qingwu didn't move her body, only looked up. The Emperor Wu Su had already closed the tent door. When he saw Ji Qingwu, a smile flickered in his eyes. She was wrapped up like a silkworm, only showing a small face, her shiny black eyes wide and staring at him. "Your Majesty?" she asked in surprise. If her hand hadn't been stuck, Ji Qingwu would have wanted to rub her eyes. In just a short while, he finished reviewing the memorial that was half a person tall. She thought to herself that even if he didn't become emperor, he would surely achieve great things in another career. The flickering shadows of the lanterns cast half of Emperor Wu Su's face in darkness, but the expression at the corners of his eyes and brows was extremely gentle. Seeing the surprise still in her eyes, he spoke in a clear, cool voice. "Didn't we just meet? How come you don't recognize me now?" Ji Qingwu wanted to sit up, but the blanket and sheets wrapped around her were layered and tight. The more she struggled, the more entangled she became. She struggled to sit up. Just as she managed to free one arm, Emperor Wu Su stepped forward and took her delicate, white hand in his. The man's knuckles were strong but dry and hot. The warm temperature from his palm flowed directly into her body. Feeling the only source of warmth in the cold was from him, even the air around him seemed warmer. Ji Qingwu really wanted to climb onto his arm and hold on tightly, refusing to let go. The soft, smooth feel of Emperor Wu Su's palm was cool to the touch. Feeling her skin even cooler than usual, he couldn't help but tighten his grip. He lowered his voice and said, "Your hand is so cold. You can't even take care of yourself, yet you're so focused on caring for others." This must have been what the prince outside the tent shouted, which the emperor overheard. He knew the princess had asked her to treat General Yuqi's injuries, so he said this. Ji Qingwu didn't want to tell anyone about her relationship with Princess Huachong, not even the emperor. She rolled her eyes and said, "I'm not just taking care of others for nothing. I'm curious about how fierce that wild beast really was. Even General Yuqi, who is brave and strong, was injured. Even if I don't know exactly what happened, just looking at the wound can give me an idea of what went on." Emperor Wu Su said, "Curious? Why don't you ask me?" Could she really ask that? She remembered Princess Huachong asking about this matter, only to be met with a cold reply from the emperor. Ji Qingwu was indeed curious, because she felt there was something behind this incident. That black bear was brought over by accident, or was it to harm someone? Her guess was that it was probably related to the women's hunting group, but she wasn't sure who it was aimed at. Ji Qingwu suppressed her doubts because she knew that sometimes knowing too much wasn't a good thing, especially when it involved secrets. Emperor Wu Su saw her lower her eyes and stop speaking. She was deliberately avoiding the question. It seemed she was aware something was wrong, but didn't want to get involved. He didn't press her further. His gaze fell on her, who was surrounded by layers of clothing, and he said, "Since you're cold, why not add more blankets?" Ji Qingwu explained, "Your Majesty, you don't know. The soldiers in this camp don't use blankets in summer. They only have one thin blanket and a single quilt. In these places filled with men, they didn't expect a woman to come, so they weren't prepared with many bedding items." That was normal. Emperor Wu Su frowned and said, "If there's another issue, go find Li Yuzong." Li Yuzong was the head of the Internal Affairs Office, directly under the emperor's command. Even the Empress Dowager had to show him respect. How could she command him? Besides, Li Gonggong was always by the emperor's side. Asking him was the same as asking the emperor. Ji Qingwu said, "Your Majesty, that's easy for you to say. I can't just order Li Gonggong around." Emperor Wu Su didn't hide his actions from Li Yuzong. He was a palace servant who had been with him since childhood. Though sometimes noisy, he was loyal. He probably already understood Ji Qingwu's position in his heart. Now, even rough men like Yuqi Lianping had noticed. But the person in front of him still didn't realize. Ji Qingwu didn't know her voice was already turning nasal. Her tone was sweet and playful, like she was teasing. "Your Majesty, aren't you afraid I might ask Li Gonggong to do something bad?" Emperor Wu Su teased her. "Oh, you can do bad things now." This made her seem like an innocent little kitten or puppy. Could she really have bad intentions? Ji Qingwu sniffed and boldly said, "If you had told me this earlier, I would have asked Li Gonggong to move all your blankets here and cover me with them. Doing something bad was just stealing his blankets." Emperor Wu Su shook his head, amused. Suddenly, he reached out and covered her cool lips. She couldn't speak, and she felt a little short of breath. Her nose seemed blocked. She tried to breathe through her nose a few times, and her lips moved slightly, gently touching his palm. His voice grew deeper. "Caught a cold and still trying to flirt with me?" She did something that made him notice her. "And who caught a cold?" Her eyes were moist, and her nose was slightly red as she said in surprise, "A cold? Impossible. I haven't been sick in years." He had only heard her say a few more words. Her tone was muffled, and he realized she had caught a chill. With a gentle squeeze of his palm, Emperor Wu Su pressed Ji Qingwu down onto the bed. His hand touched her forehead, which was cool to the touch, and she didn't have a fever. "Can't even tell when you're unwell? How do you practice medicine?" Though his words sounded a bit like criticism, his expression was gentle and calm, showing he was very patient with someone who was sick. Ji Qingwu lay on her back, looking at the handsome emperor, wondering if she was really sick. She truly felt cold all over. No matter how tightly she wrapped herself, she still felt the wind everywhere. At first, she thought it was because the night in the grassland suddenly turned very cold. Then she suspected her sturdy tent was leaking wind. But she never doubted that she had caught a cold. Her body was strong because she had been adjusting her health, and thanks to her system that could exchange for self-defense skills, she was stronger than most women, with abundant energy and blood. Since arriving in South Chu, she hadn't fallen ill again. However, today was truly a nerve-wracking day. Falling off a horse, nearly falling off a cliff, and running at her limit, her mind and body had both been tested and challenged. After returning, she hurriedly took a hot bath, but didn't dry her hair before coming out, and because of the prince's words, she had been standing in the wind for a while. Even her strong body couldn't handle it anymore. During the meal, a sneeze was a sign she was still cold. She thought it was because of the cold aura from Emperor Wu Su and the Princess Chong. Ji Qingwu took away his hand from her forehead and waved it, saying, "Your Majesty, I'm just a little cold, nothing else. I'll be fine after a good sleep." "You're just going to sleep like that?" Emperor Wu Su lifted the thin blanket with his finger. She grabbed the blanket from his hand and wrapped it around herself, saying, "This blanket can also keep me warm." "Didn't you say there was another quilt? Why didn't you bring it?" Ji Qingwu answered softly. "How could I compete with Princess Chong for the quilt?" Though she seemed delicate and afraid of the cold, she tried to act generous.
Emperor Wu Su pinche terçekenti.
He said, "Can the princess freeze? She's much warmer than you, hugging only a blanket alone. The difference between a quilt and a blanket isn't that big." Ji Qingwu reacted for a moment before understanding what he meant. Princess Huachong and the prince slept together. Even if it was cold at night, there was a warm man there, like a natural heater. Thinking of this, Ji Qingwu suddenly felt discouraged. It seemed she was the one who had it worse. She sniffed and said regretfully, "If I had known, I would have fought for the quilt." Emperor Wusa looked at her and said, "I'll give you another chance to choose. What do you want?" Ji Qingwu looked at his expression. It didn't seem fake. Boldly, she said, "Should I go find Princess Huachong and take her quilt? The bedding prepared for the emperor must be fragrant, soft, and fluffy. Emperor Wusa chuckled and shook his head. You're so timid. Ji Qingwu blinked and asked, What else can I choose? Emperor Wusu raised an eyebrow and said, Should I warm your bed for you? Hearing this, Ji Qingwu's face suddenly turned red. This was definitely a way she had never thought of before. It wasn't that she couldn't think of it, but she didn't dare. Who in the world would let the emperor warm their bed? Wouldn't their entire family be worried? But it sounded much more tempting than the previous options. No matter how warm a quilt is, it's just an inanimate object. It doesn't generate heat on its own, and doesn't have a human's warmth. Most importantly, the emperor practiced martial arts, so his body was warmer than an ordinary man's. When he just reached out a hand earlier, she already felt much warmer. Ji Qingwu's eyes flickered as she looked at him, as if she was itching to agree but also shy to accept. She hesitated, biting her lip. Emperor Wusu's warm and gentle gaze said, Tell me what you want. Earlier on the grassland, Ji Qingwu dared to say shocking words about kissing because she had just experienced riding wildly across the vast land, her heart racing. And their intimacy made her feel like he wasn't a lofty emperor, but just an ordinary noble young man. She was so overwhelmed that she acted recklessly. Entering the palace was not Ji Qingwu's wish, but her restless feelings inside were hard to control. They kept coming out, disturbing her mind. Emperor Wu Su was not surprised that she felt this way. He moved decisively, removing the blanket and other items in front of her, quickly freeing her. During this, Ji Qingwu hugged her arms tightly and shivered from the cold. She looked up and saw his lowered face, still calm and elegant, with a noble demeanor. But the coldness in his eyes had already faded, replaced by a gentle look at the corners of his eyes. When his gaze turned toward her, Ji Qingwu hurriedly looked away, afraid to meet his eyes. Her face, turned away, blushed with embarrassment, and her fingertips unconsciously pinched her sleeve. Suddenly, Ji Qingwu felt her body lift into the air. Before she could scream, she was back on the bed. On the bed, she was no longer alone but with someone close and intimate. Emperor Wu Su moved smoothly, first lifting her horizontally into his arms, then resting his arm behind her head and lying down together. Ji Qingwu snuggled into his embrace, her eyes briefly showing confusion. Being suddenly lifted and changing position made her dizzy, but her nose felt surprisingly clearer. He tightened his arms around her, holding her close, and covered her with a thin blanket. Soon, Ji Qingwu no longer felt cold. The part of her body touching his strong physique, through a few layers of clothing, felt warm, and his chest was even getting hotter. Wu Su noticed a gap below their waists. He hooked his long leg, and Ji Qingwu was completely pressed against him. She could feel his whole body radiating heat, quite different from her cool constitution. She suddenly remembered the legend that said spirits feed on men's vital energy to cultivate their powers. If Wu Su appeared in a forest full of monsters, he might be surrounded by spirits. Vital energy was truly a precious thing. She wondered if she could absorb some. Ji Qingwu's mind was hazy. She found a comfortable position in his arms and gently sniffed. Frowning, she realized she had caught a cold. Her nose was blocked, and she couldn't smell the sandalwood scent on him. If she couldn't smell it, could she still absorb vital energy? Emperor Wu Su thought she had caught a cold and was feeling unwell. He secretly used his inner strength in his palm, gently placed it on her back, and softly said, Close your eyes. When you wake up, you'll feel better. The sensation from her back seemed to feel a little different. This strong warmth could all her limbs and bones, making her feel cozy and comfortable. Ji Qingwu felt as if she was in a warm, fragrant bath. Before long, her eyelids started to feel heavy, and she fell asleep. Ji Qingwu had a dream. In her dream, there was no happiness or joy, only rushing around. All night, she was chased by a huge beast that could breathe fire. But in her dream, she also fell ill. Her legs felt weak and useless. With each step she moved, the beast got closer. However, the fierce beast didn't eat her. Instead, it playfully pawed at her with its hot claws, poking here and rubbing there, as if it had found something interesting. She was sweating all over from the heat. She wanted to push the beast away, but her hands and feet were held down and couldn't move. This made the beast go wild. It revealed its true form, turning into a fierce creature with glowing red eyes. In her sleep, Ji Qingwu sensed danger. She curled up, trying to run away, but the annoying beast dragged her from land into the sea. She felt like she was floating and sinking all night. When Ji Qingwu woke up again, only she was on the bed. There were two thick, soft quilts pressed on her body. Someone carefully tucked the blankets around her, covering her tightly, with only her head exposed. Her last memory from the night before was holding the emperor's waist, burying her face in his chest, feeling peaceful and falling into a deep sleep. But in her dream, it was the opposite. Ji Qingwu thought about her dream. Could it be that she was startled by the beast yesterday and pressed down by the heavy quilt, causing her to dream so vividly? She opened her eyes and looked at the bedside rail, wondering what kind of strange dream it was. The feeling was so clear. She hesitantly stretched out her left hand. Her palm was still clean and smooth, looking normal. But that sensation seemed to have truly existed. Ji Qingwu looked down at her hand for a long time. She bit her lip. After a moment, she brought her hand to her nose, frowned, and sniffed. There was no strange smell. It seemed she had only been dreaming. No matter what, Ji Qingwu slept well last night, sweating all over and feeling much more comfortable. Her nose was no longer blocked. She didn't think much and, after washing up, regained her usual energy. There was a brand new sky blue riding outfit on the table. Ji Qingwu picked it up, examined it carefully. The material was expensive, but simple, with no complicated patterns. When she put it on, she noticed it was very different from the deep red outfit she wore before. Her waist looked looser, hiding her charming figure. Wearing it made her look fresh and free. Ji Qingwu was not picky about clothes and didn't feel anything was wrong. She quickly changed and went to the door, suddenly remembering she had a meeting with the princess. She hesitated, wondering if the princess had seen the emperor when she visited last night. Ji Qingwu pretended to be calm and stepped outside, asking the guard at the door, "Did anyone come to the tent last night?" The guard shook his head firmly.
No.
"Don't worry, I didn't see anyone."
Yikvindwu.
Ji Qingwu nodded stiffly and left. It was obvious that the emperor had given some instructions, and she couldn't find out even if she asked. However, that night, Princess Huachong didn't get a chance to see Ji Qingwu. When she returned, she followed Ji Qingwu's method to help Yuqi Lianping clean his wound. He had 4 wounds, 1 deep, and she had used a branch to strike it. The skin around was pale and looked very serious. Unlike the princess's residence, where servants attended to him, she felt soft-hearted and helped him dress his wound. But the rough man found an excuse, saying she was tired and deserved thanks. While thanking her, he became excited and pulled her onto the bed. Princess Huachong was worried his wound might open again and felt guilty about the previous injury. Yuqi Lianping sensed her weakened resistance and took advantage of her guilt. They had no food, but he insisted on eating. Yuqi Lianping had a small meal, but the cost was that his wound reopened, blood-staining Princess Huachong's pure white nightdress. Afterward, he was ruthlessly driven out of the tent. Yuqi Lianping had no choice but to knock on the tent door of Duan Mingfeng, the messenger of the imperial city, who had just gone to bed. They ended up sharing the rest of the night together. Young Duan was forced to stay awake until dawn. Meanwhile, before sunrise, the emperor returned to the palace of diligent governance and issued a secret order to the northern army. That night, the best sleep was definitely that of Ji Qingwu. Princess Huachong got up early because she was worried about what Ji Qingwu had whispered to her. But when she reached Ji Qingwu's tent, she saw Li Yuzong standing at the door. The chief of the imperial household personally guarded the entrance, making it obvious who was inside. Princess Huachong paced back and forth, sighed, and thought she couldn't afford to offend the emperor again this morning after her mistake yesterday. She decided to wait for a better chance during the day to meet Ji Qingwu again. Feeling tired, She turned back to rest a little more. The second day of the archery contest was the shooting competition. Yesterday's hunting was to test teamwork, but today was a solo event. Men and women competed separately, and since fewer women participated, they went first. High up on a platform, Emperor Wu Su sat down and glanced at the table in front of him, noticing 3 empty seats. Li Yuzong waved to a palace servant standing nearby. Aunt Shirshi from the Empress Dowager's side immediately stepped forward and knelt to report. Your Majesty, Princess Qingyun fell ill last night due to catching a cold. The Empress Dowager is caring for her in Sinang Palace, so she won't be watching the competition today. This was the official story. In reality, Princess Qingyun had knelt on the edge of a cliff until she fainted. When she was carried back to Sinang Palace, her clothes were stained with dirt, her face was pale from the cold, her lips cracked and blue, and she was feverish, nearly losing consciousness. The Empress Dowager was very frightened, taking care of her and reciting prayers. But news of Princess Qingyun being punished by kneeling before the emperor was kept completely secret from Sinang Palace. This showed that the emperor didn't want anyone to know certain things. After hearing the report, Emperor Wu Su's reaction was calm. He already knew about Princess Qingyun's condition. Early in the morning, guards reported that Princess Qingyun had been exposed to cold wind all night and was now running a high fever, trembling and fainting on the cliff. Only then did he order her punishment to be lifted, and the guards took her back to rest. If she hadn't been pushed to the brink of losing her life and made to suffer a bit, the willful and spoiled Princess Qingyun wouldn't have learned to cherish her life. Emperor Wu Su spoke softly. Please have the chief physician from the Imperial Hospital personally examine Princess Qingyun. I remember he is very skilled at treating cold-related illnesses. Shirshi relaxed a little, her heartbeat steadied, and she bowed to step back. Fortunately, the emperor still cares about family ties. In front of everyone, he called the most respected doctor from the Imperial Hospital to treat Princess Qingyun, showing that the princess still holds his favor, calming any rumors. Ji Qingwu didn't know the full story. When she heard that Princess Qingyun was sick from catching a cold, she thought it was just a common cold, like hers. Moreover, she thought the emperor only made her kneel for a while, but she didn't expect it to be all night. Ji Qingwu nodded in agreement. If even she, with her strong body, caught the illness, then it was normal for the young princess to fall sick. She looked at the emperor sitting on the high platform, wearing a crown and a bright yellow dragon robe, returning to his majestic and distant appearance. However, her illness recovered very quickly this time. After a good sleep, she felt refreshed. Spending a night sleeping next to the emperor seemed more effective than taking medicine. Could this be the true dragon's energy? Her gaze then shifted to the right side of the high platform. The seat belonging to Prince Yong was still empty. She didn't know how things were progressing with the Prince Yong's wife. She needed to find a day to meet Tao Wanin. On the field, the supervising officials were counting the participants. Today, more than 20 women were taking part in the archery contest. They stood in a line, shooting 10 arrows each. The top 6 with the most hits would pass. The first round quickly determined the top 6. They were Consort Wei, Ho Xiaofang, who had been with Princess Qingyun yesterday, Ji Qingwu, and 3 young women. Ji Qingwu entered the final round in 5th place, which was an average result. But besides her, all the others came from military families. Initially, people didn't have high expectations for this 5th Miss Ji, but her ability to reach the finals was enough to make the scholars' families proud. Mrs. Qiao, watching from the side, was already very satisfied, her face full of pride as she looked at Miss Wu. Soon, the moving targets for the final round were ready, and the supervisor explained the rules. The final round is horseback archery, aiming at a moving target. There are 10 arrows in total, and the person with the most total rings wins and takes the top spot. The final officially begins. To simulate battlefield conditions, the targets are moving. For young ladies from noble families who rarely face real combat, this is very difficult, but also the best test of true skill. In just half a cup of tea time, the first 5 arrows have been shot. Apart from the top 2, who are close in score, the other 4 are already far behind. Yesterday, when Princess was left behind, Lord Huashaofeng, though timid, is excellent at riding and shooting. She is almost on par with Consort Wei, trailing by only 2 rings. Right now, these two are competing for first place. Consort Wei doesn't see Huashaofeng as a real rival. She can easily win with a casual shot. As for Ji Qinggu, her first arrow drew everyone's attention.
And, because she just drew her bow, she made a mistake.
She accidentally shot at someone else's target. At first, Ji Qinggu didn't realize which target was hers. She shyly touched her neck, as the moving target was tricky to see clearly without careful attention. The emperor sitting on the high platform also had a faint smile, but it wasn't at her mistake. It was about something else. To ensure fairness, all bows and arrows used in the competition were supplied uniformly by the Imperial Household Department. The reason Emperor Wu City was smiling was because he noticed that Ji Qingwu's shooting posture had improved significantly compared to before. Her bow, held with a gentle curve, was not as exaggerated as others, and her string was not pulled too tight. Her wrist moved smoothly and flexibly, like flowing water. This is the correct posture needed to accurately catch a moving prey. She was no longer the inexperienced novice, but was beginning to show the style of a master. Deep inside Emperor Wu City's eyes, a hint of admiration flashed. Everyone was laughing at her missed shot, but they didn't notice that her missed shot actually hit a 9-ring target. Her progress in archery was so remarkable that it surprised him. If only she could improve so quickly in other areas too. The 6th arrow was still in the air. 5 people had already shot decisively, while the last one seemed to hesitate. The announcer's voice cut through the crowd, loudly announcing the results. Consort Wei, 9 rings. Huashaofeng, 7 rings. As soon as these words were spoken, a wave of regret sounded from the audience. Initially, Huashaofeng was only slightly behind Wei Fei, but her shot was a bit off, and this widened the gap quickly. It was very likely that she would once again fall behind Wei Fei, just like last year, with the women competing for second place. If everything went as expected, the winner would be clear, and the excitement for this match would decrease. Wei Liru sat on a large white horse, raised her bow, and smiled at Huashaofeng, saying, "Her family sister, I accept your challenge." Seeing her smile, Huashaofeng felt annoyed. She thought unhappily, "Your Majesty, there are 4 arrows left. The outcome is not decided yet. Both come from military families. Her father and brothers have served in the army for generations. Their military achievements are only slightly less than Wei's family. Why was Wei Liru able to enter the palace, marry the most respected person in the world, and become the emperor's favored consort?" Huashaofeng's mind was set on competing with Wei Fei, which made her feel anxious and distracted. Her shot was not as good as before. She wanted to make a good comeback in the next round, but unexpectedly, someone else had not finished shooting yet. Huashaofeng impatiently looked at the slow-moving person who insisted on waiting for the supervisor to urge her before shooting. She said anxiously, "Hey, can you hurry up?" The woman in blue-green clothes seemed not to hear her. She stood straight, with her left hand like a resisting stone and her right hand like a branch. This posture, Ji Qingwu loosened her right hand, releasing the feathered arrow. Her right hand was on the bowstring, but her left hand was unknown. Her posture was almost identical to the one recorded in the family's horseback archery and command manual. Not only her, but even her father and brothers couldn't achieve such perfection. Huashaofeng watched nervously as the arrow flew through the air. Soon, the result was announced. The official shouted excitedly, "Ji Qinggu, 10 rings." At first, the audience was silent in disbelief, then burst into lively discussion. This was the second perfect 10-ring shot into the target in the competition. The first 10-ring was shot by Wei Fei during the preliminary round. But this round was a fixed-point shooting. Hitting the target was difficult, but it was far less impressive than hitting a moving target, which amazed everyone even more. In the moving horseback archery competition, all men who hit the 10 rings had made a name for themselves in the military. Among women, there have been some in previous years, but they are very rare. Hua Xiaofeng's second sister said. It might just be luck. Xiaofeng has practiced for so long, but she doesn't have such good aim. I don't believe that a girl raised in the countryside could have the skill. The noblewoman in pink chuckled and said, didn't she just hit Miss Wen's target earlier? It made me laugh so hard. Sister Hoa, I think that Ji Qingwu just got lucky. Another person agreed, exactly. Even a brave woman like Princess Wei, who has a brother skilled in archery, has never hit a moving target. How could she? It must be just luck. I remember, in the previous dynasty, only the princess from the noble family, Hua Xiaofeng's second sister, hearing her mention the princess from the previous dynasty, looked tense and quickly interrupted, please don't mention that princess again. The competition on the field continued. After others finished shooting, Ji Qingwu was reminded by an official nearby. She took another shot, looking a bit embarrassed. A feathered arrow shot out and headed straight for the red in the center of the target. Just wait and see, she won't hit this time. The noblewoman in pink hadn't finished speaking when the arrow hit the bullseye again. Ji Qingwu rotated her right wrist, a happy light appearing in her eyes. Using her body to guide her arm, and her arm to guide her fingers, she understood the key teachings of Wu Sudi. She could feel her hand getting better and better. Her first few shots were about finding this subtle feeling. The woman in pink couldn't believe that the little widow from the Ji family had such skill. She loudly said, there are too many lucky shots. I don't believe it. Whether she believed or not didn't matter. Each shot was better than the last. Sitting on her horse, Ji Qingwu smiled lightly, relaxed and confident. The voices at the military table also grew louder. At first, they thought these young women's archery competitions were just for show. Since Princess Wei was personally taught by Wei Ting, they only watched her shoot occasionally. They were drinking wine, eating meat, and chatting happily about military affairs. Soon, they heard a commotion from the audience, and some generals were also drawn in by the scene. They didn't expect that after entering the finals, the competition among the women would become fierce. The top 3 spots were now uncertain, and the previous dominance of Princess Wei was no longer clear. Ji's 5th young lady scored a perfect round. She caught up and gradually overtook Xiaofeng Hua, which also sparked their interest. What amazed them even more was that Ji Qingwu's archery stance was flexible and strong, very pleasing to watch. She looked like a bow that could bend or straighten, giving a sense of perfect harmony between person and bow. The military officers exchanged glances, their eyes full of excitement. They also started betting. Who do you think will win this match? The girl from the Hua family is average. I think it will be either Princess Wei or Ji Wu. Zhang Qi, with a long face, said, Princess Wei's riding and shooting skills were taught by her brother, General Wei Ting. How could she be bad? As for Ji's girl, I think she's still inexperienced. I bet on Princess Wei. Feng Xiang, chubby and cheerful, said, Old Zhang, I disagree. Last time at the palace banquet, His Majesty personally taught Ji Wu's archery. Who do you think is better, His Majesty or General Wei? It's not certain who will win or lose. One arrow after another was shot, and the crowd's discussion grew louder. Seeing Ji Qingwu catch up, Xiaofeng Hua became more nervous and shot less steadily, falling far behind and losing her chance to compete for first place. In the end, the winner would be either Princess Wei or Ji Qingwu. Yuqi Lianping sat at the royal table, unable to join the other generals in drinking freely. He had long been eager to do so. If it weren't for the princess sitting beside him, who looked like a fairy from the Moon Palace, he wouldn't be able to sit still. Princess Huachong slightly turned her head, seeming to want to ask him something. Yuqi Lianping instinctively looked at her. Last night, he had annoyed her, but he bravely started a conversation, smiling, Princess, do you think today's winner will be who? Because of his reckless behavior last night, Princess Huachong initially didn't want to talk to him, her expression proud and cold. Her gaze fell on the blue-green figure on the field, but she was also curious about who would win or lose this match. Seeing her expression, Yuqi Lianping knew what she wanted to ask and said directly, Princess, you'll be disappointed. Ji Wu will lose. Princess Huachong frowned. Ji Qingwu's accuracy in these arrows is very high. Why would she lose? Ji Qingwu's recent shots surprised everyone who understood archery. Even Princess Huachong, an outsider, could see that she had made great progress compared to last time. She is very smart and adaptable. If she were a man, Yuqi Lianping would want to take her to the Northern Army. He is looking for a riding and shooting officer, and she would be perfect for it. But he can only envy her from afar. Even if Ji Qingwu wanted to go, the emperor wouldn't allow it. His idea just stayed in his mind for a moment. Yuqi Lianping explained, Miss Ji was far behind before. The competition is based on total points. Even if she hits a perfect shot at the end, she can only win if Princess Wei misses her shot. If she scores below 8 rings, she might win. Princess Wei has never scored below 8 rings. She is very steady with her shots. This rough man is quite good at math. Princess Huachong glared at him and said irritably, Who asked you? He keeps saying things she doesn't want to hear. Yuqi Lianping poured her a cup of tea and smiled. Yes, I insisted on telling you. Princess Huachong looked at her teacup, which was almost overflowing, and felt even more annoyed. Tea can deceive, but wine is for showing respect. He still wants to deceive her? Princess Huachong waved coldly, ordered her servant to change her cup, and poured her a new one. Yuqi Lianping picked up the tea she disliked and drank it casually. A princess shouldn't have any flaws he can't understand. Otherwise, how could she be a princess? Li Yuzong poured a cup of wine for the emperor and whispered, Your Majesty, I think Miss Ji has improved a lot in archery. Wu Sidi nodded. His gaze shifted from initial approval to admiration. Ji Qingwu, when she wants something, will take action. The calluses and water bubbles on her hands have grown without a doubt. When she decides to do something, she will do her best. This kind of resilient yet gentle personality is rare. At first, he ordered his secret guards to deliver that riding and shooting outfit. But after seeing it, he thought the color and style would look good on her. He didn't hint or urge her to practice riding and shooting. Sure enough, on the day of the archery contest, Ji Qingwu changed into a gold and red riding outfit with lotus patterns. Her graceful figure was fully displayed, looking dazzling and almost enchanting. But he didn't like her like that, seen by so many people. Today, her outfit in blue-green is more conservative, loose in style, and suits her well, fresh and spirited. This outfit was actually one of the backup choices earlier, and it also has an extra meaning. Giving it to her now is just right. Emperor Wu Su's gaze fell again on Ji Qingwu's hand holding the arrow. This hand looks delicate and soft, but it can draw a bow, ride a horse, feel a pulse, unbutton clothes, and weave colorful threads. It can do even more. Thinking of last night, a faint dark light appeared in his eyes. Ji Qingwu sleeps very peacefully, curling up in one spot. Once she falls asleep, she doesn't move anymore, and her sleep is sweet. This soft little bundle looks very tempting to poke. Emperor Wu Su felt an irresistible urge to touch her. He moved his hand several times, and the feeling was just as he expected, soft and tender. She has a really good temper. Only when she's truly annoyed does she hum and turn her head away, even trying to push him with her hips. But the more she pushes, the more it backfires, making his desire grow stronger and his grip tighter. Emperor Wu Su held her hand, helping her gently. Her palm was soft as if made of bone. But because of her recent practice, she had developed thin calluses. The softness was mixed with a slight rubbing sensation. On the high platform, Emperor Wu Su was drinking wine, his expression deep and mysterious. To the others, it seemed like the emperor was very interested in this competition. The generals didn't dare to chat casually anymore, all focusing seriously on the final arrow. Wei Liru, dressed in golden armor, sat on her horse, slowly swaying a few steps. Although she didn't hit the perfect 10 in the final round, she maintained a good score of 8 or 9 rings each time. She had participated in many riding and archery festivals. In the women's group, she often took the top spot, and the one from Manhwa Palace had also won once. But that person would never appear in front of everyone again. After shooting her 9th arrow, Wei Liru turned her head to look at Ji Qingwu, who was riding a horse a few meters away. This Miss Ji, last time in the Qingjing Hall, was still inexperienced in archery. 3 days apart, she had truly improved remarkably. What impressed her most wasn't her archery skills, but the gentle, loving expression on the emperor's face when he personally guided her and lent her the Xianyuan bow. Wei Liru had never seen the emperor look so tender. She looked back at the bright yellow figure sitting high on the platform. As expected, Emperor Wu Su's gaze fell onto the scene. He was looking at whom? Wei Liru suddenly raised her bow and arrow, waving it toward the emperor on the high platform, then confidently smiled. Her smile was graceful and radiant, truly stunning. Of course, the emperor's attention would be on the most dazzling person present. As Wu Su's favored consort, Wei Liru's actions in front of everyone were perfectly appropriate. The soldiers sitting nearby immediately started to make noise, excited by Wei Liru's gesture of seeking the emperor's favor. The atmosphere in the hall grew lively. Now, only the last arrow remained. Wei Liru lifted her head, glancing past a few women around her. She wasn't surprised to see their envy and jealousy in their eyes. She looked again at the figure dressed in blue-green, curious about her expression. When she saw what the other was doing, her lips stiffened. Ji Qingwu was playing with her arrow, flicking it with her fingers. The bow in her hand didn't look like a weapon, but more like a musical instrument. Her face was flushed with excitement, her eyes bright, full of lively energy. The sunlight shone on her blue-green riding outfit, making the gold embroidery shimmer brightly. Upon closer inspection, the chest of her outfit was embroidered with a circle of dark gold thread, only visible under the light. What Wei Liru did and her expression, Ji Qingwu didn't even glance at her. Since reaching a new level of understanding, the noisy sounds around her seemed to fade away. The arrow shot toward the target, and her whole body seemed to be part of the shot, feeling the thrill of the moment. She wasn't paying attention to what was happening around her and didn't notice the commotion. Meanwhile, Wei Liru also saw the embroidery on Ji Qingwu's clothes. She was dressed in a beautiful blue-green outfit, the silk fabric rippling in the breeze, like a pool of water. A golden sun was painted on her chest, radiating warm light. There is an ancient story of Ho-Yi shooting down the suns. In this archery contest, Ji Qingwu wore a golden crow on her body. How proud and confident she was. Wei Liru suddenly felt that the sun embroidered on the blue-green fabric was even more dazzling than the real sun in the sky, hurting her eyes. Even Ji Qingwu herself looked quite eye-catching. Wei Liru put away her smile, her gaze turning cold and serious. For her final shot, she would do her best, both for herself and to protect the reputation of the Wei family. She absolutely could not lose to this unknown Jiwu. The aura of the two was very different. This change in atmosphere made the spectators even more excited. Xiao's family watched Xiao Wu from the stands. Amid the praise from a group of noble women, her smile couldn't be hidden. Having a special skill in the 6 arts was rare for ordinary people. Xiao Wu's recent shots had already outperformed many men. The old master of the Qiao family didn't come to watch. He was busy studying with the young prince in the study. But the matriarch of the Qiao family and Qiao Qiqi were present. Every time Ji Qingwu hit a target, the Qiao matriarch would cheer excitedly and loudly declare, "That's my little granddaughter," and whether she hit the mark or not. In the first shot, Ji Qingwu missed slightly. The Qiao matriarch paused, then told the noble women nearby, "My granddaughter has such strength. She has the style of her past self." The women around tried to hold back their laughter. Hearing this, the Qiao matriarch helplessly advised not to praise too much. But now, Qiao's family thought it was better to be more modest. She was so excited that she stared tightly at the field, silently cheering for Xiao Wu in her heart. As long as she didn't give up, there was still hope for the last shot. Everyone loved a comeback story. People's attention was fully focused. Ji Qingwu still kept her calm, unaffected. She looked down at her palm. After shooting several arrows, new marks appeared on her hand. It was painful, but she felt lighter inside. The final horn sounded. Wei Liru took much longer to draw her bow and shoot than before. She was no longer as relaxed as earlier, and her heart started pounding faster. Ji Qingwu still moved at her usual slow pace. She gently brushed her hand over the bow. Hao Xiaofang knew she couldn't win and was about to shoot casually. But from the high platform, the emperor suddenly waved his hand. Li Yuzong stepped forward to listen to a few instructions, then ran onto the shooting field. "Please, your majesty and the ladies, take your time." The shooters paused, confused, and looked at him. Li Yuzong spoke sharply. "The emperor has an order to add a special prize to the women's riding and shooting competition." Behind him, a young carried a gift box and placed it on the carved dragon stand in the center. Then, swinging a feather duster, he loudly announced, "The winner will receive a Sui Ho pearl." At this reward, everyone's eyes focused on the beautiful box. This is the Sui Ho pearl. Legend says that thousands of years ago, the ruler of Sui was traveling when he saw a wounded big snake suffering by the roadside. Feeling pity, he ordered someone to treat the snake and let it go back into the grass. The Sui Ho pearl is the treasure that the snake turned into after dying. It is about an inch in diameter, pure white with a glow that can light a room. Not only is it valuable, but it also has special meaning. Most women like its bright shine, while men are more interested in its symbolic meaning of gaining power and status. At this moment, Wei Liru rode her horse over to Ji Qingwu, smiling brightly. She asked, "Miss Jiwu, do you know what the prize for winning is this time?" Ji Qingwu looked at the person blocking her view, lowered her bow calmly, and said, "Your Majesty, didn't Lord Li just say it was the Sui Ho pearl?" Seeing her calm expression, Wei Liru chuckled and asked, "Do you know where this pearl comes from?" Ji Qingwu shook her head. She only knew it was a rare treasure. "Do you know my brother Wei Ting?" Ji Qingwu hesitated slightly as she brushed her horse's mane, then looked at Wei Fei and asked, "General Wei has something to do with the Sui Ho pearl?" Wei Liru proudly said, "It originally belonged to Shijin. My brother captured an enemy prince. To seek peace, the enemy offered this as a gift to Bei Li to show goodwill. So, the Sui Ho pearl was taken by Wei Ting." Ji Qingwu hadn't heard that name in a long time. She thought she had forgotten that part of her past. As her initial target, she had invested a lot of effort in Wei Ting. She had given him whatever he wanted, liked whatever pleased him, and tried to do everything to make him happy. She knew Wei Ting had a beloved younger sister. Every time she received a letter from Wei Liru, Wei Ting would smile warmly, very different from his usual faint smile. At that time, Ji Qingwu was very jealous. She envied Wei Ting's sister for being so important to him. Unlike herself, who had done so much but still couldn't understand his true feelings. Wei Ting didn't seem to have any special feelings for her either. After more than a year of planning, she finally earned the right to freely enter his tent to deliver things. She was somewhat more familiar with him than an ordinary female doctor. Seeing Ji Qingwu in a dazed expression, Wei Liru's eyes showed a hint of satisfaction. She continued, "This item was sent back by my brother. Actually, His Majesty could have directly granted it to me, but he chose to show it today to add some flair." "Do you know why?" Ji Qingwu didn't think much and asked, "What do you mean?" Wei Liru's gaze shifted, and she leaned closer, speaking loud enough for both to hear. "It's simply because the emperor favors me. He wants to find a proper reason, a legitimate way, to give it to me so I can accept it more easily." Ji Qingwu felt a bit uncomfortable inside. She couldn't tell if it was for Wei Ting or something else. She looked up directly into the charming phoenix eyes of the empress and asked, "Do you really think you'll win just like that?" Wei Liru looked at her, her red lips curling into a smile. "In this palace, everything is divided into two types, one I want and one I don't want." She rode her horse a few steps away, then looked again at the emperor on the high platform. Turning back, she declared confidently, "My riding and archery skills were taught personally by my brother. I've decided on this pearl of the Marquis of Sun." Back in the designated area, Wei Liru first predicted the target's movement. Because she had issued a stern warning, she was fully focused this time. Her shot was steady and accurate, and the arrow shot out with a whistling sound. At the same time, cheers erupted from the crowd. The announcer excitedly shouted, 10 rings. Empress Wei hit the 10 ring. No wonder she was raised in a noble family. The Empress Wei did not tarnish Wei Ting's reputation. At the most critical moment, she performed perfectly. Wei Liru was not only doing this for her family's honor, but also wanted to prove her skills in front of the emperor. When Ji Qinggu heard the result, a flicker of emotion crossed her eyes. It wasn't just about the empress hitting the perfect score, but she had once begged Wei Ting to teach her riding and archery in the northern border, but he always used military affairs as an excuse to avoid her. The promise of another day gradually turned into an indefinite delay. However, Wei Ting had refused her many times, and she was used to it. From her observation, the empress's archery skills seemed somewhat similar to Wei Ting's. As the favored consort of Emperor Wu Su, perhaps she had also received his guidance, just like herself. Jing Qingwu lowered her head, feeling a mix of sourness and swelling in her heart as she gently touched the horse's mane. After the arrow was shot, Wei Liru looked toward the distant emperor. The crowd cheered, but he remained seated steadily, not moving at all. From this distance, his expression was unclear, but he did not seem joyful or excited. She threw the bow and arrow to a nearby guard, dismounted from her horse, took the marquise bead from the jewelry box, and moved behind Jing Qingwu. Miss Jingwu, I have won. This marquise bead now belongs to me. Are you convinced? Wei Liru was already immersed in joy, knowing that even if the opponent shot 10 rings, it wouldn't matter. The winner of this contest was already clear to her. Jing Qingwu only looked at the bow and arrow in her hand and said softly, Congratulations, Empress Wei. But I didn't participate for this reward, nor to compete for first place. She could lose the match, but she wouldn't accept defeat. Wei Liru seemed to hear something shocking and raised her eyebrows to ask, Oh, then what are you here for? Jing Qingwu replied, just to test the results of my recent training. Honestly, whether I am first or last doesn't matter to me. Wei Liru burst into laughter, mockingly saying, Miss Jingwu, the winner takes all. If you can't be the top, and you still speak such big words in front of me, aren't you being a bit petty? Jing Qingwu rode her horse around her, without wanting to explain further. She believed her reason was simply that she loved the feeling of freedom and release that riding and shooting gave her. It wasn't for others' admiration or to gain the emperor's attention, just because she liked it. Now she thought about it, men only seemed to hinder her speed in shooting. Jing Qingwu returned to the archery area, still calm and unhurried. She took steady breaths, her gaze following the moving target. The cheers and applause from the crowd were all for the Empress Wei. Everyone's attention was on her, but Jing Qingwu didn't care. What mattered to her was her shot. Suddenly, she pressed her foot against the horse's belly and started running across the field. The wind blew her black hair, as if she was chasing the wind and the sun. She balanced on one foot on the horse's stirrup, straightening her body. With a graceful spin, she began to draw her bow and aim her arrow. It seemed the emperor on the high platform sensed what she was about to do. He finally couldn't sit still. He stood up tall, his gaze sharp as he stared at the white tail of the arrow. Once her posture was correct, she confirmed the position of the target. Ji Qingwu dismounted and knelt down, releasing her arrow almost simultaneously. Her waist was flexible and springy, bending into an incredible curve. She stayed close to the ground but maintained this position for a long time. The arrow flew toward her intended target. First, there was a sharp clang. It collided with something, followed by the clear sound of the arrow hitting the target. After hitting the target, Ji Qingwu used her waist and legs to regain her balance, then smoothly returned to her horse. She looked as light as a floating cloud. The horse strolled across the field, and she took a small breath. The cheers from the crowd paused, replaced by amazed gasps. In the final shot, Ji Qingwu shot through the target. However, she pierced the target of the queen consort. The scorekeeper shouted, "Full marks, but it doesn't count. The winner of this round is Her Majesty the Queen." Seeing her arrow split in half and fall into the sand, the queen consort, Wei Liru, was angry. "Ji Qingwu, what do you mean by this? Ji Qingwu gracefully dismounted and looked at the woman blocking her way. She said, "Your Majesty, I didn't see the target clearly and shot a bit off." After saying that, she quickly left the shooting area. Even though her arrow missed the target, she managed to shoot through her opponent's arrow. Wei Liru clenched her teeth in frustration. This excuse might not hold up for others, but for Ji Qingwu, it made sense. Her first arrow hit someone else's target, and her last arrow was a miss. This shows a complete process. The winner of the archery contest was the Queen Consort, who received the original prize and a special gift from the Emperor, the Suiho Pearl. Ji Qingwu, because she missed the target, ranked 5th. However, Ho Xiaofeng, thanks to her, moved back to 2nd place. After the women's competition, the men's team was about to compete, and the atmosphere changed instantly. The men's event was a traditional archery contest, more formal and strict, following the 3 shots rule. The first shot only reported the result and didn't count. The second shot counted how many arrows hit the target. Arrows that missed didn't count. The third shot required matching the rhythm of drums and music, and the arrows had to hit the target in time with the music. The field was being prepared below. Ji Qingwu had returned to the side viewing stand, where Qiao's eyes were red as she watched her. She immediately looked surprised and asked, "Mother, what's wrong? It looks like you just cried. Did someone bully you?" All the women from the noble ladies' area were nearby. She looked around suspiciously, but didn't see anything unfriendly. It was a bit strange that all the elegant ladies were looking at her with eager eyes. Mrs. Qiao's voice was a little choked. She quickly said, "It's nothing, Mother is fine. I just got a bit blinded by the wind." She was too embarrassed to say that at her age. She was moved to tears by her youngest daughter's final shot in the archery contest. Thinking of how good her daughter was, she felt very proud. Then she also thought about how Xiao had been away for so many years, not receiving the proper training like the Empress way, which might have limited her talent. If not, today's outcome could have been different. Mrs. Qiao felt a mix of sadness and guilt, touched and regretful at the same time. Old Lady Qiao smiled, her eyes crinkling with wrinkles, and said, "Xiao Wu, your bravery made you so excited you cried." "That's happiness." Ji Qingwu tucked her wind-blown hair behind her ear and shyly said, "Grandmother, Mother, I didn't win." Ji Qingwu didn't care much about winning or losing, but the elders at home might not be so easygoing. Hearing this, Mrs. Qiao immediately shook her head. She had never seen such a proud and serious loser. Old Lady Qiao gently took Ji Qingwu's hand and patted it kindly. In competitions, there are winners and losers. As long as you're not upset inside, we are just spectators enjoying the show. She smiled and said, "Moreover, in my opinion, even if you lost this match, you still won." Ji Qingwu didn't quite understand what her grandmother meant by losing but winning. Mrs. Qiao understood her words. Recently, news spread that her eldest daughter Qingrong was pregnant and was being well cared for by Xiaowu. Some officials' wives, who had difficulty conceiving, secretly sent invitations to the Ji family. Today, Ji Qingwu made such a big splash at the archery and riding event, even surpassing the Empress way. Many wives from military families were already gathering around her. It seemed that Xiaowu's marriage prospects could be chosen at leisure. The home of a military general is simpler than that of a scholar official. Without all the complicated rules, they might have better luck finding good matches. The venue was quickly set up. The male archery competition was very fierce. One man even joined in just for fun, causing many contestants to complain. Yuqi Lianping changed his clothes and entered the arena. His riding outfit made him look tall and strong, with a slim waist and muscular arms. Zhang Qi and Feng Xiang looked at each other. Why did the great general suddenly change his mind and join the contest? Usually, the archery event was for newcomers to show their talent. Famous generals rarely participated again, especially someone like him, a top-ranked guard general. If it was anyone else, it wouldn't matter. But General Yuqi's arrows always hit the target perfectly. How could they compare? His starting point was their goal. Zhang Qi complained, "General Yuqi, why are you also joining?" Feng Xiang looked unhappy. "Yes, you should be spending time with the princess instead of competing with us for the top spot." Feng Xiang's mother had been nagging him for half a month. She insisted he perform well in the archery contest to impress the ladies and have a better chance of getting married. Yuqi Lianping was adjusting his belt and casually said, "Recently, the food at home has been so delicious, I've gained weight. I came here to help digest." Feng Xiang looked at his strong waist and stomach and didn't believe him. "Come on, General, don't joke. Who goes to a shooting contest just to digest?" Yuqi Lianping turned to look at Princess Huachong sitting on the stage. His face grew serious. "Does your wife dislike your thick waist?" Earlier, Princess Huachong had frowned at his eating manners. He had eaten 3 pieces of rose pastry at once, instead of tasting them delicately. Her disapproval made him feel embarrassed. She coldly took his plate away, saying it was to observe that his waist had grown thicker and he shouldn't eat sweets anymore. Yuqi Lianping was really here to help digest. Feng Xiang said, "You're joking again, General. I'm not even married yet." Yuqi Lianping suddenly understood and nodded. "I almost forgot. You two are still single, and you've never even held a girl's hand." They were already upset because he joined the contest, and now they felt even more hopeless. Yuqi Lianping continued, "You don't understand the normal way of married life. Body shape is also important. Otherwise, why do you think I became the princess's husband instead of someone else?" Zhang Qi stared wide-eyed and said, "It's all because Lord Ji was not in the city at the time, which allowed someone to take advantage of the situation." Yuqi Lianping quickly covered his mouth with his large hand. He forcibly stopped Zhang Qi from speaking and then grinned threateningly. "Of course, it's because I am well-rounded inside and out, handsome, and as tall as a jade tree. A jade tree. At least big enough for 3 people to hug." Feng Xiang knew this person's temper and agreed. The prince's words are very true. A husband's posture is also a wife's pride. Yuqi Lianping patted him on the shoulder and said, "You're quite good. When you marry, I will teach you more about how couples get along." Feng Xiang was strong and sturdy, but after being patted like that, he felt his bones shake. Princess Huachong sat at the emperor's front. Without the rough man bothering her, she relaxed and enjoyed her tea and delicate snacks. Empress Wei also returned to the high platform. Although she was unhappy because Ji Qingwu shot her arrow through her target, she didn't show her displeasure. She held the Marquis Su bead and sat beside the emperor, smiling softly and whispering something to him. Everyone saw that Emperor Wu Su looked around the side of the viewing stand, his expression indifferent as he nodded in response. Empress Wei reluctantly put the Marquis Su bead back into its box and handed it to the maid behind her for safekeeping. A relative said, "Empress Wei's last arrow was truly brilliant. Only the national treasure and the empress are worthy of such skill." Wei Liru's face stiffened as she forced a small smile and said, "Lady Gongwa is flattering me." Everyone could see who shot the most impressive arrow at the end. The sharp-eyed ones knew it was Miss Ji's archery skills that were superior, but she wasn't interested in winning the prize. Princess Huachong, tired of these false compliments, looked toward Ji Qingwu and was surprised. At this moment, Ji Qingwu was surrounded by many people. She was being encircled by several ladies, and her blue-green figure was mostly hidden. Princess Huachong looked carefully and recognized many of the relatives of the generals who were close to Yuqi Lianping, mostly young men who were unmarried. One of them was the mother of Feng Xiang, his deputy. Princess Huachong looked up again at the emperor's expression. He still appeared cold and distant, showing no warmth or friendliness. If not for his right hand under his robe already clenched into a fist, Princess Huachong would have truly believed that Emperor Wusu didn't care. She held back her smile and said, "Your Majesty, about those arrows just now, I noticed Miss Ji has a noble bearing. Why not invite her to come up and watch the competition together?" Emperor Wusu nodded expressionlessly, but his right fist loosened. Ji Qingwu was surrounded in the center. Even Mrs. Qiao was pushed to the outer ring. Many of the military family members are straightforward and bold. They openly show their intentions and start observing the scene. A lady pointed at a man shooting arrows below the stage and asked Ji Qingwu, "Miss Jiwu, that man in blue is my son. He's talented in both literature and martial arts. What do you think?" Ji Qingwu hadn't even seen clearly and quickly replied, "He's good." The lady on the right, hearing her, was displeased and took her arm, saying, "Miss Ji Wu, come look at my second son. He's the one riding and shooting in the southeast corner. Now he's a captain, with great potential in officialdom." Ji Qingwu awkwardly said, "That's fine too." The lady behind her kept talking about something else. When Li Yuzong appeared in front of Ji Qingwu, her eyes lit up. "Miss Ji, the Princess Longgong invites you to sit over there." This was the first time Ji Qingwu saw Li Yuzong. He looked very agreeable, even his wrinkles seemed familiar and kind. She was worried about how to avoid these overly enthusiastic ladies, so she nodded quickly. Seeing that Li Yuzong, who was serving in front of the court, personally came to invite her, the ladies didn't dare to stop him. But the lady pulling Ji Qingwu's arm was reluctant to give up. She spoke quickly, "Miss Ji, it's settled. Tomorrow I will bring my son to visit the Ji residence." When was this arranged? Ji Qingwu really didn't know. But right now, escaping the crowd was the most important. She responded casually and then ran away. Li Yuzong led the way ahead, walking very fast. She quietly followed behind. After walking around half the arena, Ji Qingwu looked up and saw they had reached the foot of a tall platform decorated with banners and flags. Climbing more than 10 white stone steps, they were about to stand before the emperor. Ji Qingwu originally thought that Princess Chong of Huachong was looking for her to ask about the pulse-taking from last night for the prince. It would have been better to find a private place for that. She hesitated and stopped, asking, "Li, where is Princess Chong?" Li Yuzong turned around and said, "Princess Chong is sitting at the table." "Miss Ji, come with me quickly."
The
Princess Chong is waiting anxiously. She just escaped a dangerous place, but is about to enter another. Everyone knows that the Imperial Consort Way is the Emperor's favorite. Just now, Ji Qingwu upset the Emperor's favored consort. If he gets angry because of this, the more she thought about it, the more anxious she felt. But right now, she couldn't think too much about her strange feelings. As soon as Ji Qingwu stepped onto the stage, she felt many gazes on her, but none compared to the one from above, which made her scalp tingle. Following the rules, she first bowed to Emperor Wushu. "Get up." Ji Qingwu obeyed and stood. When she looked up, her eyes briefly met the gaze of the seated emperor. A warm glow shone on his front, dressed in blue-green clothes. Her eyes sparkled like clear spring water reflecting the sky. The arrow she shot while bowing from her horse showed her strength and beauty perfectly. Her soft, flexible waist was hidden beneath loose clothing. Ji Qingwu didn't look much at the emperor. Her gaze shifted to the side, where a small table had been added. Sitting there was Consort Wei. Wei Li had changed into a bright red palace dress. She held her chin high, looking down at Ji Qingwu. "Miss Ji is the emperor's aunt's niece, and also his cousin. By rights, I should call you cousin. Today, your performance on stage was truly impressive." Ji Qingwu's eyes flickered. Earlier, Consort Wei was very angry and upset, probably furious. It seems everyone in the palace needs to wear many faces. Even Wei Li, who comes from a noble family, can't avoid this. But analyzing her words carefully, it seems she's trying to get closer, but actually warning the emperor that Ji Qingwu is related to the Empress Dowager's family, an outsider. Ji Qingwu understood where Consort Wei's hostility came from. Before she could reply, Princess Chong of Huachong directly said, "Miss Ji is a distinguished guest I invited. Please sit over here." Ji Qingwu nodded and walked away lightly. She had just sat down, and her bottom was still not warm. Princess Wei did not let her go, as if trying to regain her lost dignity in front of everyone. She smiled and said, "Your humble servant is shameless, pretending to be your sister-in-law. The wine in my hand is aged from Langia Terrace's cellar. The wine flows with fragrance and is famous for its amber-like quality. I would like Miss Jing to have a glass." First, she praised her, then invited her to drink, and also claimed to be her sister-in-law. Princess Wei smiled happily at her, eyes full of satisfaction, and raised her cup to invite her. Ji Qingwu looked over at her cousin, But as soon as her gaze shifted, he caught her eye, and his deep eyes held a mysterious look she couldn't understand. She felt annoyed and wondered, what kind of cousin is this? The one who held me close last night to keep warm. Jing Qingwu looked away, trying not to care. She knew her own drinking capacity well. 2 glasses of fruit wine would make her blush, let alone strong liquor, which would make her lose consciousness after just a sip. She was about to refuse the drink, when suddenly Princess Huachong said, "Princess Wei, are you drunk? Do you really think Miss Jing will call you sister-in-law? Are you even a proper sister-in-law?" Princess Huachong understood what Princess Wei was trying to do. The wine served at Langya Terrace was pure strong liquor. Jing Qingwu couldn't even drink a sip without feeling dizzy, but Princess Wei was known for her good tolerance. Wei Liru had initially wanted to use her status as an imperial consort to provoke Jing Qingwu and also to test her feelings toward the emperor. But when Princess Huachong spoke, Wei Liru realized she had spoken out of turn. Only the empress could legitimately be called sister-in-law. She hesitated, looking at the emperor's expression, and said sadly, "Am I overstepping?" Emperor Wusuo finally looked up, his gaze cold and sharp as he looked at Princess Wei. Princess Wei quickly apologized. "Your Majesty, forgive me. It was unintentional." Emperor Wusuo took the wine cup from her hand and placed it heavily on the table. His expression was cold, but his words showed concern. "This wine is too strong. Drinking too much can harm the body. Some people like to show off, and after getting drunk, they become reckless." Hearing this, the relatives and nobles around them chuckled. An older woman teased, "Your Majesty and Princess Wei seem to get along very well. It looks like you're worried about her feeling unwell from drinking too much." Listening carefully to Emperor Wusu's words, she gradually understood the situation, and her expression began to stiffen. She has a very good alcohol tolerance, never getting drunk no matter how much she drinks. Since she can remember, she has never been drunk, which is why she wanted to compete with Ji Qingwu in drinking and win back some pride. The person the emperor mentioned was not her. Who would dare to be reckless in front of Emperor Wusu after drinking? Wei Liru's eyes changed several times. Princess Huachong called the little behind her and said, "Remove the wine cup in front of Miss Ji and replace it with rose brew from Gu Dian." While Ji Qingwu lowered her head to sip the rose brew, the emperor's expression improved a little. The competition below was fierce. Except for Yuqi Lianping. Whenever he had a chance to shoot arrows, he looked up at the high platform, naturally focusing on the graceful princess in white. His actions had already attracted the attention of everyone on the stage. The relatives on the opposite side, seeing Yuqi Lianping's behavior, smiled and shared an amusing story. "I haven't seen the Prince of Huachong compete in a contest for many years. I remember he is excellent at archery, a rare talent in martial arts." Emperor Wusu seemed to recall something and nodded, saying, "Old Marquis is right." The old Marquis continued, "A few years ago, we went out for a night hunt together and saw a fierce tiger lying in the grass. He shot an arrow, sparks flying. At the time, I thought it strange. Why wasn't there any blood splatter?" Ji Qingwu put down the 8 treasures lotus seed cake, licked her lips, and looked at the gray-haired old Marquis, waiting for him to continue. Princess Huachong's porcelain teacup touched her lips, but she didn't drink, also interested in their conversation. The old Marquis animatedly said, "When we approached, it turned out to be a big rock. The arrow had pierced into the rock, showing the prince's incredible archery skill." Princess Huachong held back her eye roll. Being able to mistake a giant stone for a tiger was truly something he could do. Ji Qingwu couldn't help but clap in admiration. Being able to shoot sparks from stones was indeed a divine power bestowed by heaven. Emperor Wu Su seemed to glance at her briefly, but quickly looked away. Ji Qingwu avoided looking at the throne deliberately. As the music played below, she finished the remaining half of her 8 treasures lotus seed cake. The men's archery and riding competition was without suspense. Yuqi Lianping left the stage. His first prize was a set of soft armor woven from gold thread. He wasn't interested in the prize at all. He didn't even look at it and went straight to the high platform. When he returned, he found someone else had taken his spot. Yuqi Lianping raised an eyebrow and said, "Miss Jiwu, go sit in your place." Why are you competing with me, Ji Qingwu? This isn't her place. Yuqi Lianping pointed toward the throne and lifted his chin. You should go over there. Ji Qingwu didn't even want to look at the place where Emperor Wusu was sitting. Although he and Princess Wei sat there, looking like a perfect pair from a painting, just a quick glance made her eyes hurt and made her feel uncomfortable inside. She preferred this spot. She moved closer to Princess Huachong and looked at her with a pleading expression. Princess Huachong saw the sweat on Yuqi Lianping and frowned. Are you a beast? Still trying to claim space? Miss Ji can sit here. You should sit somewhere else. The prince, her fiancé, frowned in displeasure and was about to squeeze in beside Princess Huachong. Yuqi Lianping. A cold voice interrupted. Yuqi Lianping immediately turned around, strode to the front, and knelt. Your servant is here. Emperor Wusa stood up and handed a silk box containing half a tiger talisman to Li Yuzhong. He said seriously, in 3 days, you will lead troops to the northern border to replace the guards. These days, prepare the army and maintain discipline. I will send you off from the stargazing platform. He didn't expect this day to come so soon. Princess Huachong was startled by the news. Her body swayed, and Ji Qingwu quickly supported her. Remembering that the princess didn't like to be touched, she quickly withdrew her hand. Yuqi Lianping respectfully took the tiger talisman from Li Yuzhong and loudly declared, I obey the order. I will not betray the great emperor's kindness. But that wasn't the end. Emperor Wusu looked at the woman below and didn't want to miss a single expression on her face. He said, soon Wei Ting will break camp and return to linen. This made Ji Qingwu stiffen. She instinctively looked at the speaker, her bright eyes clouded with mist, making her true feelings hard to see. Wei Liru, excited and happy, grabbed his sleeve and asked, Your Majesty, is my brother coming back? Is it true? Emperor Wusu looked at the blue-green color and slowly said, I know you miss him. This time, Wei Ting will stay a bit longer. Ji Qingwu was stunned for a long time. Her mind was full of the phrase, Wei Ting will stay longer. But in the end, her gaze fell on his yellow dragon-patterned robe sleeve, which also had a woman's hand on it. She absent-mindedly thought, isn't he someone who dislikes being touched by others? Ji Qingwu lowered her eyes, hiding her complicated feelings. Oh, not by others, but his favorite concubine. When Ji Qingwu returned home, she kept staring at the bed curtain in a daze, and only after nearly dawn did she sleep for a short while. The next day, because she didn't sleep well the night before, she was still in a fog and had little interest in eating. Mrs. Qiao saw this but didn't ask what happened. She prepared some small dishes and delicate pastries for her. In the morning, a few ladies came with invitation cards to visit Little Five, but Mrs. Qiao turned them away. Everyone was excited at the moment, but after some time, sincere visitors would continue to wait patiently. Before Chu-Chu went to school, she also sensed her mother's distracted mood. She took out the candies she had saved in her purse and fed her with her chubby little hand. Ji Qingwu had a small orange candy stuffed into her mouth by the little girl, her cheeks puffed out. She looked at the intricate, beautiful candy wrapper and asked curiously, Chu-Chu, where did you get this candy? It wasn't from the usual candy shop Mrs. Qiao often visited, nor did it seem to be something available at local stores. Chu-Chu started to stammer, her big eyes darting around, unwilling to meet her mother's gaze. Such obvious guilt. Ji Qingwu frowned and said seriously, Mother has taught you not to accept things from strangers. Many bad people try to use candies to kidnap children, take them to remote villages to do hard labor, and then there are no more candies to eat. The little girl widened her eyes and promised, Mother, he's not a stranger. We've seen him many times. Seen him, and many times. Ji Qingwu asked, Who is he? Chu-Chu covered her small mouth with both hands, and 4 words slipped through her fingers. It's a secret. They had agreed not to tell anyone, especially her mother. Afraid she would ask more, the little girl ran away with her small pouch, like a little rabbit. Chu-Chu has a secret with someone outside. The child has grown up. Ji Qingwu's consciousness returned. She frowned as she watched the little girl's shadow running and bouncing. She took the candy wrapper to the window. Under the sunlight, the wrapper revealed a faint red stamp from the imperial kitchen. The candy in her mouth melted on her tongue, with a sweet and sour citrus flavor filling her taste buds. Just like her current mood, Ji Qingwu suddenly bit the candy fiercely, breaking it apart with a loud crunch. She thought to herself, that person is just a kidnapper, trying to take her little girl away. Now, while she's not paying attention, they're secretly trying to turn her against her. Lan Ji entered and said, "Fifth Miss, the people from the Princess Chang's residence just came by. They want you to go there this afternoon."
Kvinne nodded.
Since Princess Chang didn't come to see her, she had been thinking the same. Yuqi Lianping is leaving for the northern border in 2 days. She needs to clarify something with the princess. The house is usually very quiet, but today, even the birds chirping is scarce. As Ji Qingwu walked, she noticed many young servants holding things, hanging them on trees, quietly catching something. A maid serving the princess softly said, "His Highness didn't sleep well last night." The outside sounds of insects and birds were too loud. Ji Qingwu and Princess Chang looked at each other's dark circles, skipping polite words. "Didn't sleep well either?" Princess Chang, graceful and elegant, leaned on her beautiful bed and asked with her head propped up. Ji Qingwu smiled gently and sat obediently on the other side. She tried to explain, "I came back from riding and shooting yesterday. I only felt my waist and legs sore when I lay down, so I didn't sleep well." Through their interactions, Princess Chang had figured out that Ji Qingwu was gentle but not very assertive, easy to be bullied. She gave her a few gentle reminders. Don't worry too much about what Consort Wei says or does. She's always careful with her words and actions. Anyone who can sit in that position isn't foolish. But her nature isn't bad. Yesterday, she was just a bit upset. You don't need to take her jealousy to heart. Did Consort Wei really mean jealousy? Ji Qingwu was slightly surprised inside, wondering where that jealousy came from. Princess Chang ordered her maid to light the fragrant Yulu pear incense in the silk tent. Then she said, "It's understandable that Consort Wei targets you." Jikingwa sniffed the sweet fragrance spreading in the room and said, "Because my last arrow yesterday made the imperial consort feel embarrassed. She didn't mean to compete with her. She was just irritated by the imperial consort's words, completely convinced, which made her shoot her arrow at the target." Princess Huachang looked at her with a hint of helplessness. This Miss Jiwu and Yuqi Lianping are really similar in some ways. She shook her head and said, "It's because the emperor treats you differently from others." From an outsider's perspective, things always seem clearer. Are they really different? Jikingwu also felt that they were different inside. For years ago, Emperor Wusu and she were forced to be together, sharing a bloodline. For the only woman who could give him children, Jikingwu was already special enough. Because of this, the emperor and she became more entangled. As someone immersed in it, Jikingwu only thought that a man like Emperor Wusu, with his looks and power, was rare in the world. It wasn't hard to make a girl fall for him. So it was normal for her to develop feelings. She wanted to stop it but couldn't. What could she do? Just let her feelings grow wildly. But she never believed in fleeting physical desires or the sweet words spoken in moments of passion. Because she was the best example herself. To complete her mission, she had often spoken sweet words to Wei Tinka. After saying them so many times, she even started to believe them herself. Jikingwa sighed softly. Seeing her look wistful, Princess Huachang said, "Sometimes, what you see isn't always the truth. You need to feel with your heart." This reminded Jikingwu. She came here not to sigh and lament, but because she had important matters to attend to. She asked, "Your Highness, has there been any change in the diet of the Marquis lately?" Her quick change of topic made Princess Huachang pause for a moment before calling her maid in to ask. The maid replied, "The Marquis's meals are the same as usual, still enjoying a variety of dishes like assorted stew dishes, chestnut chicken, oil-splashed pork, stir-fried kidney flowers, roasted pork knuckles, and rice wine duck." Just hearing the names of these dishes made Princess Huachang feel tired of them. She waved her fan made of cicada wing silk and dismissed the maid. After the door was closed, she looked up and asked, "Qingwu, do you see something unusual? Are you suspecting something? Between us, you can speak frankly." Since the last time Ji Qingwu took her pulse directly and touched her wrist skin, they've shared a moment of closeness. Princess Huachong already considers her as family. Ji Qingwu gazed steadily into the clear, glass-like eyes of the other person. She knew in her heart that Yuqi Lianping, as a great general, would have someone prepare his meals daily, so he wouldn't accidentally eat medicine. Moreover, with his strong build, unless several people tied him up, no one could force him to take medicine. It was very likely he took it voluntarily. But this was the worst-case scenario. Ji Qingwu said, "Your Highness, your health is good, but the reason you haven't conceived is because the prince secretly took medicine. When I checked his pulse that day, he probably used a special herb called entering the mountain tiger." Princess Huachong paused her fan-wielding hand, her expression darkening. "What did you say?" Ji Qingwu felt a cold wind crawl down her neck, but she was prepared, wearing a high-collared shirt today. She tightened her collar and said, "I mean, the prince used contraceptive medicine." Princess Huachong let out a light laugh, her eyebrows raised elegantly, and she replied, "He wouldn't play such tricks with me." They looked at each other. Ji Qingwu's gaze was too firm, causing Princess Huachong's heart to waver. She began to recall recent times and his unusual behavior, like the night before on the grassland camp, when she unexpectedly came by. They didn't go all the way that time because his leg was badly injured, but at that moment she pushed him and he moved away from her. If that was true. Princess Huachong's throat tightened and she clenched her teeth, unable to speak for a moment. Ji Qingwu softly said, "Your Highness, I've always wanted to know why you want to have children. Have you discussed this with General Yuqi? After all, the child belongs to both of you. What does he think?" Princess Huachong was stunned. During previous visits to her residence for treatment, Yuqi Lianping was eager and showed no resistance. She had overlooked his feelings. So, he didn't want children, or perhaps he didn't want her to have their child. Her palm pressed against the jade handle of her fan, leaving an imprint. She asked, "Qingwu, why did you decide to have children in the first place? Did you discuss it with your husband?" Jikingwu had a sudden thought because the child's father was supposed to inherit the throne. Unfortunately, he was also destined to have no heirs. Coincidentally, only she could give birth. Jikingwu couldn't tell the truth and could only say blandly, "He doesn't know I'm pregnant yet. He went to the army." Princess Huachong looked at the colorful tiger fur on the chair. They had been married for 7 years, but they had no children. No matter what rumors spread outside, they never discussed this matter with each other. Princess Huachong felt annoyed when she saw children and didn't envy other families with kids. She only liked to look at the little prince in the palace. She didn't want to get involved with many people and enjoyed her peaceful days. But one day, the emperor suddenly made a strange decision. He sent the 5th young lady from the Ji family, who had just been brought home, to see a doctor. If it weren't for the fact that the messenger was who also brought a famous calligraphy manuscript by Yan Gong, considered the second best in the world, she wouldn't have allowed Ji Qingwu to enter. Princess Huachong, with her temper, wouldn't have let Ji Qingwu in. Coincidentally, Ji Qingwu looked fresh and pure like summer lotus, and her voice was soft and pleasant. Princess Huachong reluctantly thought she was somewhat pleasing to look at. Through various coincidences, Princess Huachong suddenly had the idea of having a child and decided to go along with it. A few days earlier, it was the anniversary of the Yuqi family. The Yuqi family was loyal and brave, having suffered at Hanga Pass. Now only Yuqi Lianping remained, the only survivor. He had lost his father and brothers, and the burden of the Yuqi lineage weighed heavily on him. He still had a grandmother at home, who monthly sent someone to write letters urging him to have children, as if she would die with her eyes closed if she didn't see a grandson. Princess Huachong didn't know about this, but a pigeon carrying the letter was clumsy and flew to her window one day. The letter was full of rude words, and after reading it, she felt like washing her eyes. But it also made her realize that Yuqi Lianping wasn't as indifferent about having children as he seemed. Jikingwu saw her closing her eyes in thought, her brow slightly furrowed, and gently interrupted her reflection. "Your Highness, General Yuqi will go to the northern border soon. Please ask him to come back so you two can have an honest talk." As soon as she finished speaking, Princess Huachong opened her eyes. A pair of eyes returned to their calm, deep state and said, "Talk? Why should I talk with that fool?" Ji Qingwu said, "But..." Princess Huachong's eyes, like a deep pool, suddenly sparkled with emotion. "But what is there to talk about? Do you think giving birth is easy? Whoever wants to have children can do so. Anyway, it's the Yuqi family that will be left without heirs, not our Zhao family." After speaking, Princess Huachong felt much happier. After a while, she thought about how the Zhao family's throne was also close to being left without heirs. She curled her lips and said, "I don't know if Yuan Heng's birth mother is simple-minded or just unlucky." She endured the hardest part of giving birth, but didn't get to enjoy the good fortune. Princess Huachong asked her for agreement, saying, "Don't you think so, Qingwu?" If she had to choose one, Ji Qingwu replied, maybe she just had bad luck. That evening, Ji Qingwu returned to her family's house, and gifts from the palace arrived. As she entered the main gate, Chunhua, who was always with Mrs. Chiao, was waiting for her at the door. She immediately pulled her to Shoan Hall, where Grandma Ji was. Inside, someone said, "Old madam, Empress Dowager sent some ginseng to help you recover. It's very nourishing. The Empress Dowager is always thinking of you." Ji Qingwu looked inside from the main hall door. Standing inside was Aunt Fanghua, who was close to the Empress Dowager. Sure, she hadn't come. She was probably busy caring for Princess Qingyun, who was ill. Recently, Grandma Ji's health was unpredictable. Today she looked quite spirited, but her cheeks were sunken, and she looked much older. Ji Qingyuan sat beside her. Seeing Ji Qingwu appear, Mrs. Chiao called out, "Little Five, come thank her." Aunt Fanghua also looked over and smiled, saying, "Miss Hu has finally returned." Ji Qingwu didn't often see this aunt. She bowed politely to show respect. Mrs. Chiao said, "Little Five was out for a while." "Thank you for waiting so long, Aunt." Aunt Fanghua said, "You're too kind, madam. It's what I should do." Then she turned and signaled a young behind her. The young immediately brought out a black lacquered box decorated with gold, placed it on the table, and gently opened it, causing everyone to gasp in surprise. Inside the lid was a box, and within that box was another small case, which contained a drawer, winding and twisting inside. After removing the partition and pushing out the 8 fan-shaped pieces, it looked like a windmill, and the central round part could still spin freely. Aunt Fanghua respectfully said, "Miss Fifth, everything inside was chosen by the Empress Dowager from the storage room, hoping it will suit your taste." The 8 treasure box contained many precious items. Ji Qingwu looked at the objects inside, which included a bracelet with rubies and jade, a double carp fan, a jade sachet carved with the 2 immortals, a pearl and gold ring, and a gold hairpin with a red crabapple and tassels. She didn't understand why the Empress Dowager suddenly gave such a generous gift, especially since she had scolded her last time. Ji Qingwu asked confusedly, "Aunt Fanghua, did the Empress Dowager say why she is giving me these rewards?" Aunt Fanghua was surprised and said, "Miss Fifth, you saved Princess Qingyun's life. The Empress Dowager wanted to call you to Sinang Palace, but since the princess isn't fully recovered and the Empress Dowager is also a bit unwell, it's not convenient to see visitors. So she asked the servants to bring the gifts to your family first." When Old Lady Ji and Mrs. Chiao heard this, they looked surprised. Ji Qingwu wondered when she had ever saved Princess Qingyun's life. The princess was sick, and they only said it was a cold. It turned out there was something they didn't know. When she saved Qingyun, Ji Qingwu never expected to get anything in return, especially after that spoiled little princess slapped her without care. She asked, "Did Princess Qingyun say that?" Aunt Fanghua replied, "This morning, the princess's fever just broke. When she mentions Miss Fifth, she tears up. She's grateful for your help." Ji Qingwu was a bit confused. Did she kneel for a while, and then wake up? Princess Qingyun had been blowing cold wind on the cliff all night. The scary night on the steep edge, with the roars of wild animals, was more than she could bear, even with someone beside her. She kept shouting in her dreams, "Fifth cousin, save me." When she woke up, the first person she wanted to see, someone who made her feel safe, was Ji Qingwu. But awake, Princess Qingyan couldn't say she wanted to see her fifth cousin like that. When the Empress Dowager asked Aunt Fanghua to prepare the thank you gift, she, with a hoarse voice, took the initiative to offer her beloved treasure box to Ji's family. Ji Qingwu graciously accepted the black lacquered box and said, "Thank you, Aunt Fanghua. I will visit the palace to pay my respects another day." After the palace people left, show and hall returned to silence. It has been a long time since we had such a long visit, and Madame Ji's face showed clear signs of tiredness. Mrs. Qiao worriedly said, "Mother, we won't disturb your rest any longer." Ji Qingyuan also said, "Grandmother, rest well." Then she turned to the person standing nearby and said, "Nanny Phone, make sure grandmother drinks her nourishing soup on time." Ji Qingwu didn't say much and was about to leave with everyone. Old Madame Ji coughed and said, "Qingwu, stay here." Mrs. Qiao hesitated and looked at her. Ji Qingwu gently shook her head, indicating she was fine. Ji Qingwu quietly sat on the purple sandalwood chair at the lower end, looking down at her hands. The old lady, feeling weak, was helped by Nanny Feng to lean on the bed. She then said, "You can go out first. I want to talk with Qingwu." Ji Qingwu knew the old lady's feelings. It wasn't that she disliked her. It was just that Ji Changyan and Ji Qingyuan had grown up around her, and they shared many years of bond. Even the palm and the back of the hand have differences in warmth. At first, she also longed to receive the care of her elders from Madame Ji. Fortunately, Mrs. Qiao gave her enough warmth. She no longer needed to seek warmth from those family members who only showed her kindness based on her worth. Ji Qingwu lowered her eyelashes, hiding her emotions, but when she lifted her head again, her eyes already carried a smile. "Grandmother, you want to talk to me? Is there something you want to say?" Old Madame Ji was hunched, and her eyes no longer shone with clarity. Looking at Ji Qingwu, it was as if she was looking at someone else. "Ever since your third brother passed away, and I sent a young person to send him off, my body has been getting worse day by day. Your father is still outside Yongcheng, and the Ji family only has a few children left." Ji Qingwu gently comforted her. "Grandmother, don't be too sad. Everyone has their fate." Old Madame Ji continued, "Qingwu, over these days I have had many questions. But now I just want to ask, do you have any plans to enter the palace to become a concubine?" The old lady's cloudy eyes flickered with a glimmer of light. Entering the palace to become a concubine. Did Madame Ji learn something? Or did she see through something? Ji Qingwu thought she would answer this question without hesitation, as she had before. But she paused for a moment, understanding the scheme the old lady was playing.
She knew it well.
Under the almost intimidating gaze of the other person, she still shook her head and said, "I don't want to." If the old lady and the Empress Dowager already knew that Yuan Heng was her child, they would have hurriedly and loudly sent her into the Phoenix Palace to secure the family's favor. Old Lady Ji truly did not know the full story. The last glimmer of hope in her eyes slowly faded. Ji Chonglin was transferred to Nanchu with no known return date, and there was no one at home she could rely on. Having experienced the pain of losing her grandson, Old Lady Ji and the Empress Dowager also lost their trust. If Ji Changyan and Prince Yong hadn't been constantly involved, he wouldn't have developed such a rebellious personality or caused trouble that affected the family. Behind it all, there was likely a connection with Prince Yong she couldn't escape. Now, her health was declining day by day, and the Ji family desperately needed someone they could depend on. Through these recent events, Old Lady Ji suspected that the emperor might actually value her granddaughter somewhat. But seeing Ji Qingwu's firm refusal, Old Lady Ji thought it was fine since she didn't want to enter the palace. The old lady sighed and said, "Qingwu, I know you are clever and won't force you, but you should think carefully about your marriage." Ji Qingwu didn't expect her to easily dismiss the idea of entering the palace. She replied gently, "Thank you, grandmother." Old Lady Ji helped herself up from the bed and said, "Recently, the wife of Grand Secretary Li came to send a message. She wants to find a suitable match for her third son. Li's third son is currently the Minister of Communications, a high-ranking official. His family has no concubines or secondary wives, so he can comfortably become the head of the household. This kind of matter among inner-family women was not something she needed to get involved in. Ji Qingwu pretended not to understand and nodded, saying, "Grandmother, you want to help Li's family find a good match?" Old Lady Ji said, "Grand Secretary Li is a top-ranking official, and marrying into such an honest family is a fortunate thing. There are only 5 officials of the first rank in the entire dynasty, so Li's family is quite distinguished, not an ordinary family." Ji Qingwu was surprised and asked, "Is there really such a good marriage?" Old Lady Ji looked at her and said, "Qingwu, I think this is also a good match. Do you have any thoughts?" Ji Qingwu had been home for a long time, but this was the first time Old Lady Ji took the initiative to arrange a marriage for her. First, she asked if she wanted to enter the palace. Then she mentioned Li's third son. Coincidentally, this grand scholar of the palace hall was the same person her maternal grandmother, Lady Qiao, had mentioned before, the young woman who once jumped over the city moat for her. She also happened to overhear her grandmother talking about some rumors regarding Scholar Li's family. Ji Qingwu wore a gentle smile at the corner of her mouth, but her eyes showed no emotion. "Fourth sister is a year older than me. Why didn't grandmother leave her the marriage?" Lady Ji's expression froze for a moment. She said, "Such a good marriage. I thought of you first. You know that Qing Yuan is determined to enter the palace, deeply in love with the emperor and not interested in other men. I told her this, but it was useless." "Did grandmother tell Lady Li about my situation?" Ji Qingwu asked with a raised eyebrow. Lady Ji smiled and said, "The Li family has a progressive family tradition. They think a widow with children is good for raising children. They are eager for this marriage. If you marry into their family, you'll be well taken care of and won't suffer any hardship." Ji Qingwu withdrew her smile and looked directly at her, saying, "The Li family is truly progressive. I wonder if grandmother has heard that their third young master doesn't love Miss Jiao Yi but prefers men. Marrying someone like that only looks good on the surface. Behind the scenes, he's not interested in women and is often left alone, even mocked. Is this what you call a good marriage?" The old lady's face darkened when she was exposed directly. Seeing her reaction, Ji Qingwu realized she had known the truth all along. Her heart grew cold. She stood up and said coldly, "Grandmother, I won't trouble you with my marriage anymore." Lady Ji saw her stand up to leave, and her voice, suddenly raised and hoarse, became strained. "You are a Ji. You carry the blood of the Ji family in your veins. Don't think that relying on your mother and grandmother can make you do anything special. As long as the Ji family still has me, I won't agree to your marriage. No matter what kind of person your future husband is, you won't marry." After shouting, Lady Ji coughed uncontrollably. As long as she was alive, she would try to prevent Ji Qingwu from marrying. If she refused to give in, they could keep fighting forever. Momo Feng heard the commotion and hurried in from outside, rushing to the bed. "Old madam, your health isn't good. How can you get so angry? Miss Wu, you should apologize to the old lady." Ji Qingwu stood at the door, slender and graceful, and glanced back at the old lady lying on the bed. A gentle smile appeared again on her lips. "Grandmother, once you recover, I will find a husband you cannot stop or refuse. I will marry with great honor." 3 days have passed in the blink of an eye. Yuqi Lianping has been very busy these days, prioritizing military affairs above all else. This morning, just before departure, while it was still dawn, he took a break from sleep and visited the Princess Chang's residence. He pushed open the main door, where layers of sheer curtains covered the woman on the bed. He slowly pulled them aside and entered. Princess Chang of Huachang had been sleeping poorly these days, waking up several times at night. When she groggily opened her eyes, she saw a large dark face staring at her. Despite her good manners, she couldn't help but scream loudly. The maids outside hurried in with a candle to light the room. Only then did Princess Chang realize who the man leaning against the bed frame was. She closed her eyes, suppressing her anger. "Leave." The maids bowed and left the room. Princess Chang gritted her teeth and said, "You also leave." Yuqi Lianping remained still, as if he would never see her again. his gaze almost greedy as he stared at her. Princess, in an hour I will leave for the northern border. Are you happy? Yuchi Lianping originally wanted to ask if she would feel sad or reluctant. But when the words reached his mouth, he lacked confidence in hearing the answer he wanted, and instead, he said the opposite. Princess Chong replied, "Since I knew you were leaving, I have been very happy." Yuchi Lianping did not argue this time, only curling his lips. "Good, as long as you're fine." Today, he seemed different, more serious, as if he had changed into a different person. He only stared at her intensely without coming closer. Seeing him, Princess Chong felt a surge of anger, but under the candlelight, seeing his green stubble and tired face, she couldn't bring herself to speak. In just 1 hour, they would part ways. Princess Chong thought of what Ji Qingwu had told her. The prince consort thought that having children should be a decision made together by both partners. Princess Huachong, wrapped in a blanket, sat up coldly and said, "The army is about to leave. Did you come back just to scare me?" Yuchi Lianping looked at the outline of her back through her white nightgown and replied, "No." Suddenly, he softly called her name. Princess Huachong looked up at him in disbelief. Yuchi Lianping called her again, this time louder, and his voice was clear in the quiet room. Because he spoke with a pleading tone, it sounded especially touching. Princess Huachong's lips parted slightly, her expression no longer cold, and her eyes and brows softened. But this person called her affectionately twice, yet there was no further words. Seeing that the sky outside was getting brighter and their time together was limited, she took a breath and asked directly, "Do you not want to have children?" Yuchi Lianping's deep affection in his eyes was suddenly replaced by awkwardness. He took a step back and said surprised, "You know? Impossible, I was so careful to hide it. Give me a reason." "I don't have time to listen to your nonsense." Yuchi Lianping's face, usually rough from the battlefield, showed a rare flush. He hesitated and said, "No, I do not want to have children." Princess Huachong clutched her jade pillow, her face expressionless as she questioned, "Oh, so you don't want me to have children?" Yuchi Lianping quickly shook his head. "That's not it. If we could have a child, I'd be overjoyed." "Why are you using contraceptive medicine?" "To prevent pregnancy." Princess Huachong threw a softer pillow at him, furious and headachy, saying, "If you won't say, then get out." Yuchi Lianping hugged the pillow filled with golden branches to his chest and said confidently, "It's just that recently, I can sleep with you every night. It's hard to have a fragrant wife to hold every day. After a few happy days, if a little one comes along, I'd have to wait a year again, and that's just frustrating myself." That jade pillow was also thrown away. Below was an army of 50,000 elite soldiers. Yuchi Lianping, in front of the generals, climbed to the top of the stargazing tower and knelt to receive the emperor's order. Emperor Wusu's gaze lingered on the bruise on his forehead for a few moments. He said, "Have you said goodbye to your sister?" Yuchi Lianping touched the wound on his head and smiled proudly. "Yes, the princess has already seen me off first. Please rest assured, Your Majesty, those who didn't know might think he was holding a kiss mark, not a wound caused by a." Emperor Wusu instructed, "General Yuchi, you are heading to the northern border. Use your troops carefully. Do not seek conflict, but instead, win them over with strength." "Yes, I obey your command." Yuchi Lianping put the order into his chest and quickly went downstairs to his horse. With a command, the dark army set out far into the distance. Emperor Wusu stood at the front of the building, hands behind his back, looking thoughtful. He watched the dust rising and the mighty iron cavalry moving forward. At this moment, on the city wall of the star-picking tower, a small, sneaky figure was quietly trying to leave without being noticed. Emperor Wusu said, "Bring her here." Li Yuzong had now learned to recognize the woman's figure just by her silhouette, like a morning mist. Ji Qingwu, who was caught, had no choice but to follow the old man up the stairs. The star-picking tower, as the name suggests, seems to reach for the stars at night, so it is very tall. If possible, she wished the emperor would come down himself. After all, he would be coming down later, so why bother making her climb? Ji Qingwu reached the top floor, breathless. She supported her waist and stepped forward. The Emperor Wusu, dressed in a golden robe and wearing a crown, did not look at her. Instead, he gazed into the distance at the departing army. He stood there, his silhouette more handsome and tall than the distant mountains. She was behind him, bowed and softly said, "Long live the emperor," he replied. "Come closer to me." Ji Qingwu obediently moved closer, noticing how beautiful the view was from the tower top. From here, she could see the northern army marching away and the lush, green mountains with many peaks. But after a few glances, she saw the golden glow beside her and quickly stepped back. Emperor Wu Su tilted his head and asked, "Afraid of heights?" Ji Qingwu shook her head. "I am not afraid, Your Majesty. It's just, who dares stand shoulder to shoulder with you?" The emperor frowned. "It's only been a few days, and you and I have become so distant." She was simply doing her duty. How did that become distance? Emperor Wu Su's gaze fell on her petal-like pink lips and said, "I still remember that day on the grassland when Ah Wu was still." Ji Qingwu hurriedly interrupted, looking flustered. "No more. You can't say that here." At that time, there was no one around them except for a single fine horse. Now, the area is filled with guards wearing crowns and armor. Li Yuzong felt nervous and secretly glanced at the emperor's expression. It's probably because Miss Ji Wu doesn't understand proper manners. She doesn't dare stand shoulder to shoulder with the emperor, but if she knew the rules, she would still dare to interrupt him. Emperor Wu Su looked a bit annoyed at being interrupted. But when he saw Ji Qingwu's bright, lively eyes, like a little deer, looking at him with a pleading expression, he asked, "Did I say something wrong?" Seeing that he didn't continue, Ji Qingwu quickly agreed. "No, Your Majesty is right. It's my fault. Where's the mistake?" He pressed on, not giving up. Ji Qingwu didn't think she was wrong at all. She forced a strange smile and said in a peculiar tone, "It's my fault for becoming distant from my noble cousin. It's all because of me, your humble niece." This cousin-niece talk was originally said by Princess Wei after a riding and shooting contest to declare her dominance. But now, when Ji Qingwu says it, the meaning has changed. She looked frustrated and helpless, but more than that, she showed a cute, stubborn expression. Emperor Wu Su suddenly burst into laughter. His eyes sparkled with a bright, uncontainable smile. His deep, joyful laughter echoed above the stargazing tower, spreading into the wind and lingering in her ears. Seeing his joyful smile, Ji Qingwu was momentarily stunned. It was like the first clear sunlight after a snowy mountain storm, reflecting the snow's glow. Emperor Wu Su pressed his fist to his lips to stop laughing, then asked, "What are you here for? Coming early in the morning to see someone off? Who do you want to meet?" Ji Qingwu blinked and said, "I just want to see the scene, watch the military parade." Emperor Wu Su looked down at her hand. Sure enough, she was fiddling with her fingers. After observing her for a while, he noticed a small habit of hers. She liked to pinch her fingers when thinking. Now, it was obvious. She was thinking about how to deceive him and didn't want to tell the truth. "There's more." Ji Qingwu clenched her little fingers knuckle tightly, thinking about how to make an excuse. Emperor Wu Su observed her every move carefully. Suddenly, she leaned in slightly, as if afraid someone might overhear, and whispered, "The main reason is to come and admire His Majesty's heroic presence." Although Emperor Wu Su knew she was lying, her phrase, "heroic presence," pleased him. A glimmer appeared in his eyes. He waved his right hand, and Li Yuzong, along with the guards, retreated to wait below the stargazing tower. Ji Qingwu had something on her mind, and didn't want to stay here too long. When she saw the emperor dismiss everyone, she was stunned. She hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, aren't you in a rush to review the reports? If you stay late, those half-meter-high reports will pile up into a tower." She gestured with her hand, palm down, from her waist to her head. She had seen this scene before in the tent and thought her description was not exaggerated. She hoped the emperor would prioritize the country and government affairs and return quickly to handle official matters, sparing her obedient citizen. Today, the emperor was planning to send troops to the northern border, and his mood was heavy. Recently, military intelligence was frequent. Almost every half-month, They received secret reports, mostly about Shijin, with small tricks and tests to challenge the Northern Li's bottom line. But seeing this graceful, elegant figure, the reports still needed to be reviewed. But now, reviewing reports was not as interesting as teasing the woman in front of him. He raised his hand and gently pulled Ji Qingwu's hand down, seriously saying, "Ao is right to remind you. I am not in the court of diligent governance now, so I have no reports to review. I will review yours first." Ji Qingwu didn't want to be scolded. She took a big step back. But he grabbed her wrist. She just retreated, but he pulled her back without moving his sleeve. Before she knew it, she was pulled in front of him. Then she heard him ask in a deep voice, "Are you here to see Yuqi Lianfeng?" The first step in reviewing a report is to analyze the purpose of the person who wrote it. Ji Qingwu looked up at him in surprise. Emperor Wu Su looked into her eyes and calmly said, "Don't be so surprised. I might guess again. He probably entrusted you with some matters." Ji Qingwu's heart was in turmoil. Emperor Wu Su was right. She came especially this morning because General Yuqi said he had something to discuss with her, and he insisted on doing it before his departure. He didn't trust others to handle it and wanted to assign her a heavy task. Seeing her eyes flicker, it was clear he guessed right. His large hand suddenly tightened around her wrist, causing Ji Qingwu to feel a slight pain. Emperor Wu Su spoke casually, continuing, "It's only been a few days, and you've already grown distant from me. I didn't know you had become so close with Yuqi Lianfeng. He even wanted to see you before leaving." His words made it seem like she was very familiar with the prince. Ji Qingwu's eyes widened in surprise as she said innocently, "I just, but because she had promised the prince not to let others know about this, she hesitated and couldn't explain clearly." Emperor Wu Su's gaze darkened as he said, "I heard from old Marquis that he told his story so seriously, even clapping his hands and praising. He shot an arrow each time in the competition, and you just nodded and ate 8 treasures lotus seed pastry, looking very relaxed. The final round involved matching drums and shooting arrows." She didn't even watch where Yuqi Lianfeng's arrow hit. She was just listening to the drum beats and eating her cake calmly. The emperor noticed even this small detail. Even Ji Qingwu herself didn't remember clapping or nodding along so clearly. When did she do that? His eyes turned cold as he asked, "And today, did you come specifically to see him off?" His tone. Ji Qingwu felt a chill run down her back, as if blown by the wind from upstairs. This time, she answered very decisively. She opened her bright, clear eyes and said firmly, "I came specifically to see His Majesty." She made up her mind to insist she was here to see him, since he couldn't possibly look into her heart to verify. She also added, "That day, I overheard Your Majesty say in person that he would send off the army at Star-Picking Tower in 3 days, so I came here." After saying this, she realized she remembered exactly what the emperor had said. Even his expression at the time was vivid in her memory. Then, the emperor mentioned Wei Ting's plan to return to Linen City. Emperor Wu Su knew that she had no real connection with Yuqi Lianfeng, and the matter Yuqi Lianfeng entrusted was only related to Princess Huachang. He was just deliberately teasing her, hoping to hear some words he liked from her small mouth. Ji Qingwu did not disappoint him. He felt happy inside but kept a calm face. Seeing her frown as if thinking, he pinched her palm to bring her back to reality. "Since you came specifically to see me, why don't you dare look at me?" Ji Qingwu quickly looked up at him and honestly replied, "I have seen you." Then, her gaze dropped again, fixed on the gold trim of his dark robe. "Is that enough?" As soon as he finished speaking, he took her hand and pulled it straight upward. Ji Qingwu felt where her hand was placed. Her heart suddenly jumped, pounding like the drums at the riding and archery festival that day. Her hand was warm, and the skin under her fingers was not as smooth as a woman's, but firm and strong, with visible bones inside. Her hand was brought to his cheek and held firmly by his palm. Emperor Wu Su opened his lips and said, "Since you came specially, you can continue to look carefully. I allow you to touch." The temperature under her fingers was just right, not hot. But at the moment she looked into his eyes, her body shivered slightly. Suddenly, her mind exploded with bright light, then quickly disappeared. Ji Qingwu's eyes almost forgot to blink as she stared at him closely, watching the gentle curve forming on his lips. Her fingertips pressed against his temple, very close to his eyebrows and eyes. The man's brow bones were high and sharp, more magnificent than the distant mountains. His eyes sparkled like cold stars, shining with a captivating glow. Ji Qingwu, feeling embarrassed, swallowed hard and muttered, "Good looking." Realizing what she was saying, she lowered her eyes hurriedly and explained, No, I mean I like it." She wanted to pull her hand back, but his palm held it tightly and she couldn't move. Emperor Wu Su asked further, still not satisfied, "Have you touched enough?" Ji Qingwu's ears turned red as she whispered, "It was your majesty who insisted I touch, not that I wanted to." She only said she came to see him, but never mentioned wanting to touch his face. Emperor Wu Su lowered his arm, but did not let go, casually saying, "All can also force me once." Is there such a polite exchange? Forcing him to take advantage of her? Ji Qingwu almost choked on her saliva. Using her free hand, she waved to refuse. No need, no need. Emperor Wu Su said, "That's fine." "It's even now." Ji Qingwu looked up at him in confusion. She hadn't done anything, so how could it be even? He raised an eyebrow and looked directly at her, saying, "Speaking of forcing, have you forgotten what you once did to me? What she once did?" These 6 words sounded very shocking. During the time returning to Linen City, Ji Qingwu initially acted like an ostrich, happily thinking the emperor hadn't recognized her, still dreaming of marrying and managing a pharmacy after becoming a wife and mother. But when Emperor Wu Su gradually showed signs that he knew everything, she realized she could no longer deceive herself. Refusing and being clear about it was what she should do. She thought this and acted the same way at the tea house. No one likes to be rejected, especially an emperor who is used to being high and mighty. But besides his frighteningly gloomy face, he didn't become furious as she expected. In fact, he was completely the opposite. That night, he even humbly sneaked into her courtyard just to give her a jade ring as an apology. Since then, Ji Qingwu increasingly sensed the danger in this man. At first, she couldn't avoid him because of his status, only letting him manipulate her. But his occasional gentle gestures were the most overwhelming for her. It was like he had woven a fine, dense net around her, trapping her inside. Now, the past was brought up again. Ji Qingwu's palms sweat. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Your Majesty." There was no pity in Emperor Wu Su's eyes. He decisively said, "At this moment, pretending to be naive with me is no longer useful. Has it really come to a point where she can't avoid it anymore?" Ji Qingwu nervously looked into his eyes. His gaze was no longer filled with warmth. He asked, "I'm here to ask and you answer." She knew what he was asking about. Her heart suddenly felt as if someone was squeezing it tightly. Who is the female military doctor, known by the alias Ji Xiaowu, who accompanied the northern border camp? Ji Qingwu bit her lip and looked at him. Her lips were pale from biting. When she was in the Northern Army, she used the name Ji Xiaowu. Seeing that she did not answer, Emperor Wu Su asked again, "Who is Yuan Heng's biological mother?" Hearing Yuan Heng's name, Ji Qingwu felt a sharp pain in her heart. She left the little guy behind, at that time out of helplessness. Fortunately, Yuan Heng has now grown up safely. Seeing her face turn very pale and her thin body shiver in the wind, she still stubbornly kept her lips pressed together and did not speak. Emperor Wu Su frowned and continued to ask, 5 years ago, using a harmless-looking face, who poisoned and schemed against the soldiers in the camp, broke into the main general's tent and climbed onto the general's bed. It was only when Ji Qingwu's mouth tasted a hint of blood that he realized she had bitten her lip until it bled. She loosened her lips. Her eyes looked at him with helplessness, sadness, and pity. Emperor Wu Su suppressed the urge to hold her in his arms and comfort her. His expression was cold and firm, and he said, "Answer." In fact, both of them already knew the answer deep down, but he wanted to force her to say it herself, to face that painful past she dared not recall. Ji Qingwu had long given up her defenses in front of him. She only had one last veil hiding her shame, but he wanted to tear that away too. Emperor Wu Su said again, "I order you to answer." His face turned cold, and his imposing aura grew heavy. Still, Ji Qinggu was afraid. Her eyes began to fill with tears. After a moment, her voice choked with emotion. "It was me. It was all me." By the end, she was crying uncontrollably. She finally admitted it. She faced that painful past she had been avoiding. Emperor Wu Su reached out and wiped away her tears, which had started to flow without her knowing. His touch was not gentle, and he even reddened her soft skin. He had thought they still had a long time to wait for her to open up gradually. But things changed. The incident during the last hunting trip, where a black bear caused Ji Qinggu and Xingyun to be in danger, had already been investigated. It was revealed that the fourth prince of Shijin secretly stirred trouble. They dared to involve themselves in linen. For now, Emperor Wu Su chose to hold back. That night, he issued a secret order to the army. Soon, there would be major actions. He planned to eliminate the fourth prince and his followers completely. As soon as Yuchi Lianping arrived, Wei Ting wanted to break camp and leave. Handling complicated political affairs and urgent military matters was nothing compared to the little girl in front of him, which made him so frustrated. Ji Qingwu's tears were not rushing. Instead, a large drop fell slowly, each carrying a lot of sadness. "Are you planning to make me soften my heart with your tears?" Wu Sudi said. Ji Qingwu quickly wiped away her tears, not wanting the emperor to misunderstand her as trying to gain sympathy through crying. She truly had no intention of pretending to be weak this time. She just couldn't help it, feeling sad and wanting to cry. Seeing her red eyes, Wu Sudi sighed and said, "Sometimes tears can be a weapon, but only useful if you cry in front of someone who truly cares about you." Ji Qingwu sniffed and looked at him with tearful eyes, saying, "People who truly care about and cherish each other won't let her cry." Despite crying so much that her face was streaked with tears, she could still clearly argue back. Wu Sudi pinched her cheek, squeezing the soft flesh hard, making her face distort. Ji Qingwu felt her tender skin hurt from the pinch, but her feeling of sadness eased a lot. Wu Sudi's expression softened and said, "Did I say anything harsh?" "No, it's just that some people feel guilty and anxious, having done wrong but unable to handle it, their hearts fragile like water. One careless move, and tears fall." Trying to use crying as an excuse, Ji Qingwu thought for a moment. The emperor hadn't spoken harshly to her before, but he had pinched her face quite firmly. She reached up to touch her face, then pushed his hand away, quickly restoring her cheek. Seeing her red face and the redness at the corners of her eyes and nose, Wu Sudi said meaningfully, "All your tears have fallen onto me." At this moment, Ji Qingwu had stopped crying, her eyelashes wet, her eyes looking as if washed by water. Like a lake after rain, misty and shimmering. She stared at the emperor's robes, but couldn't see exactly where her tears had wet. Moreover, they had been a bit apart earlier, not embracing each other, so how could her tears have fallen on him? Where exactly did they fall? "Why can't I see?" Emperor Wu Su's voice was gentle and calm, no longer as cold as when he questioned her earlier. Instead, it seemed to hide a faint smile. A big stone in Ji Qingwu's heart finally fell to the ground. She admitted to her past actions, but it wasn't as devastating as she had expected. Instead of causing a huge upheaval, the person in front of her gently accepted it and casually let it go. It was as if the incident where she forced him to stay with medicine was just a small matter. But she clearly remembered that night. His face was cold and icy. When he saw her come in through the curtain, his sharp eyes seemed to want to shoot her through on the spot. This great hatred was so easily resolved. Why did his attitude change so quickly? After not seeing each other for years, now that he had reached a high position, shouldn't he be more cold and ruthless? Just a few simple questions and answers, and he was so merciful to let her go. The more Ji Qingwu thought about it, the stranger she felt. But she couldn't ask directly, like, "Your Majesty, I forced myself on you before. Aren't you angry?" Or, "Your Majesty is so magnanimous. Even this kind of insult doesn't matter." Truly a model for the people, She quickly glanced at him, then timidly lowered her eyelashes. She looked again, then lowered her head again. After several repetitions, Emperor Wu Su must have noticed her full of doubts. He calmly said, "What do you want to ask?" Ji Qingwu shrank back and stammered, "Nothing, nothing." Emperor Wu Su frowned, his eyes darkening. The prepared words he wanted to say remained unsaid, and Ji Qingwu shrank back again. She was like a small snail carrying a shell, using her soft antennae to probe the outside world. A slight breeze made her timidly withdraw into her shell. If it weren't for the fact that someone sprinkled a bit of salt on her antennae today, provoking her to take a step, she might not have come out at all. But seeing her tearful appearance, Emperor Wu Su's heart wavered. He thought to be more patient. Whenever Ji Qingwu saw the emperor frown, she felt she was definitely going to suffer. She shivered in the cold wind. Seeing her shoulders shrink and her trembling appearance caused by the wind, Emperor Wu Su exerted a little more force and pulled her over, letting her thin back lean against him. He held her waist, wrapping her in his arms from behind, so she stood in front of him. This spot could block the wind, but the ground was hundreds of zhong below. Although there was a railing, Ji Qingwu looked down and felt dizzy, her heart immediately tightening with anxiety. The emperor may look kind and gentle on the outside, but inside, he hides a sharp mind and a fierce temper, almost wanting to throw her off the rooftop in anger. She tightly grips his waist with her arms. Turning around to please him, she says, "Your Majesty, it's too windy here. Can we find a better place to talk?" Ji Qingwu suddenly feels his shoulders sink. Emperor Wu Suo lowers his head, resting his chin on her neck, his lips brushing her earlobe, and says impatiently, "No." Just as Ji Qingwu's lips part to say something, her breath suddenly stops. He bites her earlobe and says, "Look into the distance, don't speak." Why bite her and nibble her ear if she's not supposed to talk? After that, Ji Qingwu feels her body relax quite a bit, no longer so tense and stiff. She quietly leans most of her weight against him. The misty clouds have mostly dispersed, revealing distant green mountains bathed in golden sunlight. A blazing red sun hangs at the mountain peak. Ji Qingwu gazes blankly at the scenery before her, unsure whether it's because of the warm, solid chest she leans on or because the fiery sun in her eyes is slowly rising. Her restless, dark mood begins to gradually fade. Her empty heart is soon filled with a different kind of excitement. At this moment, Ji Qingwu suddenly understands why scholars and poets leave many timeless verses when visiting famous scenic spots. If she weren't so unfamiliar with classical Chinese, she would love to recite a poem. But unfortunately, with her limited talent, she can only describe the magnificent beauty of the scene in 4 simple words. Looking at the rolling mountains, her pent-up, gloomy feelings seem to have nothing worth savoring. The sun rises high, shining brightly, as if she is being reborn anew. Emperor Wu Suo embraces her with both arms, and at some point, his gaze falls back on her face, perhaps from the very beginning. He tilts his head and gently brushes her cheek. The mountain wind blows on her face, making it cool, but his warmth remains constant. He softly says, "From afar, it looks as bright as the rising sun and morning glow." Even if she isn't well-versed in poetry, she has heard this line before. But is he describing the scene before them, or? A faint light and mist appear in Ji Qingwu's clear eyes. The emperor's breath brushes her lips, and his voice reaches her ears. Pressing and examining her, like a lotus blossom emerging from a vast wave. Ji Qingwu's face flushed with 2 bright red clouds, more radiant than the clouds in the sky. She was lifted by him, his hand under her chin. He observed her elegant hair, delicate eyebrows, and bright lips with white teeth. How could he make this little lotus blossom ripple with even more beautiful waves? Suddenly, Ji Qingwu could no longer see the bright sun in front of her. It was completely blocked by his broad shoulders. He pressed down like a mountain. When Ji Qingwu left the star-picking tower, her heart was pounding. She sat in the carriage heading to the Princess Chang's residence. This carriage was prepared by Li Yuzong. It was much more luxurious than what she usually rode in. On the left side, There was a small dressing table, even with accessories for a young lady to groom herself. Ji Qingwu picked up the small golden mirror with the auspicious beast design on the table and looked at her face. Her cheeks were rosy, looking even more flushed than if she had applied extra rouge. She told herself it was the wind on the rooftop that made her cheeks red. Her eyes looked moist, not clear and calm, but like a spring pond with tiny ripples. She thought maybe some dirt had accidentally gotten into her eyes. Besides the cut on her lips, which was still hot to the touch, her face was swollen, probably from overuse. In the mirror, the woman looked full of gentle charm. Ji Qingwu muttered to herself, feeling resigned, and threw down the mirror. She rubbed her face in embarrassment, as if trying to erase this flirtatious look, hoping to rub it away so she wouldn't see it anymore. Back in Linen, things had gone far beyond her expectations and definitely beyond her control. Her hand rested on her left chest. The only thing she could still control seemed to be slipping away. "Miss Ji, we've arrived at the Princess Chang's residence." The carriage gradually stopped, and the coachman called out loudly. Ji Qingwu tidied her hair, then got out and entered the princess's residence. Today, the house was even quieter. When the maids saw her, their eyes lit up with happiness. They hurried over, speaking softly but with excitement. "Miss Ji, you've arrived." Ji Qingwu was puzzled. She asked, "What happened? Is there something wrong with the princess? Since the duke's departure, she hasn't eaten or drunk well." The maid said, "No, the princess's meals are all normal. It's just..." Seeing her hesitate, she asked, "What is it?" The maid sighed. "You'll see once you go in." As Ji Qingwu entered the main room, she was startled. Inside, 5 maids were busy tidying up something. She had never seen this room so messy before, clothes and shoes scattered all over the floor. Looking closer, she realized that the pile of clothes was all men's clothing. Princess Huachong's gaze fixed steadily on the bench opposite the bed. She said, "Move that animal hideaway." "I don't want to see it anymore," Ji Qingwu responded. "Greetings, princess." Princess Huachong was dressed in a beautiful, embroidered silk dress with gold thread and butterfly patterns. Her makeup was carefully done, and she wore a delicate gold hairpin decorated with pearls and phoenix motifs, so detailed that not a single strand of hair looked out of place. Compared to a few days ago when Ji Qingwu last saw her, she looked completely different. "Come and sit. I'll be ready soon," the princess said. Ji Qingwu carefully stepped around the clutter and approached her. She asked, "Your Highness, what is this?" Princess Huachong looked a bit pained and said, "It's nothing, just clearing out his things." She hadn't expected that in just over a month, Yuqi Lianping would bring so many things into her room, filling her space without her noticing. Ji Qingwu was deeply shocked. Just this morning, the prince had left, and Princess Huachong efficiently cleared out his belongings. She didn't give herself a chance to think about him, acting coldly and with a regal air. The princess didn't even look at her and asked, "Why are you here?" "I am fine, no need for you to worry." Ji Qingwu sensed that the princess was in a bad mood. Otherwise, she wouldn't keep calling herself I and her. She took out a letter from her. This was her real reason for coming. Ji Qingwu said, "Your Highness, this is a letter from General Yuqi before he left for you." Princess Huachong finally turned to look at her, her eyes fixed on the letter in her hand. She asked coldly, "When did he become so familiar with you?" This question was almost identical to what the emperor had asked. This time, Ji Qingwu explained clearly. "General Yuqi said there are too few trusted people around Princess Chong. I can be considered one, so I was asked to deliver this. It was because the prince believed that Princess Huachong trusted her that he handed her this letter." The envelope was marked with "Princess Chong personally opened," in big, round characters, which clearly showed it was written by Yuqi Lianping, who is not good at calligraphy. Princess Huachong calmly said, "Put it on the table first," but her eyes kept subtly glancing at the letter. When she accidentally looked up, she saw a small wound on Ji Qingwu's lips and asked, "Your mouth?" Ji Qingwu immediately replied, "I bit it," and added, "Really?" At first, Princess Huachong thought she was just hot or something, wanting to show concern. But seeing her reaction, She wondered under what circumstances someone would bite their own lips. She thought about it. Before the Northernly army set out, the emperor was definitely present to see them off. Clearly, Princess Huachong didn't believe her words. She replied casually, "All right, you bid it yourself." Ji Qingwu blushed, but it was indeed her own doing. She changed the subject, saying, "Your Highness, General Yuchi told me to show you this only after he leaves. Would you like to see the letter first?" Princess Huachong hesitated for a moment and politely asked, "Do you really want me to see it?" Ji Qingwu nodded heavily. Finally, Princess Huachong picked up the letter, her fingers brushing over the words on the envelope. She tore it open, took out 2 sheets of paper. The thin sheets were covered with densely packed writing, without a single correction, showing the writer was very careful and serious. As Princess Huachong looked at it, her expression suddenly changed, like a frozen river with cracks appearing. She cursed several times in anger. Absolutely foolish. Ji Qingwu and the maid inside the room dared not move or even breathe loudly. When Princess Huachong picked up the second sheet and finished reading, her hands trembled uncontrollably, and her expression turned furious. "Yuchi Lianping, how dare you?" Ji Qingwu felt as if icy blades were flying from the princess, and she noticed the content on the second sheet. On the rightmost vertical line, it was written, "Decree of Separation." She held her breath and dared not speak. Suddenly, Princess Huachong stood up quickly and said to the door, "Come, prepare the carriage and horses." Standing at the door, Ji Qingwu watched the carriage leave and was once again amazed by Princess Huachong's quick action, until the princess's carriage disappeared at the end of the street. Miss Jiwu, a dress like a palace servant, suddenly appeared in front of Ji Qingwu. The looked a bit familiar. She thought she had seen him before. The said, "I am on duty at Sinang Palace. The Empress Dowager has given an order. Miss Jiwu from the Ji family should come to the palace quickly." Ji Qingwu asked, "Now?" So urgent. She was already at the gate of the princess's residence. A few days ago, she had just received a gift from the Empress Dowager. She thought that maybe, because she hadn't yet gone to thank the Empress Dowager in the palace, the Empress Dowager was getting impatient. When Ji Qingwu followed the to Sinang Palace, she found the main hall was very serious and heavy with sadness. What could make the Empress Dowager's palace so gloomy? She guessed silently. Could it be that Princess Qingyun's health was not good? The loudly announced, "Your Majesty, I have brought Miss Wu here. Bring her in," came a hoarse voice from a middle-aged woman. Ji Qingwu stepped into the main hall, and everyone's eyes focused on her. She looked up at the people sitting on either side, then paused her steps and walked to the center of the hall. She looked at the Empress Dowager sitting on the phoenix throne, dressed in a deep red robe, and bowed deeply. Respectfully, Ji Qingwu said, "Greetings, Your Majesty. Wishing you long life and good health." The Empress Dowager looked at her with a lowered head, her eyes narrowing. She said, "Long life and good health? The Ji family has produced such a remarkable person, and I only just learned about it today." Her tone was unfriendly, and Ji Qingwu dared not lift her head rashly. Just now, she looked around the hall. Besides the palace attendants, she also saw Princess Yong, Tao Wanin, who was the Empress Dowager's daughter-in-law. It was normal for her to come to pay respects or visit Princess Qingyun. She frowned slightly. The Empress Dowager's words were vague and unclear. What exactly was going on? Ji Qingwu obediently lowered her head and did not answer. The Empress Dowager looked at her coldly. Feng Hua, her aunt, stepped forward quietly and said, "Your Majesty, the matter has not been fully investigated yet. It's better not to upset Miss Wu, especially since she recently risked her life to save the princess. During the hunt, Qingyun almost lost her life. Luckily, Ji Qingwu was there to save her. This act of saving her made the Empress Dowager calmer. Now, it's too early to say who is truly at fault." The Empress Dowager looked serious and said, "Qingwu, don't kneel. Sit and answer me." Ji Qingwu stood up and sat on the chair to her right, just opposite the young queen consort on the left. Their eyes briefly met. However, Tao Wanin looked away first, lowering her gaze to her shiny silk shoes, avoiding eye contact. Ji Qingwu sensed something was wrong. She remembered Aunt Manhwa mentioning Princess Qingyun, and her expression seemed normal, so she thought the princess was fine. But the look on the young queen consort's face. She lowered her eyes, and as her gaze flickered, she faintly guessed why the Empress Dowager was angry. Aunt Manhwa ordered the palace staff to pour tea and personally poured a cup for the Empress Dowager, showing care as she said, "Your Majesty, have some flower tea to soothe your throat. I saw your voice was a bit hoarse just now." In recent days, the Empress Dowager had been worried about Princess Qingyun's health. But once the princess's condition improved, new problems arose in the young queen consort's household. Neither of these two children made things easy. The Empress Dowager took a sip of tea, calming her anger a little after hearing this. Ji Qingwu glanced at Aunt Manhwa more carefully. She hadn't paid much attention to this aunt, who was close to the Empress Dowager until recently. When Aunt Manhwa brought the 8 treasures box to Ji's residence, she was very kind. Now, thanks to her advice, the atmosphere in the hall had eased a bit. The Empress Dowager looked sharply at the person sitting below and asked, "Wanin, what you told me is true, isn't it? You didn't hide anything from me?" Tao Wanin stood up, and her maid Inxiang carefully helped her kneel. She softly replied, "Yes, mother, everything I said is true." The Empress Dowager looked at her belly, feeling complicated inside. "You're pregnant, and your pregnancy isn't stable. Get up first. Don't kneel so often to avoid hurting the baby." After sitting down, Tao Wanin let out a long breath. She and her maid Inxiang had guessed right. She didn't know if the Empress Dowager believed her words, but since she was carrying the young king's legitimate child, she probably wouldn't be punished too harshly for not kneeling. Hearing this, Ji Qingwu's brow twitched sharply. Her gaze fell on the young queen consort's belly. Tao Wanin was expecting a child. It should have been a joyful event, yet the Empress Dowager's expression showed more worry and anger than happiness. A deep frown formed between the Empress Dowager's brows as she said to Ji Qingwu, "I called you here to confirm something. Did you give Princess Yong a prescription to help her recover and treat her infertility?" Many people had seen Ji Qingwu and Tao Wanin meet at Hanshan Temple. Ji Qingwu did not hesitate and nodded honestly. Hearing her admit it, the Empress Dowager slammed her hand on the rosewood table beside her seat, spilling tea all over the floor. Her anger flared as she scolded, "That prescription has a serious problem. It can harm." She paused, struggling to find the right words, then continued, "It can affect a man's ability to have children. Did you know that?" Ji Qingwu lowered her eyes, feeling both anxious and relieved. Now she was certain that Tao Wanin had indeed used the second prescription. Prince Yong's health had been damaged, leaving him unable to have children or behave recklessly again. He would no longer trouble other young women, nor would he ever bother her. Ji Qingwu's plan had succeeded, and for a brief moment, she felt a flicker of satisfaction. But it quickly faded. She now faced a serious problem. She had thought Tao Wanin would handle the matter discreetly and find a clever excuse if needed. Yet the issue had reached the Empress Dowager, and it was Tao Wanin herself who had reported it. Ji Qingwu had not expected her chosen ally to turn against her. She looked at the woman dressed in fine clothes sitting across from her, confusion flashing in her eyes. Before she could speak, Princess Yong looked at her with sorrow and resentment. "Qingwu, I treated you like a sister. That day at Hanshan Temple, you gave me 2 prescriptions, one to strengthen my body and one to help me conceive." As she spoke, she stood up, her voice trembling slightly. "But you never told me that the second prescription had such serious side effects. After I used it, the prince's health declined. He is no longer as strong as before, and we can no longer live as husband and wife. You caused me great trouble." Tears welled up in Tao Wanin's eyes as she dabbed them with a handkerchief, looking pitiful. The maid Inxiang glanced at the Empress Dowager and gently advised, "Your Highness, you are with child, and it's still early in the pregnancy. Please don't cry so much. It's not good for the baby." The Empress Dowager's frown deepened. "Help your mistress sit down at once. This is Princess Yong's first pregnancy, and she is carrying the legitimate heir of the royal residence. If Prince Yong cannot be more humane, this will be her only legitimate grandson. Now that something has happened, even if the Empress Dowager is angry, she won't blame Tao Wanning directly. She will wait until Tao safely gives birth to the heir before making any decisions. The person she can vent her anger on now is her niece, who appears obedient but has many rebellious acts. If the atmosphere and place were suitable, Ji Qinggu would have laughed out loud at the irony. The way the master and servant work together has completely surprised the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager asked sternly, "Qinggu, is it true what Wanyin said? If it is really true that Princess Yang's wife tried to harm her own son, Ji Qinggu would never forgive her. Since the stage is set in Sinang Palace, Ji Qinggu must continue to act along with them." She turned her head to look at Tao Wanyin, her eyes bright and clear. She asked with confusion, "Princess, what are you talking about? Why would I do such a thing?" Tao Wanyin was prepared for her to deny easily. Confident and composed, she said, "Qinggu, if you had told me earlier that this medicine could harm the prince's health, I would never have used it." Princess Yang's wife claims she doesn't know the side effects. She also pretended to forget. Ji Qinggu sneered inwardly, but looked innocent as she blinked and said, "I truly do not understand what the princess means." "Please, Empress Dowager, judge for yourself." The Empress Dowager, who had been watching her reaction, was confused by her straightforward rebuttal. She also saw that Ji Qinggu had no reason to harm Prince Yong. This matter requires careful listening to understand the truth. The Empress Dowager asked suspiciously, "Qinggu, tell me what really happened." Ji Qinggu recalled that at Shuangzhong Pavilion in Hanshan Temple, when exchanging the prescriptions, only the two of them were present. The first prescription was handwritten by her. Comparing the handwriting, she couldn't deny it. It's just a common recipe for health regulation. But the second prescription was prepared by her long ago, directly transmitted from the system as a copy. Since Princess Yang's wife broke the agreement and refused to admit her mistake, trying to shift all blame onto her, Ji Qinggu saw no reason to hold back. Jing Qinggu looked straight ahead and said, "We agreed at Hanshan Temple that my eldest sister, because of her close friendship with the princess, specifically asked me to come and treat her. I only gave the princess one prescription to improve her health." She emphasized that she only gave one prescription and continued, "The princess has not been pregnant for many years and is eager to have a child. To quickly have a legitimate heir for the royal family, she made a mistake in her methods, which is understandable. But why did she smear dirt on me?" As she spoke, her eyes reddened and her lips pressed tightly, as if trying to hold back her feelings of unfairness. Moreover, regardless of where the prescription came from, the princess gave it to the prince without consulting the family doctor. The person who administered the medicine was the princess herself. If anyone is responsible, isn't it her? This makes sense. Ultimately, the one who poisoned the prince was the princess, and she was the one who made the mistake. No matter where the prescription came from, Tao Wanyin was the most guilty. The Empress Dowager nodded thoughtfully. Her expression towards the princess was already filled with strong disapproval, but considering she was pregnant, she had to suppress her anger. The Empress Dowager comforted her, saying, "It seems Jingwu had good intentions. This niece, aside from her previous confrontation, has shown her kind nature through her actions, saving Yuan Heng from drowning and rescuing Qingyun from falling off a cliff. These show she is a kind-hearted girl." At this moment, Xiang, standing behind Tao Wanyin, gently touched her elbow to remind her of something. The two looked at each other for a moment, then Tao Wanyin turned to look at the Empress Dowager. "Mother, I was manipulated by Jing Qinggu. Because she resented the prince, she wanted to use me to make sure the prince would never have children." Jing Qingwu's eyelashes fluttered, tears beginning to form. "The Prince of Eternal Peace, and I have no grudges. He is my own cousin. Why would I resent him? Why would I do something so cruel to him?" Tao Wanyin said, "I asked Xiaoningzi, who was with the prince, about what happened at Yutsue Tower. It was the night Jing Changyan was caught. The prince and Jing Qinggu were together." The Empress Dowager was shocked to hear this. "They were together? What do you mean? That?" Jing Qingwu's expression changed as she interrupted fiercely. "Princess, You can't speak carelessly about things you haven't seen with your own eyes. Tao Wanin touched her belly, looking at Jing Qinggu, who no longer appeared delicate. Her gentle expression turned into one of contempt. After using the first medicine to improve her health, she initially felt grateful to the skilled doctor, Miss Jiwu. However, upon a reminder of the maid Inxiang, they noticed something strange. Why would Ji Qingwu be so attentive to help her? Is it just because she is Ji Qingrong's close friend, or because she wants to flatter her as the princess consort of the King of Eternal Peace? It's laughable. Her situation in the palace is difficult. Who would care about her? A princess whose status is fading. Later, she bribed a servant close to the prince and unexpectedly learned that Ji Qinggu had spent the night with the crown prince. She and the other women outside the crown prince are the same. Ji Qinggu only wants to use her. But Tao Wanin still used the second medicine. Only by getting pregnant can she change her situation. Even if she makes mistakes, the crown prince and the empress dowager might forgive her because of the baby in her belly. When her child is born after October, her mistakes will seem smaller once she proves her worth. Tao Wanin calmly said, "What I say is true. If the empress dowager doesn't believe, she can send Xiao Ningzi to ask. If that's not enough, she can ask the prince himself." The empress dowager kept a serious face and said nothing. Aunt Fanghua stood behind her, afraid to move or speak further. Ji Qingwu felt a surge of anxiety inside. She didn't expect Tao Wanin to find out about that night. What will the Empress Dowager do when she learns? Just then, outside the door, a voice was heard. The Empress Dowager heard the call and looked over. Her expression softened instantly. Seeing someone in a pink palace dress, Ji Qingwu's anxiety grew. It wasn't who she expected. Last time, Princess Huachong came to help, but this time, it was someone who would only cause trouble. The Empress Dowager sighed. "Qingyan, why are you here? Your knee is still hurt. Why aren't you resting in bed?" Princess Qingyan pushed aside the small blocking her and entered, saying unhappily, "Mother, I heard something happened at third brother's house. I was anxious to come and see." Actually, she had heard that Ji Qinggu entered the palace. She couldn't sit still and wanted to come see for herself. But she was stopped at the door. She listened at the door for a long time and learned about the incident at the crown prince's residence. When Ji Qinggu saw the princess's gaze, she saw her wink playfully. Princess Qingyun had indeed suffered a lot these days. Her face looked much thinner, her lips pale, but her eyes were brighter than before. Ji Qinggu really couldn't understand what this little princess was thinking. Why was she sending flirtatious glances at him? Princess Qingyun sat down right next to Ji Qinggu. She nonchalantly said, "Mother, I just overheard at the door that fifth cousin and third brother spent the night together." "That can't be true," the Empress Dowager asked. "Why not?" Princess Qingyun replied, "Mother, don't you remember? Fifth cousin was interested in my fiancé before and was heartbroken. How could she have fallen for third brother now? Is that true, fifth cousin?" She winked at her. Ji Qingwu's lips twitched painfully, struggling to say two words. "Probably." Yes. Although she didn't understand why Princess Qingyun suddenly appeared to speak up for her, this way of clearing the situation didn't make her happy. Li Qingxuan and Prince Yong, Ji Qingwu thought, are like. One is a sugar covered in mud. From afar, it still smells sweet and tempting, attracting people forward. But when you look closer, it's already corrupted by dirt. The other is like a sugar made entirely of mud. It pretends to be candy to deceive others. Its appearance and family background seem impressive, but beneath the surface, it's rotten and fake, just for show. She didn't want to be involved with either of these men. But at this moment, she had no better options. She could only hope that Princess Qingyun's words would help her move past this issue. The Empress Dowager was not distracted by Princess Qingyun's words. She asked, "Wife, is there really such a thing?" Tao Wanin hesitated, unsure whether to reveal the truth. Seeing the Dowager's serious expression, she said directly, "Mother, you can investigate. I heard from Xiao Ningzi that night, Ji Qingwu took a strong love potion. Ji Chongyan personally took her onto the prince's boat. The prince risked his life to save her and spent the night with her. Afterwards, she didn't get a proper status, so she resents the prince. She was told this by a servant, but the rest was her guess. In Xiang, the maid, helped Tao Wanyin analyze the situation, piecing together the whole story. According to Prince Yang's proud and passionate nature, any woman he touched, regardless of her status, would eventually be taken into his household and treated like a princess. However, Ji Qinggu did not enter the palace, perhaps because King Yong had tasted her indifference and abandoned her coldly. Seeing Ji Qinggu stare at her without blinking, as if frozen in place, Tao Wanyin secretly confirmed her suspicion. She sat more steadily, as if she had everything under control. Suddenly, the hall was silent. The Empress Dowager looked serious and stern, with a face so pale it seemed to drip water, and even her skin looked saga. Princess Qingyun was stunned, staring blankly at Ji Qinggu. She truly believed from the bottom of her heart that Ji Qinggu loved Li Qingshuan. To her, Li Qingshuan was the best man in the world, and her cousin would never have any connection with her third brother. But how could it turn out like this? Ji Qinggu was utterly shocked. How did things become a story of her clinging to King Yong, being abandoned, and then harboring resentment to seek revenge? Tao Wanyin clung to her broken mud doll, still thinking it was a treasure. She only now saw clearly what kind of person the queen of King Yong was. In fact, Tao Wanyin, who strictly followed rules and etiquette, secretly looked down on herself. She also understood why she had been gloomy and sad every day in the King Yong's residence. She considered herself noble, believing she was the true wife of the king, and looked down on the lower-ranked concubines brought in by King Yong, refusing to compete with them. The queen of King Yong thought she and King Yong had done something that night, but since King Yong refused to take responsibility, her feelings of hatred and jealousy led her to give him that poison as a way to vent. Ji Qingwu's eyes grew sore from crying. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and wondered how to explain herself. There was no need to mention Ji Changyan. He had already passed away, and there was no proof. She could say she and King Yong hadn't really done anything because he was called away midway, but who would believe that? Even if she proved her innocence, she would insist she never gave the second prescription to the queen. If she called King Yong to confront her, how could she handle the strong poison? She couldn't reveal the system's secret either. Everyone knew she had been punished for rushing into the emperor's presence that night, so she could call the emperor to testify. But thinking that King Yong was the emperor's brother, and she had hurt him so badly behind his back, Ji Qingwu frowned deeply. For now, she would put Emperor Wu Su at the end. She tried hard to think of someone who could save her from danger. Princess Huachong went to find her future husband, but Lady Qiao probably hadn't heard the news about her entering the palace yet. She tilted her head and saw Princess Qingyun, who was still stunned and had her mouth open like an egg, trying to process the shocking news. She shook her head, thinking she was eager, but not very clever. After thinking carefully, she realized there was only one last hope left. Tao Wanyin said, "Mother, I have explained everything clearly. Ji Qingwu hates the prince because of this matter, and she wants to use me to make sure the prince cannot have children." The Empress Dowager was deeply shocked. Even though the Prince of Yong had a bad reputation, he was her son. To be betrayed and insulted like this made her very sad. But since this involved an assassination attempt on the censor, Ji Changyan was probably just a scapegoat. The real mastermind behind it was likely the Prince of Yong. "Where is Minghong?" the Empress Dowager asked. Tao Wanyin replied, "The prince has been unwell these days. He asked the Grand Doctor to come, but there was no cure. Last night, he stayed alone in the study. I know I am guilty, so I haven't told him the full story yet. I came here first to report to Mother." The Empress Dowager also understood that the Prince of Yong's wife entered the palace to protect herself and didn't dare tell him about this. She wanted to drag Ji Qingwu down and make her take the blame. But how could a secret stay hidden forever? The Prince of Yong would find out sooner or later. The instigators and the ones who set the fire are equally evil. The Empress Dowager thought for a moment. Clearly, this matter needed to be dealt with quickly, preferably before the Emperor heard any rumors. She made a firm decision and said calmly, "Send for Minghong." She wanted to ask him directly what exactly happened that night. Seeing that the Empress Dowager really planned to summon the Prince of Yong, the Prince of Yong's wife became very nervous. She fidgeted anxiously and said, "Mother, the prince was upset last night and drank a lot. He might not be fully sober." The Empress Dowager ignored her and ordered, "Manhwa, go personally to the Prince of Yong's residence." Ji Qingwu had a bad feeling. She hurriedly said, "Madam, the Prince of Yong is unwell and needs rest. It might be better to send a skilled doctor first to examine him." She was trying to buy some time. Hearing this, the Empress Dowager hesitated for a moment and then said, "Manhwa, go to the Imperial Hospital and invite the Imperial doctor to go with you. If Minghong is fine, call him over." At that moment, the palace door suddenly swung open with a loud push. A cool breeze blew in, and Ji Qingwu's hair was blown up around her ears. A man's voice also carried in with the wind. Unexpectedly, "Fifth cousin is so concerned about me." Prince Yong looked relaxed, without any gloom caused by his illness, and playfully looked at Ji Qingwu. Zhao Minghong entered the hall as if unaware of the strange looks from everyone. He smiled and said, "My mother and I are very in sync. Since Manhwa auntie didn't come to the palace, I came by myself." The Empress Dowager looked worriedly at him, while Qingyun's gaze involuntarily shifted to Prince Yong's groin area. Prince Yong glanced at Tao Wanyin with meaning and said, "The princess is also here." His eyes then moved to Yinxiang behind her. The Empress Dowager asked, "Why did you come here? His Majesty summoned me." "I just came from the Qingjin Hall." Prince Yong sat down directly at the lower left seat. Why did Emperor Wusa call him at this time? The Empress Dowager suppressed her doubts and asked, "Minghong, you came just in time. I have something to ask you." Wanyin said that on the night Changyan had an accident, you and Qingwu were together. "Is that true?" Ji Qingwu looked up, meeting Prince Yong's gaze directly. Zhao Minghong thought of that passionate night and showed a mischievous smile. His frivolous look was obvious without him saying a word. Everyone knew how he would answer. Ji Qingwu lowered her head, avoiding his eyes, clenched her fists, but when she heard him say 2 words, she suddenly looked up again. Zhao Minghong still stared at her intently. Ji Qingwu's eyes trembled. Why did Prince Yong say he had never seen her and would help her? Tao Wanyin was the first to exclaim, "How could that be impossible?" Zhao Minghong responded strangely, "Princess, what do you mean? I and fifth cousin are innocent. That night I was listening to music on a boat, and the people from the music bureau can testify. Xiao Ningzi is the personal servant of the prince, Xiao Ningzi, who said this himself." Tao Wanyin stammered. Prince Yong looked sad and said, "Princess, are you suffering from delusions? Xiao Ningzi drowned and died a month ago." "No way. Yinxiang, we saw him just 2 days ago." Tao Wanyin turned to the maid behind her. "Yinxiang, right?" Yinxiang's gaze flickered as she looked at Prince Yong twisting his jade ring with his thumb. She lowered her head and said, "Princess, please stay calm. Xiao Ningzi really died last month." Ji Qingwu keenly caught their eye exchange, feeling surprised inside. The Empress Dowager asked with concern, "Minghong, how is your health?" Zhao Minghong replied, "The princess and my mother are talking nonsense again. My health is fine. Just now, my elder brother summoned me to the Court of Diligent Governance, where the famous Dr. Le Shi from Linen examined my pulse. He said I just need to rest and take care of myself, and I will recover in half a month." Did the emperor invite the renowned Dr. Le Shi, known for treating difficult illnesses? It turns out the summon of Prince Yong was to have him see a doctor. The Empress Dowager's worried heart eased. Since the emperor still favors Prince Yong, she decided she didn't need to interfere with what happened that night and let it go. Tao Wanyin said, "Impossible." Clearly. Her words were filled with confusion and uncertainty. "Yinxiang, what has happened to the princess recently? She's been talking strangely and acting wild," Prince Yong casually interrupted. Yinxiang carefully explained, "The princess hasn't been pregnant for many years. Recently, she was diagnosed with pregnancy signs, and she was so happy she lost her clarity of mind. Ji Qingwu relaxed her fingers and rested her hands on her lap, feeling that since things had reached this point, she wouldn't be blamed for the mistake. Although she was confused, the crisis was over. At this moment, Shirshi entered from the door, glanced at Ji Qingwu in the hall, and brought news. Old Madam Ji heard that the fifth miss was summoned to the palace and sent someone to deliver a message. Ji Qingwu immediately pricked up her ears to listen. The Empress Dowager gently rubbed her forehead, recalling Ji Chongyan's matter. The mother and daughter had a falling out and hadn't contacted each other for a long time. "What did mother say?" the Empress Dowager asked. Shirshi said, "Old Madam said that the fifth miss is unruly. If she has made mistakes, she hopes the Empress Dowager will be magnanimous. The Grand Scholar Li's family has already chosen the fifth miss as the wife for his third son." Ji Qingwu sighed. Her grandmother was not entirely heartless. She wanted to protect her, but she also used marriage as a bargaining chip, planning to marry her to Li San. But she was too late. The Empress Dowager no longer intended to punish her. The Empress Dowager looked at her thoughtfully, considering that if she could marry into the Li family, it would be a great help to the Ji family. Princess Qingyan suddenly turned her head to look at Ji Qingwu. Her eyes showed clear emotion, as if she was looking at a fox spirit, implying, "Why are you still involved with the Li family's third son?" Ji Qingwu kept sighing. In just a short time, she was entangled with 3 men. But heaven seemed to think the scene was not chaotic enough. Suddenly, a familiar sharp voice shouted from outside, "The Emperor has arrived." Everyone quickly stood up to pay their respects. His voice was calm and distant as he said, "No need for formalities. We are all family here." Emperor Wusu entered the main hall wearing a bright yellow robe embroidered with dragon patterns. His steps were firm and steady, his gaze straight ahead, as if he cared little about anyone present. Ji Qingwu's eyes followed him. They had parted only this morning at the star-picking tower, yet she had not expected to see him again so soon. But the Emperor did not spare her even a glance. It was as if, under the morning sun and before the grand mountains, the one who had once held her close with warmth and passion was now someone else entirely. Manhwa quickly placed a chair beside the Empress Dowager and helped the Emperor take his seat. Li Yuzong and Manhwa exchanged a look and nodded slightly before standing behind their respective masters. Ji Qingwu calmed her emotions, withdrew her gaze, and rubbed her fingers lightly. It was easy for her to guess why Prince Yong had insisted he had never met her, most likely because the Emperor already knew what had happened in Sinang Palace, and when Prince Yong was summoned, he must have received some special instructions. But if the matter was nearly settled, why had he appeared again? Emperor Wusu seemed unaware of everything and said pleasantly, "The Empress Dowager's palace is quite lively today." The Empress Dowager, wanting to smooth things over, smiled and said, "Wanyin is expecting a child, so Minghong brought his wife to pay respects to me." The Emperor smiled faintly. "That is indeed good news." But his eyes turned cold as he continued, "However, I heard that the Princess Yong came to Sinang Palace early this morning and had a disagreement with the fifth miss of the Ji family. So the rumor had reached the Emperor after all." The Empress Dowager quickly explained, "Your Majesty, there was no argument. We were only chatting." Prince Yong added, "Brother, it was just a small misunderstanding between women, nothing serious." Qingyan nodded in agreement but dared not speak. She had been punished by the Emperor a few days ago, and was still frightened. The Emperor did not look at Ji Qingwu but instead turned to Princess Yong. "You look pale, Princess. Did someone upset you?" Ji Qingwu glanced at him, then at Tao Wanyin. He had not looked at her once, yet showed such concern for another. A faint sadness rose in her heart. The confusion in Tao Wanyin's eyes faded. Suddenly, she stood up and knelt down with a loud thud. "Your Majesty, my disagreement with Miss Ji is not a fight, but I was deceived and used by her. Please, Your Majesty, see clearly. Ji Qingwu has a secret relationship with the prince, and because I couldn't enter the residence, I harbor resentment. She set a trap and tricked me into giving medicine to the prince. Prince Yong tightly grabbed Tao Wanyin and pulled her close, saying, "Brother Emperor, Tao's mind has been a bit unclear these days. Please don't believe what she says." Tao Wanyin tried to break free, but she was too weak. Prince Yong blocked her behind him, giving a fierce look that made her silent with fear. She could only cry softly. Seeing the couple arguing in the hall, Emperor Wu Su sat upright, his hands resting calmly on his lap, unmoving. Ji Qingwu, suddenly hearing her name called, with the full name used, Ji Qingwu sat up straight and looked at him, her eyes full of emotion. Emperor Wu Su raised his eyebrows and asked, "Did you lie to her?" The emperor asked, and Ji Qingwu stood up, planning to kneel respectfully, like Princess Yongwang. But she frowned and said coldly, "Did I make you angry?" Ji Qingwu just moved a little, but when she saw his displeased look, she had to sit back down quietly. Next to her, Princess Qingyan softly said, "Brother Emperor, fifth cousin is innocent. Don't be so harsh." Ji Qingwu also felt he was too stern. She pursed her lips, feeling wronged, and sat quietly. She had prepared many explanations, wanting to cry and plead like Princess Yongwang, even imagining shedding a few tears. But Emperor Wu Su seemed impatient and didn't give her a chance. He urged, "Is it so hard to say a word? Did you lie to her?" Ji Qingwu was confused by the emperor's cold attitude and didn't know what to do. She could only open her mouth and say two dry words. Ji Qingwu did not lie to Tao Wanyin. She was the one trying to drag her into trouble. The emperor nodded with satisfaction and hummed in agreement. Ji Qingwu stared in disbelief. "Is it over? She doesn't need to explain? She doesn't need to shed a few tears?"